Apolo check. Apologies for I think we'll always have to think on the feet, so I think it's better to sort with this mic. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, a very warm welcome to each and every one of you present here. Before we begin the event, we'd just like to express gratitude to all our partners, our part-by-partner LinkedIn and PrismX simplifying connected ecosystem. Our gold partners being Channel Factory, a YouTube measurement program partner in India, and Tyro, APAC's leading ad tech platform for growth marketing. Also, we'd like to humbly thank our gold partner, ShareChat and Moj, India's largest short-form video platform, and of course, Aaj Tak. Our associate partner being Media Smart, integrating consumer journeys across screen, and our co-partner being Shimaru, India Khush Hua. May we request our team to now play in the partner presentations.
We're Channel Factory, the only YouTube measurement program partner in India. We offer unmatched campaign control, efficiency, and ROI. Our AI-powered categorization system, driven by IAB 3.0, provides superior brand alignment and up to 30% cost efficiency. Access real-time and historical YouTube data for precise targeting. Our proprietary AI-enabled View IQ dashboard offers cross-platform reporting on content quality, audio relevance, metadata, computer vision, sentiment analysis, and viewership trends. Channel Factory, your partner for YouTube success, trusted by industry-leading brands for precise ad placements and ultimate brand suitability.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
रंगों से सजी एंटरटेनमेंट की दुनिया में हम लेकर आए हैं रंगों से भरा एंटरटेनमेंट का गुलदस्ता। पहली पेशकश शिमारू टीवी, जहां हर रंग की अलग पहचान है। महाकाव्यों के संग लहराता इतिहास महान है। हिंदी ड्रामा का चहीता और उभरता सितारा शिमारू उमंग। खुशियां बिखेरती है यहाँ नारी शक्ति, कभी बन के संगिनी तो कभी मां, जिनका दर्जा ईश्वर समान है। रीजनल जनरल एंटरटेनमेंट का बादशाह शेमारू मराठी बाणा जुड़े हैं जो अपनी संस्कृति से उन कहानियों में छुपे हैं जज्बात। और यूथ एंटरटेनमेंट का नया डेस्टिनेशन चुंबक टीवी। एंटरटेनमेंट का लीजिए पूरा मजा शेमारू ब्रॉडकास्ट नेटवर्क के साथ। रंगों से सज
Well, we'd like to humbly thank all our partners, and I believe to all our gathering present here, our August gathering. Can we request you to please give a big round of applause to each and every partner for supporting us on this? So very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third edition of e4m Confluence, the Media Investment Summit 2024. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, and it's indeed an honor to be your host for today. Well, a media agency is no more just an office. It's a space where relationships are built, and some of them last long and stand the test of time. In a world driven by technological developments, evolving consumer habits, and the cost pressures, brands are looking for ROI. If they don't see it with their current partner, they are waiting to dig into the piece of the pie with the others. And thus, it is becoming increasingly important for media agencies to evolve, adapt, as well as be agile. Therefore, the theme of this year's conference is Future Unscripted, navigating innovation, creativity, as well as the growth in a dynamic world. Once again, we'd like to humbly thank each and every one of you for joining us, and may we urge you during the course of today, if you have any sharings, any knowledge which you would have garnered through the event, to post it on social media with our hashtag E4M Confluence is one word. So let's all stay connected on social media and make this event a buzzing word. Also, we'd like to urge all of you to up the fun quotient of the event to visit the DP World ILT 20 Season 3 Experience Zone by Z Entertainment. That's where you can get a flavor of live cricket during the course of the event. Well, without further ado, let's now call upon stage a serial entrepreneur, a media mogul, a journalist, and an eternal optimist rolled into one. Let's not keep him holding us longer. Let's call upon the chairman and editor-in-chief, Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World, Anurag Batra. Thank you so much.
Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here at the E4M Media Agency Summit. And in the evening, we have the Media Ace Awards. As the theme is about an unscripted future, we have Mr. Sam Balsara, who's going to be the opening keynote and talk to us about what's really happening in the media agency landscape. For those of you who read Exchange for Media, we started 24 years back to build a B2B marketplace for the media and advertising domain. Then we became a very narrow media agency planning, buying site, and then over the last 2 decades, we expanded. So really our origins are in reporting on media agencies in 2000, 2001. Since then, the media agency landscape has changed a lot. Mr. Sam Balsara will speak about it. Mr. Harsha Rajdan is there. I'm sure he'll also share his experiences because he came from a consulting background into a media agency or a media services play. But recently there was a survey done by the World Federation of Advertisers, another media body, which shows that an overwhelming of large MNC clients and brands are looking to improve their agency model. Just 11% of the respondents believed their current agencies, including media agencies, fits their future needs and the needs of the brands that they want to grow. In fact, 24% of and these were mostly the respondents were CMOs. 90% of the respondents were CMOs. 10% were other influencers. 24% of these respondents said that the current media agencies need to change to be relevant in future. In fact, they use the word that 24% of the universe felt that the current media agencies are unfit for future purpose. The future, this is called the Future of Media Agency Models Report, and it is more than 70 multinational companies representing more than 50 billion in ad spend. It also shows that the traditional holding companies continue to have a role to play, but there are new players that are taking parts of the business away. Thanks to the breadth and depth of the offerings of the media agency, as well as their ability to integrate all offerings and offer a composite marketing solution or for the marketing discipline and brand growth, um, they're able to provide value. But as they grow, as the brands grow and the needs of the business change, the media agencies need to change. When the CMOs were asked what are they looking at in their media agencies to improve, 45% of the respondents said that they're looking for more flexibility, specifically in the way they are serviced. 37% said that they're looking for simplification of services and better integrated partners. And the most important part of the surveys was that 97% of the respondents felt that media agencies need to have better talent in their agencies, and the access to talent and the quality of talent in media agencies will determine their choices. And they believe that the quality of talent has a direct impact on the integration and speed when they work with media agencies. You can refer to this study. When it comes to India, in India, media agencies have a very large role. In the last 2 decades, there's been a debate about fees, and fees seem to be going down. Political advertising in the last few years has also increased, and the media agency's role is critical in political advertising. This year also was a significant year because for the first time this year, in Jan 2024, the ADEX crossed 1 trillion. And out of that 1 trillion, the traditional players were almost $350 billion, and the digital players were almost $600+ billion. Out of this 600+ billion, almost $400 billion were between 2 players. Over the last decade or so, the large consulting companies have tried to, in some way, get a pie of the marketing services and the media services play that clients are using to grow businesses. It's met with mixed success. The media agencies in India has broadly held on to their own. Media agencies have added new services. In the last decade or so, media agencies were working with large brands to activate their retail efforts. That has now, in the last 6-7 years, as the e-commerce has grown, today media agencies are also working with large players to become their extended e-commerce partners. I'm sure Sam will share insights on that. As activations have grown and the role of experiential has grown, the role of media agency has grown to be able to look at IPs, events in a big manner. For the last 2 decades, we've moved from a full service agency to an agency which had specialist functions or unbundling. But in the last few years, a full service agency with 360-degree bundling of services is in, while specialist agencies within the media agency continue to provide domain expertise and the relevant experience. When you talk to clients, more and more clients are talking about trying out smaller agencies, trying out influencer agencies. The question is, how are the media agencies dealing with these new players that are very niche and offer services at a much lower cost, and dare I say, in some cases are much more effective because they're specialized in that domain and understand that domain. But as I said, the Indian media agencies have evolved. They continue to be relevant. And most importantly, in an era where trust and understanding of the brand is key, the media agencies have continued to reinvent and have the trust and the brand integration and brand understanding. I'm not an expert on media agencies, but having watched the workings of media agencies over the last 2+ decades and having worked 27 years back with the media agency, I can only say that the media agencies are evolving as the business of the brands and the businesses are evolving. We live in a fully digital world, and most media agencies are have become partners for growth through digital. Today, media agencies are not just involved in media buying planning, but they're involved in strategic decisions, in strategic acquisitions, and most importantly, have a seat at the table while acquisition decisions are being planned. At least in some cases, they're on the back end looking at how integration of brands can happen and how the growth for the next few years can happen. I believe the next decade or so is an exciting decade for media agencies because media agencies are again attracting talent and are integrating technology as a core part of their offering. I look forward to a day of learnings, deliberations, and I look forward to both Mr. Sam Balsara and Mr. Harsha Rajdan and everyone's presentations. In the evening, we have the Media Agency Awards, and the stalwarts of the media agency and media services ecosystem are here. The awards are done through a jury process, and sometime during in the day, we'll run the jury AV. I look forward to understanding where this media services domain is moving to, and I'm sure you'll have a day that will enrich you and help you to do your job better. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra, for setting the right context of the entire event. And of course, as he rightly said, that we do have the Media Ace Awards in the evening, so we'd urge all of you to join us in the celebration of that. Now it is time for us for a special address on the topic, are we losing confidence in branding? And it's indeed an honor to have him amongst us today. I'm sure all of you in the room would know him, would have spoken to him. And today we're truly humbled that we have him amongst us. He's somebody whose words are biblical in the world of advertising. Let's call upon none other than the chairman of Madison World, Mr. Sam Balsara. Morning. So sorry. It's just one of you.
So good morning, everyone. Nice to be talking to all of you again. And thank you, Anurag and Naval, for inviting me once again to share my views. I have titled my presentation, Are We Losing Confidence in Branding? And you will soon see why. There is no doubt in my mind that India continues to be the hotspot or favorite economy of the world, but we have to accept the grim reality that India's economy is slowing down. India's GDP for the quarter ending June 2024 was 6.7%, the slowest growth in 5 quarters. Whilst nobody, I think, disagrees that India's future prospects of growth are great, and everybody is bullish on that, we have to recognize that right now, we as a marketing, advertising, media community seem to have a little trouble on our hands. What is even more worrying for people like us is that India's consumption demand is weakening, especially in urban India. urban demand has been falling 5 quarters in a row. Now, the question to ask, I think, at a forum like this is what can marketers do to stimulate demand for their brands at a time like this? What should people like us in this room do to help advertisers sell more at a time like this? After all, that is why we are hired. Now, looking at brand plans unfolding all around me, I can't help ask this question. If marketers are losing confidence in the time-tested and proven methods of creating sustainable and profitable brands. Why do I say this? I say it because I find that the percent of total advertising budget spent on pure branding or spent on top of funnel advertising versus bottom of the funnel is reducing and reducing day by day. Let's pause to see what is branding. Branding, as I see it, is the process of creating a unique identity for a company or product, including its name, logo, design, and messaging. It involves shaping perceptions, building trust, and differentiating from competitors to establish a lasting emotional connection with customers. Effective branding drives recognition, loyalty, and value. Now, you may ask, why am I recalling all this today, which is generally taught in a marketing class or to students doing their MBA course in marketing? Because I thought when things are not working out, going back to the basics often helps. And how many marketing people today will disagree with the way I have defined branding or just recalled how branding is defined? I'm sure not many. And yet, how many of the things we do today and spend mega bucks on achieve all this for the brand? Over the last 50 years, we have learned the hard way that stories build brands. In building brands, emotional appeal is twice as effective as rational appeal. Multiple cross-media researches have shown that TV ads establish an emotional connect between brand and consumer best, and this substantially helps in establishing a lasting bond between the two. This year, ending in less than 2 months, the world will spend, as Anurag recalled, $1 trillion in advertising. Most estimates indicate that 60 to 70% of that will be on digital. And whilst at one level, advertisers are not wrong in doing this, spending such a large proportion on digital, because they see most consumers spend most of their time on digital devices. It concerns me that digital consumption habits seem to be characterized by what is called snacking or a quick in and out. And because of this, advertisers also schedule their messages of a few seconds because the consumption habits of users follow this pattern. But the unfortunate truth is that longer emotional ads we have repeatedly seen of at least 20 to 30 seconds with a hint of at least a storyline, work better and build an emotional connect. So there are, I'm sure, a lot of digital publishers in this room, and I see there are many digital sponsors who are digital publishers who are sponsors of today's function and who rely on advertising revenue should recognize this, in my view, and if at all it is possible, try to alter their offering to recognize this, to ensure that digital can deliver TV-like impact on the consumer's mind and therefore good ROI when measured on the brand building metric and not necessarily on bottom of the funnel metrics. Mercifully, connected TV has emerged in India too and is quite rapidly gaining ground. Most estimates indicate that we currently have about 30 million CTV homes, which are rapidly growing. CTV, as I see it, allows us to expose our ads digitally, capitalizing on consumers' digital habits, yet exposing our ads in a TV-like environment which enables brand building and delivers good ROI. For long, I've felt the need for a scientific study, if I may call it, that measures the impact of the same ad in the same duration on a viewer when she sees it on her mobile phone versus when she sees the same ad on television. I was delighted to come across a study when I was preparing for this talk done in the US by Comcast with the help of a research organization called Media Science, which measured recall and purchase intent in a digital environment on a mobile device, in a Facebook feed or a YouTube pre-roll versus recall and purchase intent when watched in a traditional TV or CTV in a TV-like environment. Research suggests to us 3 factors of engagement are important for branding and driving outcomes: attention, emotion, and repetition. Coming to attention, ads viewed in the TV environment garnered more visual attention as participants watched 71% of the ad compared to just 30% of the digital mobile ads. In terms of connection, an advertiser's creative message plays a vital role in the success of a campaign and is an invaluable component of memory building in advertising. This is the reason many of us who are older even today recall some of those older ads of Vico and so many other brands in our mind. In terms of repetition, the impact of exposure to ads depends on any prior memory and experiences the viewer has about a brand. New brands, therefore, I believe, can benefit from TV advertising due to the brand and memory building power of the TV environment, with the added benefit that TV advertising, in fact, enhances the ROI on digital advertising. The study established a 3.4x better recall for TV versus digital mobile for first exposure compared to 2.3x for well-known brands. So it strikes me that it makes sense to launch a campaign not simultaneously on TV and digital, but first on TV, followed by digital. This study established substantially higher unaided recall, more than 100% for ads viewed in the TV environment, and about 30% higher for purchase intent. The study also established that when a TV ad preceded a digital mobile ad, results of unaided recall and purchase intent were better than if there were two digital exposures. Since consumers' media habits are changing in favor of digital, all the growth in GRPs and average time spent is virtually coming only from digital. To improve the creative impact of our ads on digital, I urge that we must try and replicate on digital some of the concepts that work on TV, as shown by the Comcast study. What seems to work in the TV environment is a large screen, lean back, co-viewing, and less distraction. Remember, when I say TV, I include both linear TV and CTV, and conventionally, we have been including CTV in our digital ad spends and not in our TV spends. Perhaps we should change that soon enough. There's another aspect that I'd like to touch upon. There is no doubt in my mind that the world is caught up in what is now referred to by some people as short-termism. Everyone wants everything in a hurry, from financial results to increase in market share to increase in awareness. Terms of CMOs we know are shortening. So is it any wonder that more and more marketers, either themselves or under pressure from their CFOs or investors, are allocating more and more of their advertising budgets to what we now call performance media, which in my definition would include search, e-commerce, activation, promotion, and sampling, what we earlier called BTL. Whilst there is no doubt in my mind that performance media today has a larger role to play in today's marketing plans than earlier, it does seem that marketers under pressure of results are going overboard on it. And in fact, because of this, long-term ROI on advertising investment is coming down, putting the role of marketing and the resources to be allocated to marketing under sharper question. So how does one allocate budgets between branding and performance? Two renowned scientists of recent times tell us how to do this. They recommend 60% be spent on branding which will help recruit new users and grow the market, and 40% on performance, which will help close the sale with consumers who are already in the market. We have also seen that spending money on branding does drive performance KPIs. We have seen on multiple clients that search volume increases with ads on TV, and more so when spent on big shows like IPL, as we see in the case of one of Madison's clients, Joy Cosmetics. Not just that, during IPL, we have seen over the last 3 years, sales of Joy on e-commerce platforms increase substantially. Which leads me to the question, maybe I'm talking about a certain category of brands. Do branding campaigns work even for e-commerce brands? One of the most successful D2C brands has been Mamaearth in India, that today uses a combination of performance and branding in good measure. See the impact on search queries when Mamaearth, for the first time, introduced branding media to their media mix. Last year end, Honasa, the owners of Mamaearth, launched its IPO very successfully and raised an unbelievable 1,700 crores. On the other hand, what is the fate of so many D2C brands launched without branding campaigns? Many of these D2C brands do not exist today, or some exist as dwarfs. Only a select few who invested in branding have scaled up. When John Donahoe, the eBay CEO, moved to Nike, a key decision he took was to move branding budgets to performance. What happened? Nike sales soon began to degrow. Nike lost the confidence of investors and lost $20 billion in market value. Soon, they had a new CEO. No doubt, performance media has an important role to play. And don't misunderstand me on that. But in the first year or in the initial years of a D2C brand, but as the brand scales up or has ambitions of becoming a larger brand, performance, as I see it, begins to seriously underdeliver on ROI. So friends, to summarize, I told you 5 things. As I see it, branding is essential to scale a business. Branding helps achieve long-term success and delivers sustainable profit for the brand over decades. As the Nike case study tells us, excessive short-termism in marketing is dangerous. Branding is best achieved with an emotional message. A TV-like environment offered by linear TV and CTV today is best at driving emotion. And lastly, as a 60-40 mix in favor of branding seems to be optimal, say the gurus of marketing research. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sambal Sara. We just request your company back on stage as, of course, the knowledge sharing hasn't stopped yet. We also would like you to stay back as we have another great round of interaction with Dr. Anurag Batra, which is planned for both of them. Meanwhile, can we have a big, big round of applause for Mr. Sambal Sara for being so kind with his time and his knowledge? So now, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving to our theme, reimagining brand building in a multi-platform world. And right now we're joined by Mr. Sam Balsara, Chairman, Madison World, and Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World. With that, Dr. Batra, over to you.
Thank you, Sam, for always giving real insights and giving us something to think about, and most importantly, a way forward. You know, intellectual suggestions are welcome, but you are a doer, you're a practitioner. So thank you for suggesting a 60%, 40% mix in terms of mass media and digital. This is the E4M Media Investment Summit, and hence you said branded versus sales driven. And you illustrated the link between the searches going up when you advertise on TV and IPL. When you talk to clients, and you do talk to a fair bit of clients, how do they respond to these kind of suggestions? What are the contrarian view you heard, where for a certain brand, the client had a different point of view?
See, I would say in today's India, I have seen there is a sharp divide in between clients. And with both these clients, we're always trying to sell to them something that they are against. If I look at my traditional FMCG clients, they are wedded to television. They tend to underplay the role of digital. So we have to talk to them, and we do talk to them about the diminishing role and impact of television, especially in terms of growth, and more so that when they focus too much on television, they are missing out on a large number of light TV viewers. So what I have spoken to you is not so much in media terms, but in creative terms, in terms of impact on the mind. So whilst there is no doubt in my mind that TV may deliver better in terms of creating brand impact in the consumer's mind, what do you do if your prospective consumer is not on television? So those traditional marketers, I think, are failing to recognize that. On the other hand, when I talk to many of, I would say, younger, new age marketers, many of them, we have to sell them digital by telling them, sell them television by telling them the kind of things I told you today, because they tend to underplay the role of digital, of television. They say, look at my own house. My children don't watch, don't read newspaper. They don't watch TV. When did I last watch television? So as I see it, we're always trying to do a job with these two sets of clients. There are, of course, now emerging a set of clients who understand this, I would say, rather well, and allow us a good
The right balance.
right balance of both. And I believe the right balance is very important in today's India.
Sam, I was having breakfast with my friend Peshwa, and he's written one book and he's writing another. And I asked him, why are you writing this book? What's unique? So he said, I've worked with large brands and I've worked with new brands. And he echoed the kind of sentiment you said. He said, both have to learn from each other. And that's what I'm trying to bring out in the book.
Correct.
So there is a complete sync in what you said. Now, let me ask you, with what's happening in the environment, you talk about slowdown, which certainly there is. Look at the numbers of large FMCG companies, growth last year versus growth this year. So data bears that out. Now, how are media agencies and advertising agencies, and you're a services conglomerate, how are you dealing with the changing landscape? And I'm not just talking about Madison, but you have a vantage point where you know what are the.
I would say humbly, and maybe my colleagues may not agree with me, that we're not dealing with it very well. Or I think we were a little slow to recognize the slowdown that is kind of now hitting us. I suspect, it's only a suspicion, that the kind of thing we are facing now, that is a slowdown, is going to be a fact of life. Because there is a slowdown, that is why marketers have to hire people like me and Harsha. Otherwise, if everything was going up, then they don't need us. As some of you may have heard me say, in the early days of television in India, we didn't have to break our heads too much. Any advertiser who I put on television, the only job I had to do was convince the advertiser to use television. The very fact that he came on television made his sales jump. It was that simple. It was that simple. So I think, as we said a long time ago, the kind of VUCA world that exists is going to continue for a long time. And I think if not this, something else will hit us. New competition is going to come. Something else will. See, even now when we talk of slowdown, what is happening is that there is, maybe you could say, a redistribution of money and wealth. The rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer. That is why you don't get, table bookings at restaurants which charge a mini fortune for a dinner. You don't get airline tickets shooting up. Five-star hotels during peak weekends want to charge 50,000 rupees for a room night. So as we talk of slowdown, all this is also happening.
These are two realities.
These are two realities I think we'll have to live with. And therefore, people like us have to appropriately carve out marketing and media plans to meet these situations. Also, I think we will need to change our thinking, our philosophy, our strategy much more frequently than we did in the past. Maybe the concept of annual plans which we followed, and in the olden days, a lot of companies had 3-year plans
AOPs.
and 5-year plans and annual plans and all, I think it maybe has to be re-examined. Maybe quarterly plans is at the best that what you can see doing going forward.
Thank you, Sam. Now, with you outlined the changes, you outlined the new normal. What is your advice for young marketers and, there are media marketing professionals, there are advertising professionals, there are some agency professionals, in terms of the skill set and the traits required to survive in the new normal or thrive in the new normal?
I think my advice to the younger people would be that whilst it's very important to kind of recognize the new and recognize the changes and respond to them, I think there are some time-tested marketing and consumer theories that have been learned over decades. So those fundamental principles, I think they should make attempt to learn and follow, because those basic fundamentals don't change. What I spoke about, for example, storytelling, emotional connect. In my view, that is not likely to change soon. Yes, of course, the way they can be implemented will have to change. So I think you have to, so as they say, don't throw the baby out
The bathwater.
the bath water. To the trade, I've been saying this for a long time, but nobody listens to me, and especially during boom time, they don't need to. I have a theory, which I've spoken about in the past, of what I call an upward spiral and a downward spiral. I think many of the media companies that I've had some detailed discussions with, and at the senior level, are majorly concerned with improving their yield and
Increasing their yield.
increasing the yield, and that is their single-minded focus. Now, in my view, whilst there may be nothing wrong in that, I feel it is again short-termism of a different nature. I'll tell you why. If a client decides to take the bold step of coming on IPL and investing a fair amount of money, paying a gigantic 15 lakhs for 10 seconds, it's good. But if that 15 lakhs per 10 seconds does not deliver return to him, is he going to come the next year?
Sam, I swear, I was going to ask you about the rising cost of cricket on television and on digital. And my supplemental question was that I was talking to a young age entrepreneur on Friday evening, and she's building a platform for influencers, micro influencers and nano influencers. And she said to me, large agencies go to these 20 top influencers because it's easy, large value. They don't have to do hard work. He was giving her. So clearly, television is easy, it involves, but I'm glad you brought out the point that media owners are obsessed with improving their yields because their acquisition price is a certain price. So they are working backward.
Yeah. So I feel the media owner should be as much obsessed with
The client success.
clients, sales, and market share. Because see, the only way you can get the client to increase his advertising budget is if his sales go up.
Absolutely.
Because if you can convince him to make an investment, okay, for 1 year, for 2 years, he's not going to continuously increase his
until there is growth.
this thing. So he should be more interested in tracking advertiser sales and what that campaign did for the advertiser when that advertiser used his platform, used his title. Did it work? Did it not work? What can he do to improve the ROI for the client? According to me, that works. If you take, and I'll give you a concrete example. If you take KBC, we all have sharply declined in the last 5 years. Okay. Also, rates of KBC to some extent have therefore come down. But I'm told this year, KBC has some, I think, 15 sponsors. Do you know why? Because KBC figured out, thanks to people like us, and we convinced them 4 years ago to take on a small client, and we offered that client an integrated approach where Amitabh Bachchan mentioned the brand name and the client has not looked back. This is a small client, and this is the 4th year that small client is on KBC, and seeing what KBC did to this brand, they have got now so many other brands using that same kind of formula. So it's no longer just a vanilla ad running. This is what I mean by getting the media owners' involvement and participation, which can actually collectively help increase the pie.
Sam, we cannot do an advertising media investment discussion without not talking about artificial intelligence or Gen AI. Now, there are so many, you talk about how the creative message also has to be right, the storytelling has to be right to be able to deliver on the media investment, so to say. How do you feel in the next 3 years, AI and technology will change the kind of offerings your group has and the industry has?
So I think definitely AI will play a very good role in sort of improving the efficiency with which the advertiser spends his money. I'm not entirely sure that AI can help the media owner increase his pie, because don't forget, the more efficiently and the more sharply I target my people, the less I have to advertise. However, there is a con to it, because as I see it, most advertisers do not have a good idea of who precisely their target audience is. It's not possible, because anybody can use a soap, anybody can use a shampoo, anybody can use this. So you may sharply define your target audience with your core target audience. But in traditional media, when you advertise, even your non-target audience you reached. Whereas in digital, when you say, this is my target audience, you only reach those people and you don't reach anyone else. So So that broadening of target audience, which actually traditional media provided, and therefore, marketers could get the benefit of a much wider audience from which to recruit new users, is a little more difficult in digital. Or if you try to do it in a very broad way, then it'll become very expensive.
Right, Sam. My last question, and before I take one or two audience questions. 5 decades, almost 4 decades, you've been an entrepreneur. Almost 4, not fully 4. You've seen the industry going through many cycles. You've seen new developments. You've seen new formats, new mediums being growing. You've seen the changing model of media agencies. What should we expect in the next 3 years from the services side, from the agency side? What do you think will happen? There is pressure on fees. Uh, clients are demanding a certain kind of talent. Media owners are obsessed with yields because they're working backward. What is likely to happen?
Well, I think, obviously there is going to be change. There is going to be, lot of, I would say, technological developments. Every agency is trying his damnedest to think of some new AI-based, software to reach the target audience more accurately. In my view, whilst there have been a lot of developments on the media agency side, I think there should also be a lot of developments on understanding the psychology of how advertising works. I think there is not enough development of science in this area. Whatever we knew, we kind of know and we are just following. But I'm sure the new generation of youth, perhaps there are some indications of how mentally, emotionally they respond to advertising. And I think there is not enough, in my view, research on the qualitative impact of advertising and how we can improve that impact.
If we can
There
measure,
is a lot more on how we can improve reach, how in media area I feel, or maybe because I'm more involved with it, there is more work being done in that area than on the science of how creative works on today's mind.
I'm sure we'll figure out as we go along. Only thing I can say is that for the last 2 decades, we've been talking about the world of technology, creativity, and content creation coming together. I think truly in the advertising, marketing, media space, these three have come together and they're creating a disruption or an opportunity, depending on how you look at, to be able to shape the future. We can take 1 or 2 questions for Sam. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. And can you get a mic to Peshwa?
Thanks, Sam. Wonderful observations. Of course, I have been in the marketing field for the last 35 years. You have been much more. One comment I want to ask from you is that do you think in the next few years in India, actually content will become media? What I mean by that is classically
Yes,
35 years ago.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
In a way, content is already becoming media. And to be very honest, in fact, I would invite you to come to my next Subhash Ghoshal Memorial Lecture. And we're going to talk about role of media there. I have a speaker up my sleeve who's going to be talking about this. I think it is happening. If it begins to happen in the area of news, then it's not a nice thing. Unfortunately, it is already happening. Otherwise, in the entertainment area, I think it's fine.
The influencers are content, and I was talking to, there are Delhi elections in February, and I was the political leader, and he does value what comes on news channels, but he was also talking of influencers in the news space. Very, very interested in making sure that he gets, coverage there. So clearly that's already happening in a large way in news also. And last week, the US elections happened. The last 4 weeks, both the candidates spent much more time with podcasters than they spent with mainstream media. So clearly, content creators and hence content is already becoming media, so to say, to answer your question. One more question can take. Okay, Sam, no question, so I'll ask my last question. Sam, you've done everything and you still seem to be going very strong, and God bless you and give you long life. And what is your vision for the industry beyond Madison and beyond your own thing? Because this industry needs to reinvent itself. What would you like to see happen?
See, on another occasion, I think on maybe a similar platform, I spoke about what media agencies should do and what ails media agencies. I mean, and I don't think I can, talk about all of that, but I do have a point of view on that. I mean, right from not able to attract the right talent at entry level, when Madison was much younger, much smaller, we were able to hire
The best.
people from Bajaj. We have made a bold move last year and hired 2 management trainees out of the 40 that we hired, 2 management trainees, one from IIM Ahmedabad and would make a difference. But for example, attracting the right entry
When
level.
you say Bajaj, he means Jamnalal Bajaj. Institute of
Jamnalal
Management.
Bajaj, yeah, my institute.
Do hire from MDI.
And there are, I think, issues under pressure of competition. We seem to be dropping commissions. And there are, I would say, unhealthy practices that have crept into the business. I can't for the life of me understand that if a client wants high quality services from us, why the hell is he so hesitant to pay a little more than a pittance? So
And
there
the
are,
sword
there
of
are
media
several
pitches.
issues and on which I do want the industry to come together. After all, I understand that we are competitors and we are competing for business. But I don't think we should kill ourselves trying to kind of do this, because then you're pulling the entire industry down. And somewhere I tell the advertisers also that you're pulling yourselves down, because I mean, as you rightly say, I think you recall that most of the advertisers, they are complaining that my talent is not good. I remember one advertiser telling me 10 years ago that, Sam, I can't understand why can't your trainees be as smart and intelligent as our trainees? They're not. So I told him, what do you pay your trainees? In those days, it was 16.5 lakhs. We were paying our trainees in those days 3.5 lakhs. So I said, there's the answer. Now you look at the fee that you're paying us and the number of people you demand on the team, which is something, multiply that number by the entry level salary, 16.5 lakhs, and then see how it works out. So he tells me, okay, why don't you talk to your industry colleagues? And we have no problem if this is the prevailing entry level commission that everybody charges us, then we are fine paying that. But we can't have a situation where we pay Madison a much higher commission than what somebody else is willing to offer me. Because I also have a procurement division. I have a CEO who questions me. I'm constantly under pressure. So
Sure.
that's how it is. So there are a few issues like that that we need to, in my view, sort out. I think as a media agency industry, we are a lot more cohesive than many other industries, but still we need to do a little bit of fixing.
Yeah, the question of talent and compensation are intertwined.
Correct.
They're not two different issues. Clearly, they're intertwined, and I'm sure as we go along, clients will see more value in having a good quality talent at the right agency.
Absolutely.
So please give Mr. Sam Balsara a big round of applause for making sure a Monday morning is, as thoughtful as it can be and sharing his expertise and his experience and his predictions for the future. Give him a bigger round of applause there.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we just request you to please stay back and allow us to give a token of appreciation to you. Dr. Anurag Batra, if we can request you for the same. Ladies and gentlemen, this conversation will be long-standing. Let's give both of them a big, big round of applause. Focusing on time-tested theories, fundamentals of advertising, back to basics, of course, the importance of brand integration, strategies, psychology of how the minds react to advertising, and then a lot more. And I think only to the level which Mr. Balsara could have done. So thank you once again on behalf of Exchange for Media. Now, on that note, let's go ahead to our next topic. Let's talk about doing good business while doing good. Why can't purpose and profit coexist? On that note, if you could now request the head of Asia Channel Factory, Mr. Karthik Mehta, to join us. Let's give him a warmer round of applause as we welcome him to the stage. Join us. Good afternoon. Yeah. Right. Just perfect.
So, good afternoon, everybody. It's a privilege to be here speaking to all of you today on a subject that's very close to my heart. Why can't purpose and good things coexist? Why can't we do good business while doing good? I'll straight away jump into the crux of what this entire discussion is all about. Very simply, organizations exist, businesses exist for profits, right? And everyone's aware of it. But on the other side, you have businesses that are doing good, but are they generating enough revenue? And if they're not generating enough revenue, then possibly it's doing more charity. And if you're doing more charity and not generating enough revenue, then are you going to have scale? Are you going to have influence? Are you going to expand? The answer possibly is no. But you see, there's an or at the center, right? And if I was to take a poll right now, how many of us would want to replace the or with an and? And I believe I'll get a good raise of hands. So the idea is, why can't profit uh, and doing good, coexist? And the simple answer to that is yes, it can. And if the answer is so simple, what will it take to get this, to get this done? And it's again, the answer to that is pretty simple. Being conscious would get us there. And everyone here in the room would say, oh, I'm conscious. I know what it's all about. And actually, conscious has a very simple definition also. It's just about being aware. It's just about being aware of ourselves and what's around us. But the other side to be conscious is the bias that comes in. And there's conscious bias, and there's a lot of unconscious bias that comes in. Now, unconscious bias comes in from, say, our upbringing, our education, our culture. And a lot of what we do in our professional lives has got a lot to do with this unconscious bias, that comes in. We're all media professionals out over here, right? And I'm going to take the example of, say, social media, and how has our consciousness has had a role to play in social media. We all know, the benefits of social media, great content creators, people express, there's living happening out of there, there's creators generating income out of it. But what about the harmful side of social media? Misinformation, bullying, violence, and a lot of it, and all of us being responsible for funding all of this, a lot of it has got to do with our unconscious bias that comes in, because eventually, whatever we've done has got to do something in terms of how we've reacted, to certain things in the past. So the easiest thing for us was, let's stay away from everything that's harmful on social media. And we developed tools, we developed block lists. We started to alienate ourselves from things because it had a lot of unconscious bias that that had a huge role to play. And by doing this, all what we did was we gave rise to an era of exclusion, where we said the easiest thing for us to do is, let's keep ourselves away from whatever is happening there. The easiest thing to do is let's just exclude everything. By doing this, what we did was we also excluded diverse audiences. And I believe in the previous session, we spoke about, how we can't ignore these kind of audiences, even though they exist. But because of the unconscious bias that we had, we took a exclusion first approach and we didn't reach out to them. The idea here is, how do we move away from an exclusion era to a more era of inclusion? Now, that's where a lot of work needs to be done within the media fraternity itself. I'm not here to guide or teach anything related to the media principles, but whatever you see on my left, where the arrow goes down, is where we've done fabulous amount of work to reduce everything. Let's reduce the audience size. Let's reduce wherever the brand risk is. Reduce everything that's here. Have we done enough on the right side to increase things? Are we doing enough to increase the potential audiences, and so on and so forth? Now, that's an answer that one would want to take away from this and say that, are we doing enough? We're doing a fabulous job to reduce things, but are we doing enough to increase? Which then brings me to the next part, saying that, if the media fraternity and the media ecosystem needs to have a good role to play in societal impact, then we definitely can constrain negativity, which is what we've done a fabulous job in that. We've constrained a lot of negativity. But how do we amplify positivity? How do we be a part of this inclusion culture and have a larger role to play in amplifying positivity? I'm just going to put up a slide here for a brand that we've worked, in Europe, and just see how this brand reached out to diverse creators with a more inclusive approach. Some of these topics would be considered taboo. Marketers probably sitting in this room would say, oh, my block list has got all these things blocked and we don't want to touch them. But look at the impact of this as I move along, saying that creators talking about sustainability, creators talking about disability, sustainability. Even today, when we look at some of your block lists, you'll find climate change and global warming are topics that have been blocked. Now, is this a taboo today? The answer is we've done work with a number of brands, and we've got to move in the area of inclusion as we move along. And this is just smart media targeting, right? On how do you have a more inclusive audience when you're looking, when you're looking at your campaign plans, when you're looking to reach out to diverse set of audiences. This would play a very important role. All of us would say, all this is great, but what's a proof of concept? Has anyone does this in the past, or you're just talking from your thing, saying that, oh, this is great? No, let's see what Mark Pichard had to say about it. The 3-year growth that P&G has seen for their brands, most of it has happened by including audiences that were previously excluded, which means the exclusion era, which was there, was great. But there's a time has come to look at a more inclusion-first approach, and that's a proof of concept. And I also thought this is a great stage for us at Channel Factory to kind of announce the launch of our conscious advertising program in India, and how we see diversity, whether it comes to topics related to sustainability, whether it's gender inclusion, and things like those. How do we look at that? And today I formally announced the launch of the conscious advertising program here in India from a Channel Factory perspective, looking at including a more diverse set of audiences for our marketers and our brands. You'd say, this is great, all this sounds great, this is done. Now, where do we go from here? It just brings me to our quick manifesto in terms of, this is great, but anyone's aware of the DOT principle? Anyone in the crowd? The DOT principle? Just do one thing. Just do one thing to make a difference, because if you do one thing, the lady sitting on your right would do another, and to her right would do the other. And one thing would go to another thing, and that's how the circle would get completed. So I leave you with this thought in terms of how to look at a more inclusion-led approach when you're looking at your audiences, looking at plans, and so on and so forth, rather than taking the approach which has been tried and probably tested, which was a more exclusion-first approach. So that was a quick one in terms of how we are looking at things and how we evaluate things. So have a great one from here on. Thank you.
So thank you so much. May I please request you to once again join us on stage, as we'd like to have the moment of felicitating you as well. May I request Mr. Rahul Khurana, Country Head at KIT Global, to please join us and allow us a moment of acknowledgement for our speaker. Once again, a bigger round of applause. What an exciting topic it was. And of course, yes, we can truly do good and yet make profit. So align with the good. And as he rightly said, let's all give him a bigger round of applause, each and every one, and ensure all of us contribute to the goodness. On that note, we're going to be going ahead to our next conversation, and it is getting even better when you have experts joining us. Well, on the other side of this session, may I remind you that if you would want to access the agenda, you have the QR code placed right on the tables. So please feel free to scan that QR code and allow us the moment to let you know a bit about the agenda. Of course, currently we're on the topic of the future of creative collaboration in media. And post this, we're going to be heading towards our next conversation, which is going to be having on the future of media channels, traditional, digital, and emerging. And for that conversation, we're going to be having Mr. Shashi Sinha, CEO of Media Brands India, who's going to be joining us. To know more, we'd request you to scan the agenda, get an access of it, and of course, stay tuned as a lot is happening. I'm sure during the course of today already we've learned a lot. So do remember to hashtag e4m Confluence is one word, and share your knowledge on social media. Well, next we have a very engaging panel discussion, which is going to be talking about the future of creative collaboration in media. This session will, however, explore how cross-industry partnerships between brands, agencies, and media platforms are driving innovation, fostering creativity, and shaping the future of integrated campaigns across the traditional as well as digital media. Without further ado, as the stage is now set, it's time for me to call upon our esteemed panelists. Let's give it up for Ashwin Padmanabhan, COO South Asia of Group M. Thank you, Mr. Padmanabhan, for joining us. We request your company on stage, and please be seated. Now, if I could request the company of Sanjayata Verma, CEO of Kara. Let's give our lady a warmer round of applause as we welcome her on stage. Ms. Verma, looking absolutely splendid in that sari which you're carrying. Thank you so much for joining us on a bright afternoon now. I'd also now like to call upon a visionary amongst us, the Executive Director of Madison World, Lara Balsara. Let's give our lady a warmer round of applause as we welcome her with a lot more enthusiasm. Thank you, Ms. Balsara, for joining us. And if I could now call upon the Chief Creative Officer of Omnicom Media Group India, let's give it up for Shelja Saraswati. Shelja, thank you so much for your warm company. And we are now calling upon the session chair in her able hands, Catherine Flynn, the Director Agency Development and Marketeer Education, APAC of LinkedIn. Thank you so much, Catherine, for taking out your valuable time. And I'm sure I'd like to leave it in your able hands for curation of this particular panel discussion. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to my very esteemed panelists. I'm Catherine. I lead the APAC Agency Development and Marketer Education team at LinkedIn. That means we are the team across the region, and we have Santosh and the team from India here in the room who lead LinkedIn's partnerships with media agencies, creative agencies, all of the agencies in our ecosystem. I'm really happy to be here today, and we're very happy to be a co-sponsor of this event. I'm going to ask each of my panelists, just to break the ice and get us started, to introduce themselves briefly in their own words and tell us one thing that is not on their LinkedIn profile, because we always ask that at LinkedIn. So I will give an example. You've heard who I am. One thing that's not on my LinkedIn profile is that I like to lift weights. And the weights I'm lifting are getting heavier all the time, and that is my body is not getting lighter all the time, but that's okay. But I find it is a fantastic way to manage stress and just build strength. So if anybody'd like to join me in the gym anytime, you're very welcome. Shailja.
Lovely. I'm Shelja Saraswati. I'm the Chief Content Officer at Omnicom Media Group. I would believe that everything is out there on my LinkedIn. I'm also a creator, a host of a podcast, and a YouTube creator. But I think today I would like to mention my love for painting. And I think there's a lot of creative catharsis happens whenever I am in front of a canvas, alone or with my kid. And I think I'm loving that whenever I do it. Thanks.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Lara.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Lara from Madison. Well, actually, I'm the one who there's not much about me on LinkedIn except for just reposting what our office shares. So lots is not on LinkedIn, but I have to say that of late in the last 1 or 2 months, I've been watching a lot more of LinkedIn, and the content that I see is very, very interesting.
Thanks.
So hats off to your team.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sancheta. I'm the CEO of Kara. I've had a long time working with, I think, a lot of people in the room, amazing brands and this wonderful country, and looking forward to doing a lot more on that. I think LinkedIn is a really powerful platform. I would have probably dotted all the T's and I's out there, but there's one thing that I'm very jealous about. Some people have and I don't, which is that of having a patent. And I am not a techie, but I think we actually can collaborate and bring something new. So that's one North Star I'm looking for.
Definitely. And can I also mention that it is Sanchita's birthday today? So if we can wish her a happy birthday from the audience, that would be great.
Hi, I'm Ashwin. So actually, there's nothing personal about my LinkedIn profile. But if I have to share something which is not there and which is personal, I love to cook. So that's my stress buster. Every weekend when I go back home, that's what keeps me occupied.
So if we all came over, what would you cook for us?
Oh, my go-to is usually South Indian. So yeah, that's what usually I specialize.
Thank you all. Thanks so much. So we've got a really great topic to talk about this morning, or this afternoon as it is now, the future of creative collaboration in media. So we're going to be covering how brands, agencies and media platforms can collaborate to drive innovation, the role of cross-industry partnerships in fostering creativity, and speculating a bit on what the future holds for integrated campaigns across traditional and digital media, as well as some lessons learned. We wouldn't have such an amazing panel of experienced experts and leaders from the industry with some of their lessons. I've worked across all sides of this equation. I think I started out life as a client on the marketing side, many years on the agency side, and I've worked at Facebook and now LinkedIn. So it's certainly a topic, how to foster this collaboration as the industry continues to expand, I'm really interested in. So hearing from you all on how it's playing out today, where it's going, especially here in the India context, is going to be fantastic. So I will start with this one. In today's media landscape, has collaboration among brands, agencies, and platforms changed? And what trends do you see shaping the future of these partnerships? I guess, first of all, if anybody doesn't feel it has changed, you can tap out of this question now. We probably all agree that it does. But yeah, I'd love to hear from anybody who would like to get the discussion started on this one. Shailja, you're right next to me, so I'll go to you first.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's changed drastically, in my opinion, and it's become extremely dynamic. And because the decisions have to be made faster, and I keep saying, that it's a seller's market, right? There's nobody stopping the publishers or the platforms to go and meet the clients and join the dots. So from an agency perspective, I think it becomes very important for us to be agile and completely be on top of our game in terms of data, insights, the timelines we can deliver certain ideas in to bring it to life. So data tech is playing a huge role, absolutely. But there are challenges. And yes, I think we will be discussing about those challenges as we progress.
Great. Okay. Look, agencies staying agile and staying on top of the data. Yeah, love that. Ashwin?
So I think we don't have enough collaboration right now. So really, even if we talk about change, it's irrelevant. So really, bringing collaboration would be the challenge, I would say. And for all the reasons that Shailja spoke about, collaborating has become absolutely imperative to get it right. And I think all of us in the room and outside, it's a responsibility that we have.
I think also So if I may add, in today's times, to beat the clutter and to create more engaging content with the consumers, collaboration is absolutely essential. And well, yes, whilst I agree with him that a lot more can be done, but I think there's also lots that's already happening as well.
Yeah, it's almost the norm now that
Yes.
everybody's around the table. And I think it's just a case of the quality of the collaboration, right, to keep that going. Thank you, Sanchita.
So I think Sam touched about it. I think at Dentsu, what we are realizing is that there is a shift. And I think you spoke about what are the new trends and shifts. So firstly, we were in a broadcast era, we moved to the precision era. But what we believe now is that we are in the algorithmic era. And why we say that is because, I mean, you had mental availability and physical availability for brands, which was important, but you really need to work into algorithmic availability. And the challenge with that is, I think you talked about content. The problem is that, of course, AI being there, the problem is of mediocrity and sameness in content. So therefore, how from a mental availability perspective, how you're going to be navigating that? The other thing is from an algorithmic physical availability perspective, the whole new wave of retail is also something that we need to take into account. So of course, the first wave was what you saw in the marketplaces, but now there is this whole aspect of the new wave of retail media, which is what we call URL to IRL, which is going into the in real life is a new term that I learned. That's very, very important. So from content, how do you take care of the sameness and deal with that? And with this whole aspect of retail media, how do you see how can you, for instance, for a lot of our brands, we handle both branding and performance. So therefore, what is the full funnel metrics and learnings and how do you navigate that? That's one. What are the new opportunities that you can create where offline retailer again getting into the retail media space? So I think for us, there are 4 things that we are really concerned about. One is that how do I get content into the right context so that I can, beat through this incredible clutter that we have and create the right connections and all of it at the right audiences. So collaboration is required. The collaboration that we require is between media and creative like never before, but also with MarTech. What are the bridges that we can create so that we can navigate this brave, new, amazing world? So
Can I
yeah,
just
that's
add
what I
to
think.
what you think? I think just to add to what you said, Sanchi, it's also about the world which has drastically become much more immersive, engaging. And I think post-COVID, we've seen a wave of experiential marketing, influencer marketing, interactive content. And I think the knowledge about these things, whether you're an agency or platform or client, it's become must. So uptake in your knowledge, continuously upgrading yourself. I think that's another area which the outcome will be a collaboration of that. Because, to make, the platform is trying to make us understand something and we are trying to break that into data and insights and make the brand understand. But I think it's all of us coming together and understand that the world has changed outside. From a content, how we are engaging with content per se.
There's a lovely thought there about there's kind of like building the collective knowledge, because I think we're at a stage where no one body, no one agency, no one client, no one platform could claim to know everything about where things are, where it's going. So yeah, you brought up something really nice there about if everybody's trying to feed the collective knowledge, then that's a lot more. There's a lot more value there than everybody jostling for a seat at the table or to be the smartest one in the room. That's a nice thought. And thank you for introducing us to two new to me concepts. I had heard the algorithmic era certainly mentioned, but that you've shed some light on that. And also URL to IRL. I'm always going to be a fan of eventually ending up in IRL. So thank you for that one. So let's put the focus on agencies, given that you all are agency leaders. How can agencies be an agent in encouraging more creative risks in this process when working with brands, your clients, and the media platforms? How do you think about that being an accelerant of that?
I think, the leaders especially need to walk the talk of being brave, because the world out there is very bold and moving in a very fast pace. And when leaders start taking those risks, and there's showcase of some bold ideas, fructifying and coming to life, it gives a lot of encouragement to the industry, to the agency, to the people around, that it's okay to think bold. It's okay to turn around campaigns in 3 days' time, which is unheard of. But that's what we are experiencing more often and not, right? So we instead of spending too much time on data crunching, and I think Sam mentioned in the morning about, it's not about the world of AOPs anymore. It's about quarterly reviews. It's about fortnightly evaluations. I think that's the world we are in right now.
Yeah, back to your agile from earlier, but also leading from the top. Yeah.
So my view is that I think as agencies, we're probably perfectly placed to drive this collaboration. There's an insight of the brand and its objectives. There is a deep insight on platforms, publishers, partners, and from there, the access to audience data. And I think all of us work with large entities where the creative and the media is getting joined at the hip slowly. So we're coming back together again. So from that perspective, I would say agencies, and probably media agencies in particular, are absolutely the best place to really drive this collaboration. And like I said earlier, do we see this as a responsibility and do it intentionally? Or is it a campaign which is an exception, which is an example of a collaboration? I think it needs to happen as a process. It needs to happen intentionally. And that's when we'll see magic coming out of it.
Thanks, Ashwin.
I think what we need to do is basically create coalitions. So from the agency's perspective, I think it's very important that we truly understand what is possible on platforms. I remember at one time we used to have these exchange programs where we used to send people from one part of one department to another, one city to other. But I think it's time for us to do exchange programs, the platforms, because we truly need to understand what is possible. I think for the platforms also, we need your help in coming forward, because we're talking about the quarterly gains. So is this innovation, is this opportunity that we are sharing, is it truly creative? That is one. What is the gain that is there for the brand? Is it incremental or is it significant? And sometimes it is easier, particularly because we are so used to the startup era now, is that what are the small experiments that we can do, learn from them, and then move forward so that we can do more. So I think that's how we would, and I believe that obviously agencies are very, very important because we kind of sit at the center of all of this.
I think that last point, if I can just add, because you hold the purse in a way, and to set aside that budget for pilot projects, plot interesting innovations, it's our responsibility to set that aside. And then that's where the boldness will come from. Let's go for it. Right.
I think for me, nothing works like success. So I think if we can encourage the advertiser as well as the platforms to work out a small, like a pilot, she said, and that does extremely well, then you've got to convert in the client for life. They are going to invest more and more larger outlays in the same platform. So I think having small successes early on always work and do wonderful for any sort of form of collaboration.
And it's also, just to add to what you're saying, it's also about celebrating your success. And I think as an agency, I don't know, we as a challenger, sort of in a space we are right now, we just forget to celebrate enough and even to file for those awards and those forums, because there's so much happening.
Yeah.
But in terms of the outcome, only a little is visible. So I think that's also our responsibility to showcase it enough. True.
Okay, coalitions. I love that idea. Identifying the areas to experiment in, the opportunities to experiment, because there's definitely, we're in a mature stage now where most platforms will have a role on a media plan if it's the right fit for the brand. So we're not, that's not the fight anymore. But I think everybody needs to own the responsibility to make sure that things are being measured. because I think there's still that sometimes that, let's do it first, or the idea comes first. But I think if everybody takes responsibility in this coalition for saying, is it the right fit for the objectives? And also, how will we know when it's a success? Because if everybody in that coalition is aligned on this is what success looks like for this particular objective or this particular client, then we can then celebrate those as they come. We're back to the coalition alignment. It's really important this for this next stage of collaboration. Great. Okay, I love to get to challenges. I love to get to some real talk. I've been on, as I said, all sides of the table, so no offense, no offense will be taken. But yeah, what are common challenges when working with partners? And I think of any type, but probably platforms outside of the agency client landscape are the ones that would be top of mind here. What are common challenges? We've tipped on one or two, and what can we do practically to make the collaboration smoother? Lara is ready to go here, so I want to go straight to Lara.
I think for me, one of the challenges would be for the platform to understand the brand better and come up with customizable solutions that work for the brand, not just trying to sell what they want to sell. So I think that becomes, that's one of the key challenges. Many times, I say this with caution, we find more that international platforms, they are very rigid and don't want to, customize solutions as easily as maybe the local platforms want to. Every time we get pushbacks that no, that can't be done, or that's our global policy, or the decision is taken outside of India. So, there's not much that can be done. So those are the few challenges that I see.
Yeah, that's a really important one to acknowledge. And I think in the quest for scale and scalable solutions, that is something that can be encountered. But I would say where you started, nobody in this room can be without that objective to really understand the brand's perspective. So whether you're in an agency looking to work with a brand, at a platform, or a publisher looking to kind of develop your business, understanding the brand and their objectives is never time that is going to be wasted, because it improves the quality of the solution. Right? Thank you for flagging that. Anybody else?
I think platforms, the help that we require from you is actually for more of inspiration. And a lot of times when, like when we sit together and we've discussed and we say, hey, this is something that we really need to do. Now, taking that inspiration and taking it to the last person in the team, like Shailja said, we're so busy that we finished one and we've gone on to the other. So half the time we really don't know what is possible, or we're not exploring. We're not trying to do what has not been done before, So that part, how can platforms come together and how can we jam together in being able to do these things, I would say that from the enjoyment perspective and the ability to achieve more is something that would be quite helpful for us.
I think for
That's
me,
great. Who doesn't love a bit of inspiration? We could all do with more.
my view is that I think I would call it inside out first. How much do we trust a platform, and how much do we share with a platform, and how much do we include a platform into a conversation and an opportunity or a business goal that we want to achieve for a client? My experience has been that when we cross this line, platforms usually reciprocate, and they come back with inspirational stuff at times, but they usually reciprocate warmly, and they open up a lot more than if we just prescriptively say, can you do this for me? So I think it goes back to some of what we spoke about earlier, and the coalition example that you gave. A coalition will have to be built on trust. And I think the moment we bring trust in and we're able to share with platforms what we're trying to achieve for a client, 90% of the times you'll get there.
I think just one thing that I wanted to say is that we're talking about agencies and platforms. I think a coalition of platforms is what is required also. Because I think one of the challenges that we have, that we're doing something here, or we're doing something here, but the client or the brand can't see them in silos. So if you all can break the walls between we all can come together, then that's another area that would be very, very enabling for us.
That's a great point. I think, we at LinkedIn, me personally, I think we would always advocate for an open, thriving ecosystem. I think there's enough, we think, particularly in the economy that we're sitting in right now, there is enough opportunity for everyone. And I think if you put the objectives of the brand first, trust is assumed between all parties and then built upon. I think that again only leads to better ideas, and also the right roles for the right platforms. We're always really clear at LinkedIn. It might not be every brand or every brief. We'll be really clear about what we can do very well, and then we'll collaborate well to sort of figure out the rest. So I think that's a great call to arms as well. Shailja.
I think a lot is said, but I think what I feel is the input is coming from the brand side, right? We are giving an output to it. The outcome is coming on the platform. It's just one story. There are three parts to the same story. And if we understand that, at Omnicom, the practice which I lead and the people who are holding this practice together, they have taken it on themselves to understand both sides of the story, the input and the outcome. Output is happening here, but in terms of getting that intelligence or inspiration back home and working together as partners in crime and keep coming up with excellence, one after the other. I think it's all about energy exchange. It's about inspiration. It's about how you are treating your platforms and your partners. Is it in the same length and breadth as we treat our brands? So there's a lot more introspection which is required. And I think the floodgates open up in my experience.
Agree. Ashwin, you mentioned earlier again about trust, and it occurred to me that there's a parallel with, if I think about when I was at agency side, the clients I would give my most to were the ones who brought me into their offices or their stores, or, brought me into their own customer meetings. It's like when someone lets you in and really transparently trusts and shares with you, you will go to extraordinary lengths to innovate for them.
And it's also at what stage they're letting you in, right? I think we've had this discussion many times about from a content, campaign design perspective. I want to be in the game at the inception, not when it's already baked, because the solutions will be half baked then.
Definitely. Frustrations abound, I think, for all parties in the process when, you feel like you've been too late to the table when decisions have been made. Just to build on this topic, because you're all leaders within your own agencies and within the industry, how do you foster or train that within your teams, this ethos of better collaboration? You talked a bit about recognition and celebrating the successes. What are some of the ways that you're all currently thinking about fostering this deeper collaboration across the ecosystem?
So we actually are working in Denso, we're working with alliances. That's something that is very, very important to us. And in the alliances, when we are reaching out, for instance, when we reach out for an alliance with LinkedIn, we are saying that, you have great insights. How can I take Denso Marketing Cloud? How can I take your APIs and then, and do more with that? So that is something that we are doing from the partner ecosystem. And with our teams, it's about how can we get together? How can we talk together? And probably cross-pollination isn't something I may be doing on my brand, my client. It may be a completely different category, but there is something to learn for. There's a lot more that we need to do in that place. But these are the two things that we are doing to take this.
Alliances and learning and a lot of sharing internally.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so one more thing to add to what Sanchita said is also by calling these platform experts to our offices, to our conferences, and allowing them to share what's the best in class work that they have done. Also, it's the whole thing of, I think she mentioned inspiration. So I think that also helps, apart from what she mentioned about celebrating successes and awards and all that, always gets everyone on a high.
Great.
I think it's in every agency or group dynamic, we do have certain clusters of categories which we are familiar with, right? And I think that's the piece which requires exchange in terms of best-in-class use cases, which we can then use to kind of, go within the same category to different clients. And I think that we've seen very successful at our end. Like when we do that cross-pollination, there's inspiration in the same category of clients and they get inspired, whether it's, in our case, whether it's premium luxury clients or it's automobile portfolio. If you've done something very clutter-breaking, for example, recently we've just launched Skoda Kailak with Rohit Shetty. The whole launch was done in a way of a movie release. Otherwise, if you look at launch films or how car brands generally do, it's obviously there's one event, customer engagement, media drives. But when Singham is released in the big screen and you have Kailak launching a film with Rohit Shetty, it's pop culture. You're getting into people's mind. And well, I mean, the output was great because again, we looked at all the checklists in terms of the input, the output, the outcome, everybody was aligned and it just happened very fast.
That's awesome.
I think, see, the client is at the center and it's the origin of what we do and why we exist. And I spoke about driving collaboration intentionally and being able to repeat it. And for us, that starts with what we call as a client experience framework. That's the blueprint of what we want to do for the client. And then that drives who are we going to work with internally, externally. In my experience, if you need to replicate this, it has to be a process. I know people hate process, but I come from doing 20 years of only process and nothing else. So for us, if you don't have process to replicate and to drive this collaboration, we will have one-offs. We will not be able to create magic otherwise.
I mean, I think a process is what will make a difference. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
True that completely. I think the magic ingredient is process. Because sometimes when you feel like all the three parties are helter-skelter, they're lost, and somebody comes and says, okay, guys, process is missing. Maybe a Gantt chart is required. Maybe some sort of a, alignment, a revision or a brainstorming is required. That's it. So somewhere I do agree in the run to the race, to the end of the race, we do forget the process at times.
Ideally, a measurement framework attached to the process. And, I will speak from my years on the media platform side. Nothing brings more joy to your heart than when the agency will tell you that actually we have a specific client in mind or a specific industry in mind for this inspiration session, because it means we can really tailor it, really be useful. Or when the agency says, this is part of X process, because I think without that process, well-intentioned collaboration doesn't necessarily get to as productive a conclusion as it could.
I think one thing that we've really succeeded in, obviously, even within agencies, there are different, of course, brands, each has a different process. It becomes quite confusing. So one of the things that we've done in Dentsu is what we've called the infinity loop process. And basically it is a standard operating system, if you may call, which looks as what is the growth strategy in terms of which are the people and what are the relationship to business outcomes that we can drive. The second part of it is looking at what are the experiences, the game-changing experiences that we can create, and ultimately what are the performance analytics and the outcomes that we are driving. So in a way, what we have is this absolute operating system that everybody is following. And that we found as something, as more and more people are doing it, they're also getting to learn how to do it. There are many examples. And then you can, create a full body of work and success that we can celebrate.
Great. If I'm incredibly in reassured, I think if I'm a client in the room with the country's top agencies are thinking so thoroughly about embedding all of this thinking into frameworks, processes for clients, it's really, really, it's progressive, but it's also really important when we think about where things are going. So thank you all for sharing so openly. We will keep the open sharing going. I know everybody's probably really keen to hear some real examples, so that's where we're going to go next. Looking to share an example or a campaign, it can be a specific campaign or a broader example where collaboration together with different parties that we've been discussing led to something groundbreaking. What made it work? So I know you've got some great examples to share. Where would we like to start? Ashwin, shall I go straight to the end?
Yeah. I think this is actually a very recent campaign, not a very large campaign, but Unilever's brand Lakme in India. It's known as a mass brand, and recently they launched a premium version of line within the brand called Rose Bloom. And the launch itself, while it was very experiential on the ground, I think from a platform perspective, as well as the way we worked with Ogilvy on the creative, that was truly an example of process-driven collaboration, because there were only two platforms which were leveraged. There was Spotify, and then there was Snap. And the choice of the platforms came from an understanding of the audiences that we wanted to reach. And we sat down on the platforms and did a deep mining of these audiences. That insight went back to creative, and the whole creative strategy from Ogilvy came out of the insights that came from the platform. And the brand's seen the kind of sampling and adoption that they'd never seen in all the other launches that they'd done earlier. So great example of actually bringing everybody together and building it as a process where the handshake happens from one to the other. And to Shailja's point, we had 2 weeks to launch it. So the process also helped us crunch the timelines. Great example, small brand, but a great example of how collaboration came in from a creative perspective.
Super example. Thank you, Ashwin. Do you mean to say it was 2 weeks from beginning to launch? Wow, that's incredible. Incredible. I don't know how Sam would think about that in terms of the short term. Hopefully it had long-term results, even if it was a short-term development process. But I love the idea of, again, it's something as a platform we always want, which is, let's leverage the insights that we have, bring us to the table at a point. I'm sure Spotify and Snap were delighted to be asked to provide those insights that could inform the brief. Thank you for sharing that one. Sanchaji, I'll go in order.
So I think there were actually two. One that we did where we did a partnership with the Star Network. And why this was different is because it was for our Meesho client, and it showed how you can actually use something like the Star Network to drive app downloads, opens, and transactions. And the best ever festive campaign, which is actually 40% of any marketplace's sale. So that was very interesting in the ability of branding elements to drive actual performance. That was one. The other big collaboration that we are very proud of and we just concluded was for our client Intel, which, as you would know, is into AI PCs. Everybody understands the AI PC, they've heard it, but how do you demo and tell them what is possible? So that we brought alive by a collaboration between Intel, IFP, which is the highest, the greatest creators coming together, Guinness World Records, and Kara coming in, and we created the highest ever number of AI-driven images in a given point of time. So this was the power of collaboration of everybody coming together and showcasing something which was very difficult for consumers to get to understand in a simple way. So I think that's something very proud of what the team has achieved.
Congratulations. You can't beat a world record. To add to your shelf. Can I just tap in a little bit on that example? When I think about the many teams that must be involved in pulling off something like that, what made it work for the teams, just individual teams collaborating, if we can go a click into that?
So basically there was the business team from our side, the content team, the IFP team. There were a lot of creators that we were working with, and the client, because it really meant understanding what was possible on the product. This was an event which was there, but how could we ride on it? How could we extract more on it? And then, of course, the whole negotiation with Guinness, because anybody who's attempted to do a Guinness World Record will know it's not easy. And then the bravery and the boldness to say, I'm going to attempt it and going ahead and making it. So it's about, I believe, diverse people with diverse talents and skill sets coming together, and also the power and passion of wanting to make something happen. So these were the ingredients which enabled us to swing this up.
Thank you so much. Laura.
So I wanted to share an example of which recently concluded for Saffola, which is a cooking oil. And they have this thing of saying, okay, that's the oil which is very good for the heart. So every year on World Heart Day, we all, and this has been going on for the last almost 15 years. So every year on year, we come up with interesting ideas and innovations and partner with platforms and other media partners to come up with something interesting. So I'll give an example. A few years ago, or many years ago, we tied up with 6 radio stations, and all 6 stations for 1 hour just played the sound of a beating heart. And at the end of that was a message, a brand message. Cut to today, we recently concluded in October. So this year, what they came up with is how effectively, how well you climb up stairs is an indicator of heart health. So we launched the campaign on digital, and at the end, we created a microsite where consumers could, first download the thing and then talk to the protagonist, the lead model, and talk to them as they were climbing the stairs, and then they would get a measure of how good their heart was. What we also did was on TV, on general entertainment channels, we went to 4 main channels and went to the main shows. And in that, we partnered with them where in the lead character protagonists of those shows came into our ads saying that, and talking to the directors saying that, no, I don't want to do this shot over here. Let me do this shot on the top of a staircase. So, we integrated, and this was all done, managed through us, through the media. So it was a creative thing done, but done by the media agency. So it's done quite well for the brand. And it's been happening consistently year on year. We've been coming up with new ideas for this.
Thank you, Laura. That's such a great long-term brand example that has evolved with the times and evolved with new platforms. I love how integrated that was. And it occurs to me, just on the topic of the last session, you probably are doing good, while building that brand, because lots of people, if they're following those guidelines, will be getting a little bit healthier just by tapping.
And I have to say it was amplified a lot on LinkedIn.
Very, very happy to hear that always. Thank you. Shailja.
I have 2. Maybe I
Yes,
have
please.
5, but I'll stick to
Let me
2
check.
today.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, okay, we have 2 minutes. I think the first one was very interesting. Skoda challenged us on a project in which one of their pillars called Let's Explore, they wanted to do something in the sustainability space. And there was a thought, the wild thought was that in a village in Pune, we want to recycle plastic and create road. Right? And responsible exploration was the project in which, if you are traveling, don't throw the plastic outside the window, right? So all the plastic was collected at dealerships. We collaborated with one of the NGOs who recycled this plastic and created a 2.5 to 3 kilometer road. And the pain was when we spoke to the Sarpanch in the Panchayat, Lady Sarpanch, she told us stories which would make us weep if I go into details. There are kids who would go to schools and their shoes would get stuck in the mud because that road was in a very bad shape. Or the milkman would come in the van and the van will topple over because there's no road. Imagine a small village, tiny little village, somewhere deep in the heartland of India, is not able to communicate to the rest of the civilization just because there's no road. And that is the plight of our country in certain areas. And what better way to bring Let's Explore responsible exploration to life than create this road? So we ended up creating the road and also created a film which went on digital, and it was amplified by influencers. But it was something which warmed our heart as well, right? So that was one. The other one was HSBC during COVID. They had a proper proposition called the Starstruck, HSBC Starstruck. It was their way of being relevant to the consumer, right? So on their YouTube channel, they used to interact with celebrities. Celebrities would come, interact, talk, dance, sing. COVID finished, Starstruck Lounge concept, which was taken on ground from digital. And we brought it to life by taking sponsorships of concerts, events, because like I said earlier, experiential marketing had taken off big time. So we created the HSBC Starstruck Lounge experience by taking the first 10 rows of these concerts and giving that really money can't buy experiences to our customers. And we did it repeatedly. Red Bull show run, Arijit concert, Shakti concert. And I think it became extremely popular to the effect that then we took it back to Book My Show and created a unique exclusive page where you could go and access like Ed Sheeran concert or Dua Lipa concert, Bryan Adams concert, only exclusively through that microsite which was created on Book My Show, still called Starstruck. So that's how times can change. But if you have a very strong proposition, you can keep bringing it alive back again and again, and it will have its arms and legs if it is very strongly rooted in the customer experience, what it really means to the customer. What does Starstruck really means? It's a just up and close experience with your stars.
Thank you so much. Listen, someone mentioned earlier, we could keep going, by the way, but I have to bring us to a close. Someone mentioned us earlier that there's nothing like inspiration for bringing some of this to life. So we need the process, but we also need the inspiration to show us the way. So thank you all for bringing some inspiration just for us to finish the discussion with. I hope this has inspired wherever you sit, you're attending in the room, wherever you sit in this equation of media agents or agencies, clients, platforms, publishers, and so on. I hope this has inspired you a little bit to think about how you can be part of this future of creative collaboration. It has certainly inspired me to take some of this back to my team every day. So thank you again to my amazing panel. You all did a fabulous job. And thanks to the audience. I hope it's been a great discussion. It certainly has for me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for our entire panel for joining us. And maybe request you all to please come together. We'd allow us an opportunity to get you all together in one frame. Hashtag e4m Confluence as one word. I think with that being said, once again, let's give them a bigger round of applause, everyone. And thank you to all our leaders for joining us. But whilst as our panelists are on stage, may I request and allow me a moment to call upon, and please stay back to our entire panel. Allow us a moment to call upon Seema Walia, who's the National Head Agency of ShareChat and Moj, to please give us an opportunity of giving a token of appreciation to all our eminent panelists. So can we get the tokens of appreciation now being presented on stage? Thank you once again, Seema, for joining us, and please allow us an opportunity to give away the token to all of them, of course, starting with all right. Ashwin's been kind. Ladies first. All right. Ms. Verma, thank you so much for joining us today. Of course, we'd like to capture all of you in one frame. Tara, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause can continue as we have our leadership on stage. Thank you, Ms. Saraswati, for joining us today. Of course, the session chair, Catherine Flynn, thank you so much for curating such an excellent discussion. And now I believe, Ashwin, if that's okay, can we give it to you? Yes, thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Let's give him a bigger round of applause. And we just like one photo with, of course, Ms. Seema Walia in frame as well, getting them all together. And hashtag e4m Confluence is one word. Thank you to all our leaders for joining us today and for giving us such an excellent note of discussion. Well, there's a lot happening today at the third edition of e4m Confluence, the Media Investment Summit 2024. Now upcoming is going to be a session on the future of media channels, traditional, digital, and emerging. Trust me, you do not want to miss this. But let me tell you, on the other side, we have some pivotal discussions as well coming up. We're talking about transforming strategy into the impact in an unpredictable media landscape. We also have another great topic, and it's going to be a special address on how leaders can equip their teams with the skills and tools needed to thrive in a digital-first world. We also have another great discussion point, which is, are we keeping it real? How do we cut through the digital hype and embrace the genuine grit? So a lot is in store for you. We'd request you to scan the QR code for the agenda access and stay tuned. And remember to continue with the hashtag E4m Confluence. As the stage is now set, let's go ahead to our next course of discussion. Well, joining us is an industry veteran with over 30 plus years of experience, where he has built a highly awarded team of professionals and organizations that today form the country's leading media network. He's actively involved in various industry bodies, and today, let us reveal to you, he's also going to be the recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Media Ace Awards tonight. It's truly an honor that we have an opportunity that we're going to be hearing from him. So let's call upon, ladies and gentlemen, the big round of applause, none other than Mr. Shashi Sinha, CEO, Media Brands India, in conversation with the editor from E4M. Let's give it up for Tasmai Laha Roy. Come on, everyone. A bigger round of applause as we have Mr. Sinha, who's joined us and given us his valuable time. And of course, Ms. Roy, we'd like to leave it in your able hands to curate this discussion forward.
Thank you. So picking up from the introduction, we had a good news yesterday. We saw it on your socials on being the Distinguished Alumni Award winner at your alma mater. And we also have the big award coming up tonight. And you know, so many companies where you are there on the board, you started Lodestar, then you are also there on the BARC board. So many caps that you wear. Which role resonates most with you and why?
It's tough. Firstly, I must thank Exchange for Media, all of you, Anurag, Naval, all of you for the award coming up tonight. You know, it gives you great feeling of eyes when the industry recognizes you. It also makes you feel wonder, now is this a signal that now time to go? So that always, especially when it comes in the month of November, but that's fine. So I think there are many roles, you know, to answer your question, but nothing can take away from the first role. Because all this would not have been possible if you had not created Lodestar. You know, as I said to you in some other contexts, most people don't know. The IPG was late to the party. You know, WPP had consolidated media long back. And I think 2000, Group M was formed in 2000 or 2001, if I remember right. And Interpublic had 3 agencies, creative agencies, FCB, McCann, and Lintaz. And they started, and the global engines were, media engines were with McCann, which was UM, and with the Lintaz, which was initiative. FCB didn't have an engine. And we felt media was important. So Anil Kapoor, who was the CEO of FC Bulga, called me and said, listen, do you want to start this? I said, sure. He said, there's zero revenue. There is only expense. So, and we said, okay, let's look for a name. And most people in the audience will not know this. So we said, well, look around. And then got my team together, Apurva, Nandini, and the girl called Arpita. We created the media department of FCB. So you have to create a name. And Lodestar is the name which came out of the team. Apurva is the one who designed that name. So we started from there. Then we said there's no business, zero revenue. So Anil said, you know, and this I think was a turning point. He turned around and said, no. So first I went and asked a couple of my veterans. Very clear. Sorry, I'm taking long because this is a day of reflection. So I asked a couple of my senior people in the industry, 2 of the leading people, very good friends. So not anything negative. How do you run this? Because, you know, media has a wafer thin margin business, 2.5% or whatever. So one of them said that, you know, you don't have to run it as a business. You run it as a department and you'll be all right. I said to myself, this is not what I've been taught. There's something wrong in this. The second one said, be a niche boutique. You'll never make it big. You'll never be big. You'll always be, you know, thing. You never, ever become big. So I said, this also doesn't sound right. But the entry point is given is good, that you become a boutique, become niche. And so we started Lodestar. Like I said, there was no revenue at all, you know. So we, fortunately for us at that point in time, the Tata IOR broke up into multiple companies and we won a lot of that business and that stayed with us. So I think starting from zero revenue and today, building to whatever it was, you can't take anything away from that. I still remember, most people in the room will not know, the team said, and I always believe in the team said, listen, the only way to get this is getting our act together. We'll never win big clients until we don't recognize ourselves. So 2000, I think it was 201, when the first MVs were started,
Right.
and Group M was very big, the other agencies were established. And suddenly there's one name which popped up with the agency of the year, which was Roadstar. The first agency of the year was Roadstar. So people took notice. They said, what is this? So I think in those 5 years, the young girl walked in who started in 94 as a trainee with us. Today the CEO of Roadstar. So I'm just talking about the Roadstar journey and the CEO walks in. She started as a trainee. The other thing about this company, which I'll come to later. So, I think the big high was that taking it from zero revenue to, by God's grace, we are reasonably all right now. So I think you can't, nothing can take away from that. And the fact that that is what gave me everything else.
Right.
If that success had not happened, then probably the IPG mantle would not have come when IPG woke up, and I think a good 10, 11 years after WPP to consolidate all this after all the pulls and pressures, which I think was 2012 and when I got the job. So I think, everything came from that, but that was the turning point.
Absolutely. And, talking of turning points and evolution and journeys, for long, people have been discussing about how print is coming to an end. And then now we have the same conversation about TV being at a crossroad, right? And while we see digital AdX skyrocketing, is digital actually the answer to everything, to all client requirements? And is it the only solution in the way ahead?
That's a quick jump from history to a trap question. Huh? Well, listen, I sit on the BARC board, I chaired. I've been actively involved with MRUC. So difficult for me to sit around. I'll probably not be there, not be doing for face sake. I genuinely believe both these medium have huge capabilities and legs and content. Digital is there. They have to coexist and they have to learn ways of coexisting. A stage will come when they will feed off each other. Just now, they're all trying to find place in the sun. Digital is finding its own place in the sun. And, in my personal view, and people say you're old-fashioned, it's a bit overstated at this point in time. Equilibrium will come somewhere, as they say in Hindi, or in water finds its own level, water will find its level. So there will be place for all three. Finally, it's content, and don't forget the best quality content or content creators are originally created for the TV medium. And that is what all the print medium in that manner, So they will now find, we got to monetize that content. Monetization only come from there. Digital monetization other than Google and Facebook and maybe a little bit LinkedIn I saw, but otherwise very difficult for people to monetize. So,
right.
So the economics of the business has to come finally from this industry.
Right. And, a peculiar thing about TV that we were talking in other sessions through the morning as well, that when we talk of TV audience, we often miss out the ones that are watching same content on CTV. So, and the universe includes both people watching on linear and on connected television.
It's a material, just not, I think the fact is, you see, it's a entry point, and I think, and I keep saying this, and I repeat what I said earlier. I blame the measurement system for this, for this whole emergence of CTV. I'll explain to you why. India is, is a mass country.
Right.
And the BARC system, for a variety of reasons I won't go into, is geared to measure the bulk of the country, mask. Yeah. So it's not geared to measure people like these in the home. I'll give you a simple, small instance. There are many reasons, but one of the reasons which I say, or there are 2-3 key reasons I'll call out today. So one reason is this whole business is on, you're measuring individual homes on the meter. You're supposed to press a button. Right. Now, no self-respecting person in this room will press a button every day and watch his home. Right. There are particular kind of people who will measure. So that's the system. And for that, I blame a lot of advertisers who want, individual, not realizing that they're doing disservice. The second is this whole NCCS definition is very broad. Today, 25% of India is NCCS A. So when recruiting is easy to recruit someone who's, So I think now what has happened, because you're not measuring, TV was focusing on bulk. No harm in that. Anupama was doing very well because there was a particular kind of profile who watched Anupama. There was a gap for people in the room, which OTT filled. Now you can measure that. When you start measuring that and people start monetizing that, definitely then there'll be more content coming in that line. And then who's to say that content cannot be on TV? Why should that content not be on SD? Why should that content not be on CTV? So to me, these are all artificial boundaries created by us. And for that, I think the system has not kept pace. If the system had kept pace, the measurement system, things would have been better. We are working on that. Hopefully, in my term as BAC chair, hopefully we'll crack that.
Perfect. In fact, that was one of my next questions, that what is happening around that front where we're talking of a unified measuring
So,
system or
the
metric.
veteran like Mr. Batsara here, unfortunately, not too many advertisers. Mr. Batsara, he will empathize with what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah, it's very easy. We are as advanced as most countries in the world on all capabilities. Our problem is mindset of our leaders, what they want, what they don't want. Yeah. So I give you 2-3 small instances. BAC for the last 6 or 7 years is running a digital panel. Yeah, the digital panel is of 50,000 homes, average of 4.5 people. So say 12,000 or 15,000, I forget the exact number. People also have a mobile smartphone, they have a meter there.
Yes.
So we are measuring the interplay between TV and digital. You need a large audit for small fragmented viewership, but people in the room may have visibility too. Now we are not allowed to come into public space with a short-sighted vision of what will happen. Therefore, all claims are made. All kinds of claims on both sides. TV claims says one thing, digital says another thing. So this is stunting the growth of the industry, you know. So I think, like I was saying, it's for people to come together and decide we want this. And which is what I said. I mean, the advantage of not being as senior as Mr. Balsara, but being senior enough, you can get away by saying various things. People don't do much to it. We need a unified system. And the unified system has to be finally pushed by advertisers. If advertisers don't fund, they don't pay, nothing will happen. You know, because finally, who's going to pay? Agencies are not going to pay it. Broadcasters, rightly so, will say we'll pay what we want. Publishers will say the same. Digital publishers say the same. So finally, it's coming from the ADEX or whatever, 1,50,000 crores. They have to pay, they have to fund it, and you'll get a. So it's not a capability problem.
Right.
Mind you, I repeat, it's not a capability problem. It's someone has to sit down and decide. Leaders like him have to sit down and decide. We want it done. Some senior people from advertising. You know, BAC started in my personal view. Both of us are involved in the journey. It was started because when many people were responsible, but one man should get credit, which is Hemant Bakshi, who was the marketing director at Hindustan Lever at that point in time. The biggest advertiser in the country said, we want this to happen. He pushed it, things happened. I believe you agree, sir.
Right. And you know, another part of the same conversation last time we spoke, you also spoke about premium households and how that is also on the cards when it comes to measurements. And there is a little bit of pushback on finding the households that are ready to get on board.
That we are at it. So I think premium homes, I've said to Nakul that that's my, at least for working free for BAC for so many years, I mean, chairman for 3 years, the least you can do is that. So he's agreed. So I think March, April date, hopefully, because every time he talked to me, say, yeah, you know, we're doing it. I said, doing it is fine. Now give me a date. So hopefully by April, we'll have a premium panel in place, you know. So at least you'll measure what homes like these are watching, you know. And if we get that panel right, then adding CTV to is very easy.
Right.
So CTV, the broadcasters have to agree to participate because CTV cannot be measured. So, I mean, IPL we can capture. IPL is huge viewership, so the reach is very high. But, you know, small fragmented shows which are delayed viewing or time-lapse viewing, that we need participation or some metric from the broadcasters, be it Sony Live or Z or whoever, Jio, whatever, Hotstar, those things. If they participate, it will happen definitely.
Perfect.
They may not want to participate. That's a separate matter. But we will get CTV going. My friend, at this stage, I can get away by saying everything, you know, it doesn't matter.
Right. And you know, another important piece in this conversation is also where the audience is. There is so many platforms where the audience is. Gen Z is on a certain kind of platform. Millennials are on some other platform. And there is so much content option as well. So what we're trying to understand here is there any untapped platform, according to you, that brands can utilize to, you know, capture a particular niche or a diversity of particular audience?
Tough question to answer, that's very tough. I mean, whatever I've been taught, and my dear friend Vikram is missing, but we're taught to look at data to answer the question.
Right.
Where there's data, you'll get the answer. Where you don't have data, very difficult to answer.
Right.
And it's the world is coming to a full circle. We used to internationally used to go more data, better. Then I say actually less data is better because then you have more to hide, less to show. So I think the point is the more we have to show, the more we share, you'll get the answers there. But it'll be seat of the pant thinking if I answer,
Right.
anything which I say on my own.
What are the brands asking for when you have the conversation with them? What are they asking for? People, traditional brands who have now invested a significant sum of their ad dollars on digital. What is the conversation that they are having?
So there are two kinds of conversations. One is still people want specialization and
Right.
they're trying to do the entire thinking on their own. Yeah. But we see a trend emerging. A lot of people are turning around saying that give us a holistic solution. We want accountability. So rather than multiple people, and everyone saying, listen, I did my piece. You're the conductor, but if the music didn't play well, that's not my problem. I did. My instrument was fine. Violin was perfect. Some clients, I won't say many, but some clients are coming to the conclusion that it is, I give you a classic example, and I used to wonder why. There's a client, unfortunately, we're going to handle from next year for global reasons, Amazon. We learned a lot on the client.
Yes.
And normally people don't talk about business which goes. I want to talk about business. The reason why I'm saying this, we worked with them for 10 years. We were responsible for the launch in India. And the thing was that they gave everything to us.
Right.
And when in the beginning, when they gave to us, Amit Agarwal, who was the CEO, was actively involved, not now. And he asked this question, you're such a digital company, you understand digital very well. You probably, my team will hate me for saying this, understand it better than us. Not probably, you probably do, you do definitely. Why are you asking us to do your digital planning? And the answer was lovely. He said, listen, we want an integrated solution. That's true integrated. You are accountable for everything. You will learn. So if someone like Amazon, who does it day in and day out, who understands all the data and everything they do, they don't share the data, but they have everything with them. If they're willing to give you an integrated solution, why shouldn't others? I think there is a story in that. This is the concept of giving you a complete solution to everything.
Since you mentioned about the one that went away, do you also want to touch upon any new ones that you're getting on board?
Never count your chickens before they hatched.
Great. And, another one question that we have been asking everybody about striking the right strategy, the balance between traditional and digital. I know it's a little repetitive at this point, but what are the key strategies that brands should look at when they are trying to balance between their spends in traditional and digital?
This is a question best answered by younger people who are there in the room, there. But jokes apart, I think, each situation, each brand, each company responds has their own tools and techniques to, firstly, their objectives and what tools and techniques you're responding to. So that matters. I mean, beyond a point, very difficult to give a generalist answer. It's very, very, very targeted. I've told you. I mean, like you go back to the Amazon example, Amazon is coming in, the digital penetration or e-com penetration is not more than 2%, 3%. Conventional has said, let's put everything on digital. But 60% of the spends in the first 4, 5, 6, 7 years was all on traditional, on TV plus print, primarily television, So there is a reason for that. The building up credibility, building up salience, building up, the approachability, many, many reasons for that. So someone could have easily said, well, I have so many people to go, let's do performance, and I'll get. That time they were not in so many pin codes or 90% pin codes and all. There were hardly any pin codes. They would have said, listen, the span, the scale, everything was different. The thinking was different. So, it depends on what your vision is, what your objective is. That decides it.
Talking about decisions, one last thing about media questions. Pitches, a lot of people are talking about, has it at all come down to only prices, or is strategy still a very big part of the conversation that you're having at pitches?
So let me put it this way. My sense, compared to global standards, in India, pricing plays a larger role.
Right.
And it should change. I think whatever little homework, if I remember our president, 3 or 5 president showcasing to us, it is a lot more pricing driven today.
Right.
But I'm sure this market will evolve because finally they'll realize pricing evens out, Pricing has lower pricing is a way of biting you somewhere.
Right.
So pricing will be even out, and finally it's quality. What happens is in a lot of organizations, the media line investment is so big is so big that, the procurement guys come in, finance guys come in, and therefore it's very difficult to go against them and define quality. But I think globally they have found a way. And I'm saying this, the easiest thing for us to say as a global network, we lost Amazon, as publicly I'm saying it, we lost Amazon, easiest to say because of pricing. I don't think that was true.
Right.
Pricing would have played a role, but I think a lot more would have played a role. So I think India is still to evolve to that extent. We'll get there.
Great. And one last question, we will come back to where we started from. Over the years, in almost 3 decades of your career and more, you have shaped the media landscape in more ways than one, right? And while we are not hinting at the fact that you're ending your journey here with the industry, but still, what is the kind of legacy that you'd want to leave behind, and what is your pro tip to people who aspire to reach a place somewhere where you have reached?
So firstly, the big word you're using, shape the industry, is not what I've done. I lived every day myself, not knowing where, traveling from Lokhandwala to Nariman Point and then to Sakinaka of all the places. I mean, you don't think of legacy when you're traveling from Lokhandwala to Sakinaka, you think of a commute on a daily basis. But jokes apart, I think it's been an enjoyable ride. Yeah. And it's really been an enjoyable ride. And I think most importantly is that, enjoy what you're doing. You have a bunch of friends. I have one thing which I'll say. I mean, I say this and I say it constantly. I've always treated this as a family. So we may compete. His company, mine, Group M and us may compete by day. But I can assure you, we are the best of friends. You'll be surprised how friendly we are. You'll be surprised how much we discuss with each other. Than anyone else. So I think the great thing about this industry, especially the media part of the advertising industry, I'm not sure the creative side is as friendly. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. But us, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6 of us, whatever. So we are family, we are one. And, we care about the industry. We may compete by day. Our fellows may do something naughty once in a while, but in terms of undercutting the other. But otherwise, we are and that's been the pride that we are one Biradri, we are one industry, we stand for this industry.
One fun question to end the session with. If you were to choose a movie name that you could sum up your career as, what would that be? I have one in mind, but I'd want to hear yours.
No. Not in a public forum, but yes.
I can think of Shandar.
Shandar. Thank you for such kind words, but I'm not sure that is right. It's happenstance more than anything. It's happened by accident, Series of accidents got me to where I am to deal with stalwarts, Ms. Balsara and many others, there. So I'm very lucky to be here. Sir, it's been a good week. The award they're giving me, what you gave you last time, they gave me tonight. But more importantly was 5 days back, my alma mater. I was called by the alma mater, the engineering college, and great difficulty I passed out of the college. The biggest high was that, the great difficulty I passed. I had to go take 30 seconds to tell the story.
Please do.
So I was called by IIT Kanpur saying, that you must come distinguished alumnus award, which is what you alluded to in the beginning. So I said, this one I must go for. I was down with viral, but I said, must go because you can't miss this opportunity, never come again. So he said, why are you so excited? I said, I'm excited because I passed out with the skin of my teeth. So to go back to say that that is something worthwhile. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, sir, for the session.
Thank you so much. And may we request both of you to please stay with us on stage. Allow us a moment to capture you together. Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause for none other than Mr. Shashi Sinha at the 3rd edition of e4m Confluence, the Media Investment Summit 2024. Of course, a moment of glory right there on stage. When we request you to hashtag e4m Confluence. And of course, let's bring in a token of appreciation. Also, if we could request Mr. Ankit to now please join us on stage to give a token of appreciation to our dignitary. Is he present, I believe? Allow me a moment, if you can just present the token of appreciation, if our lady, our editor, can please further present it to Mr. Shashi Sinha. Ladies and gentlemen, a roaring round of applause when you have a legend right here amongst us on the 3rd edition of the e4m Confluence, the Media Investment Summit 2024. Also, if Mr. Sinha, since you're on stage, we'd also like to have an opportunity of calling upon Mr. Karthik Mehta, Head of Asia Channel Factory, to please now join us on stage. Sir, if you could allow us a moment of glory to be shared with Mr. Shashi Sinha. We'd just like to capture the both of you on stage as well. Of course, a moment of glory. Let's continue with the applause for our leader and, of course, our speaker as well, who has taken out his valuable time and joined us. Thank you once again to the both of you, and thank you for joining us. With that, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned as there's going to be a lot on the other side, but I know that we all deserve this hearty break. So let's all proceed towards the lunch area. It's going to be a short break. I don't think that's going to be short enough because it's 45 minutes. So that's enough and more for all of us to devour and get our energy back. Thank you and stay tuned, as on the other side, we've got some great sessions coming up. Look at the agenda whenever you get the opportunity. But meanwhile, we'd just like to say, on the other side, joining would be on transforming strategy into the impact in an unpredictable media landscape. Stay tuned, as a lot is happening.
We're Channel Factory, the only YouTube measurement program partner in India. We offer unmatched campaign control, efficiency, and ROI. Our AI-powered categorization system, driven by IAB 3.0, provides superior brand alignment and up to 30% cost efficiency. Access real-time and historical YouTube data for precise targeting. Our proprietary AI-enabled View IQ dashboard offers cross-platform reporting on content quality, audio relevance, metadata, computer vision, sentiment analysis, and viewership trends. Channel Factory, your partner for YouTube success, trusted by industry-leading brands for precise ad placements and ultimate brand suitability.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
रंगों से सजी एंटरटेनमेंट की दुनिया में हम लेकर आए हैं रंगों से भरा एंटरटेनमेंट का गुलदस्ता। पहली पेशकश शिमारू टीवी, जहां हर रंग की अलग पहचान है। महाकाव्यों के संग लहराता इतिहास महान है। हिंदी ड्रामा का चहीता और उभरता सितारा शिमारू उमंग, खुशियां बिखेरती है यहाँ नारी शक्ति, कभी बन के संगिनी तो कभी मां, जिनका दर्जा ईश्वर समान है। रीजनल जनरल एंटरटेनमेंट का बादशाह शेमारू मराठी बाणा, जुड़े हैं जो अपनी संस्कृति से उन कहानियों में छुपे हैं जज्बात। और यूथ एंटरटेनमेंट का नया डेस्टिनेशन चुंबक टीवी, एंटरटेनमेंट का लीजिए पूरा मजा शेमारू ब्रॉडकास्ट नेटवर्क के साथ।
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back once again. We're looking forward to hosting all of you to a day of delight and knowledge. Before we begin and restart with our event, we'd like to once again thank all our partners who made this event possible for us. You did see the partner presentations once you joined us back. Our powered by partners, LinkedIn, and Prismex, simplifying connected ecosystem. Our gold partner being Channel Factory, a YouTube measurement program partner in India, and Tyro, APAC's leading ad tech platform for growth marketing. Also, we'd like to thank our gold partner, ShareChat and Moj, which is India's largest short-form video platform. And of course, Aaj Tak being our gold partner. Our associate partner being Media Smart, integrating consumer journeys across screens. And our co-partner being Shimaru, India Khushua. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to now get into a very engaging panel discussion, which will be talking about the transforming strategy into impact in an unpredictable media landscape. A look at how agencies and media firms can build agility into their strategies amid the digital, AI, and social media shifts. We're talking about balancing creativity with measurable execution and fostering resilient teams through strong leadership and learning from real case studies. With that, let's now call upon the esteemed panelists who have joined us today, starting with none other than Mr. Mohit Joshi, CEO, Havas Media Network India. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him out here. Mr. Joshi, if I could request your company on my extreme left, just so that we can get you right under the creative. Thank you so much. Also, if I could request the CEO of Mob Avenue, Mr. Ishank Joshi. Let's give Mr. Joshi a warmer round of applause as we welcome him on the stage. Mohit, sorry, extreme left. Yes, and then Mr. Joshi, yes. Sorry, I'm a little particular in the seating. Apologies if that was an issue. We'd also request the CEO of Lodestar e4m, Aditi Mishra, to now please join us. Let's give our lady leadership a warmer round of applause as we welcome her to the stage. Welcome, Aditi, and thank you so much for joining us. We'd also now like to call upon the Chief Growth Officer of MediaSmart, Nikhil Kumar. Let's give Nikhil a warmer round of applause as we welcome him. Well, shortly, Mr. Shekhar Banerjee, who's the Chief Client Officer and Office Head West, North and East of Wavemaker India, will join us. We'll allow him a couple of minutes whilst he joins us. But now it is my opportunity to call upon the session chair, Akshay Mathur, Chief Revenue Officer of Tyro. Let's give Mr. Mathur a warmer round of applause as we welcome him to the stage. Thank you, Mr. Mathur, for joining us. And of course, we'd like to leave it in your able hands. Yes, that's okay as per when Mr. Banerjee comes. All right, over to you. Thank you.
Cool. I think we have a great panel over here. And today the session is all about how do you transform strategy into impact, especially in the media landscape that we are in. So we have great representation in the panel, and thank you for being here. I think from the session, there are 3 or 4 things that we want to kind of take out. One is around AI trends that is there in the industries. Secondly, creative versus execution, right? What is the balance and how do we create that balance? Third is basically leadership's role, especially in the agencies ecosystem. How do you drive agility around that as leaders? And fourth, basically tons of case studies or examples that you have, real life examples that just make it all real, right? So these are the 4 things. I'll start the session with you, Mohit. So the first question is like the first thing that you can think of when you think about transformation is all about AI these days, right? And especially in the media landscape, there is a lot of adoption of AI that is happening across industries, but especially in media and different aspects. So how can media agencies basically ensure that their clients benefit out of technological advancements that are happening in the industry without compromising the quality of these services? Like, what is your take on that?
Thanks. In my view, AI or Gen AI has become a very big buzzword today because of ChatGPT, but AI has been there for a very long time and we've been using it. Google Map was AI, Ola is AI. There's so much of AI that's already there in our lives. Unfortunately, at that point in time, it never got the kind of boost or importance till ChatGPT came and told everybody what all AI could do. So in my view, what is happening is we are talking a lot of AI, but not much is getting implemented. And the reason for that, I feel, is because one, there has to be a strategic alignment with the client's objectives. Now, we've found a very smart tool. Now we are trying to implement it everywhere. That is not how it will work. We have to find the client's requirement and then take a solution to the client with that tool. And that is when it will work. So in my view, I still feel that only a few cases are there where there are strategic alignments with the
overall strategy where we are using AI, right? I mean, AI was always being used many years back also to cut down your cost, to optimize your backend operations. So that I don't call AI, right? That's not an AI at all. And the second thing is that we need to be transparent, because AI today has become a very, very big behemoth, right? We need to be transparent, and we need to be aware of the implications of AI, both for ourselves as well as for the clients, right? And we have to be very sensitive about how responsibly we are using that. I think more of, in my view, we are still at the start of it. We need to get educated and educate our clients and together get educated. I don't think we are also educated. We are all talking AI, but none of us know what all it can do for us, other than the top line things that everybody discusses. We need to educate ourselves. We need to educate our clients, find strategic areas where AI can really work for both the client as the agency, and then implement it there. So at Havas, we're doing a few things that I will share later, but that's, I think, the process that has to be followed. Not that suddenly ChatGPT has come and now everywhere it is getting used to create every post. So that's my thought.
Got it. So you're saying it's not one solution fit all. You have to be very sensitive to what the client's requirement is and then move forward.
Absolutely.
AI has been in existence.
It has to be a meaningful AI. So it has to create some meaning for the client and for the agency and for whoever is engaged with that AI.
Got it. And that holds true for any technology that comes in, right? It's AI now, but generally any new technology comes in, you need to be more customized. Ishank, what's your point of view on that?
So, we've been working on AI for last, I would say, 24, 36 months. And our journey has been, we've classified into three parts. So one is, as a platform, you need to be AI enabled. But for the clients, it is AI assisted. And in our journeys, when we are working with our global agency partners, we are doing autonomous AI agents. That is where we are seeing a lot of traction, because a lot of repeat work which happens in a media agency, right? I'll give you an example. What you can do with social media post, right? If you see, autonomous AI agents are able to now write a post. You can also improve and find out what are the what are the likes, what are the comments. You can analyze that. You can also do analysis on whether it is relevant for the audiences, for the customer or the client. Third part would be, again, closing the loop and doing it again and again. So the only thing, in the Western side of the world that we are seeing it, which is happening, is that they just want to improve 0.1% on a daily basis. So they have built different agents for each specific job, and that is doing 24/7 work. So for media agencies, we are seeing there is a very large implementation, and maybe the agencies should start looking at autonomous AI agents, which are enabling basically their talent to be much more better. There's always a fight between a talent and AI, and we are a firm believer that AI is not there to lose jobs. It's, if you can embrace it, you can talk about it, you can engage it, you can make it even more better. So for media agencies, we definitely are seeing traction there. But for the clients, as Mohit said, you need to look at really, really strong use cases. A lot of clients are not able to understand, or those who are able to understand, they are anyways building their own AI infrastructure and AI layering at their end. But large clients are depending on agencies, and it is more about AI assistance there. So you can build your infra there, you can need to build your assistance there. And that is where, we're seeing the traction. As a platform, we work very heavily on the AI last, 24 months. Yeah.
Got it. So a lot of, you're saying AI assisted, roles would come out.
Yes.
AI for insights, from social media, etc., is something that is, a role that agencies could.
Yes, I mean, you can apply autonomous AI agents in any of the role in the agencies. It could be in planning, it could be in creating, it could be in insights, it could be in audience segmentation, it could be in planning, it could be on campaign results, it could be on A/B test. The idea is that you need to have the infra to build, autonomous bots or autonomous agents, which help the media agencies to become better and better every single day.
Got it. Aditi, from Lodestar's perspective, like, are you guys investing in such, I'm sure you guys are, but like, what are those things and what's your perspective that you're doing?
So, I do agree with both of them in terms of, the lens that they have put. But I think it's important for us as organizations to sort of step back because, like you said, AI is one tech today which is become exciting, and tomorrow there will be something else which will come. And it's important to perhaps differentiate also, and Mohit said it interestingly, not all of us know everything yet. There is a difference between AI and Gen AI. Exciting part of AI is the Gen AI, make your picture, make your thing. AI ML has been around for quite some time. And I think pretty much all agencies, anybody who works with data in a big way uses AI ML, because the whole part of AI ML is to do what you were saying, that, how do we respond speedier, better, in a way which is more meaningful to clients, but in a much more agile manner. So that's something that everybody is doing. We are also doing. You're absolutely right. I think the elements where people are now experimenting with, especially because we are, somewhere in a field which is a cusp of creativity and data. That's how I like to look at media, that you are creative, you are in the communication business, but at the same time, you're really powered by a lot of data. And that's where I think the power of Gen AI can come to your help, wherein if you are feeding it the right data, then it can give you really meaningful insights for how you want to deploy. So what we have done, and that was your question, what we have done at Lodestar is, as a part of IPG, we have a AI setup which is just internal. So it does not look at data from the outside. It builds on data that we feed it for our clients. So that allows us 2-3 things. It allows us to keep it within a closed ecosystem. There's no challenge of data going out. There is no challenge of somebody else using that data. And then what it is allowing our teams to do today is that, you have huge data amounts to process. Let's say he was talking strategy. For a strategist to work, you have to digest a lot of category data, media data, consumer data, and then quickly come out, with something. And with this whole requirement for agility, clients are now expecting response, what we would have worked in a week, they now want in 2 days, sometimes in 2 hours also. So with that, this is a tool to empower what the people on the other side can do. It allows them to move faster, think faster, not maybe waste time in work, which would have physically taken a lot of time. But I think moving forward, I see AI as something which will always be assistive. I don't see AI replacing this whole merging of, your creativity along with data. I think it'll always be assisting. If we allow AI to take over, then, all plans will look the same, because eventually it'll be the same data. So that is, I think, my view on what's happening.
Got it. So a lot of internalization to bring efficiencies, which then help advertisers, clients, customers to scale. Nikhil, what about you? How is media?
It's the disadvantage of being fourth, because then everything else has been covered by the 3, right? But I mean, I'll pick up a cue from probably Mohit. And when AI has not been around from the time he said, it's been around for way longer. I mean, most of us probably on this panel saw Terminator. How long back was that, man? Well, that was AI. Okay, it took us 30 years for NVIDIA or NVIDIA now, whichever you want to call it, with the new nomenclature, for that to become real. Okay, and we're still not clear if we're really getting it, what this guy is doing, right? So I think it's not really definitively talking about artificial intelligence. I think that's a good way, and you call it AI and everybody wants to talk about it. But like she said, like Aditi mentioned, like what's exciting is the applications of AI, right? Mohit mentioned ChatGPT. Ishank mentioned applications, algorithms which run on the back end to serve certain kind of dynamic creatives or dynamic ads, or ad serving to a capability of processing data and being able to serve the right kind of ad to with the right 0p, 1p. We will get to that later. And then Aditi mentioned Gen AI, which is really about generative AI applications into various forms of advertising, strategy, ad serving, ad loading, ad optimizations, and we can go on from there, right? When it comes to the client lens of it, right, I think education will take its fair share of time. I started the first line by saying Terminator was there for 30 years, right? I mean, nobody's even talking about it. Those guys cracked it. Spielberg cracked it then, right? But it took us that amount of time to get to this point. But I think when it comes to advertising, and specifically realizing the importance of advertising context in AI, I think it's not a fad. I would like to believe it's not like the meta world and everybody will be there and making their 3D avatars. Probably it's a little bit more, sorry to anyone, but it's a little bit more practical in terms of usage. It's got a lot more depth to it when it comes to coding, and a little bit more understanding and science to it. It's a lot of algorithms which are processing data to analyze certain information. How much? So AI solves for the how. What is what humans have to define? And I think you will get to a part of the question where you will say, how much is enough, right? So I think at MediaSmart, we are a programmatic platform. Applying artificial intelligence to serving ads is as logical as the terminology programmatic itself. A lot of times within the Asian subcontinent, you will hear a lot of programmatic, self-serve, programmatic, but then you hire 20 people to do it. It defeats the whole purpose of programmatic and self-serve, right? So I think I wanted to keep it light because there's so much information already shared, but I think application is where AI functionalities come in. In general, that term has been around for as long as we can remember. I think a simple toaster with a very basic mechanical application could be artificial intelligence at a point of time, right? So I think simplicity in the way you look at things or complexity in the way you want to derive it, it's a call that you take.
Good one. Shekhar, I'll just repeat the question for you. Is that we're asking... Okay, great. What's your point of view?
Yeah, this is Nawan. I got a fairly good understanding of the question also and the theme that the panel is talking about. I just want to simplify and say that if you go back to the heading of the discussion, we're talking about transforming strategy. Honestly, at this point of time, we don't see AI playing any strategic role. What it does is that it's a lot of assistance work, which we all talked about. They're in a very simple way, but at the same time, a bit of a jargon. They are large language models. They are LLMs, which can do high amount of data processing for you at a speed which human beings will take longer time. That's where AI is right now sitting. Gen AI is a bit of evolution in that, but it is also a large language model with a bit of a language layer to it. So we have to see it from that lens. So when we look at AI in our system, we see it basically solving three problems for us. AI as a creative support, AI as basically large data processing, and third being AI for process optimization. These are the three buckets in which we see it, and and that's how our work tracks are designed internally. And I'm fairly confident that it will be almost the same way. There will be branches within that, but at this point of time, we are not able to pull it up and see, can it solve a strategic problem for us? Unlikely. The strategic problems are getting solved by human beings only. Yeah. So that's where it sits.
So more like Aditi was mentioning, more assisted rather than like just solving for strategy and stuff like that, right?
Assisted, I think they are quite actually stupid the way the AIs are right now. So they need a lot of assistance. So yeah.
I think it's it's just about allowing human beings to be faster, better. So you could walk from here to there, but if you have a cycle, you can just move faster. But cycle is not going to solve a strategic issue. Yeah. So it's like it's a very simple way, but it's something like that. So it's just somebody's ability to do things faster, really allows you to be better.
It's like a very good example, cycle that occurred to me. You are trying to solve a strategic problem is you're trying to solve traffic of Mumbai. AI can max do is route optimization for you. It will not solve the traffic problem. That's a strategic problem.
But I think just to I beg to differ, but probably be with you also on the same point that I knew. Strategy is a function of what data input are you giving to the AI algorithm, right? I can make a strategy to optimize for the problem I want to solve. And let's stick to the Mumbai example. I could feed in the data of car purchases for the last 10 years in Mumbai, ensure that they are not able to buy a car. Now you can buy it from Daman and Diu. There'll always be a guy who does the jugaad. We are Indians, but technically, can AI solve that problem? The answer is yeah, probably. And again, it's a lot about what input you give into what output you get. And I'm completely not in disagreement with what you guys are also saying, because at the end of the day, the person who gave that is still you, right? The person who still fed that data for that strategy is still you. So obviously, it's not a debate about human versus AI. I think it's a debate about where are they now? And I completely agree with you. There is so much, and Mohit started by saying there is such a hype about, will AI do this? It's been around forever, right? You just call artificial intelligence AI and everybody wants to talk about it, right? So I mean, okay, let's call it something else and let's, but if you look at ChatGPT, how it's solving for real problems, how Gen AI is solving for real problems. You can apply a Gen AI ecosystem within a programmatic buying ecosystem. It can do wonders. It is really saving companies monies in various ways. It is increasing your traffic. It is increasing your optimization funnels and many more ways than possible. So I think early days, like, Shekhar
I
said.
love diverse point of view. I think Mohit, you have another.
No, I just wanted to add to what he was saying. I'm not talking media strategy, but I'm talking about a strategy for a person, right? If I'm a person, and let me not talk about Bombay because that's not possible in Bombay, and you don't know why. But say Delhi, right? If I want to go from Gurgaon to Noida, right? And I use my Google Maps. That's AI, right? Because it's giving you those options. Now there is a strategy that I can make basis the inputs that I get from there. There are 5 different routes that I can take, and one of them is the most optimum one. So AI is helping me not build a strategy, but I would say create a strategy or create the best ROI strategy.
It's giving us the information which will help us design a strategy.
Exactly.
It helps us it gives us the
Absolutely.
doing the processing work, giving us all the information which is required to build the strategy.
And which is why I'm reiterating, because right now we don't know as either clients or agencies what are those strategic problems that we want to solve with AI. So that will take some time.
I think that's also an evolution, because it's a okay, shiny new tool, but it's something nice and new, and we are trying to figure out. And I think, while I agree with both of you in terms, because both of you are from the space where already there is a lot of relatively sanitized data, and hence, it's programmatic, it's easier to deploy. But and that's why probably the 3 of us have a little different view, because, when you come into the space where data is not so sanitized, one of the big things of AI or any data is really, what is the input data? How clean is the input data? What are you giving the data? And therefore it will give you results basis that. And then the question of, in my mind, at least I visualize it as, what is the bridge you want on your data stream?
Yes.
You have to say, what is the bridge?
Very interesting example.
In fact, just 10 seconds to that. Why Mojo Aditi and me are talking in a certain language is simply because often we confuse strategy with tactics. And that's something which is where I think we 3 are very watchful.
I think we're a fairly long time with a CPG company, and very good point. So for the longest period of our growing up years, we spent time in collecting data. What was that data at the POS? Absolutely. The beauty advisor.
Absolutely.
Phone number, email ID, name. Use it now for advertising. Tell me how you can use a phone number and convert into device IDs. Everybody's trying to solve that problem. Now everybody's getting into data clean rooms. So practicality takes over. Evolution is sometimes the solution. And I think there are different perspectives to it.
Okay, moving on into execution, right? The part where we said, Gen AI, which is more, at the front. My next question, Mohit, to you is, given the constant pressure of, tight deadlines, limited budgets which are there, demand of measurable ROIs that are coming from clients, etc., right? How can you balance creative innovation and, generally execution and impact that you can show to customers, right? Like, how do you balance, how do you get that? Like, for example, at one point of time, you were mentioning metaverse was like 2 years back was like the thing. All customers just wanted to do anything on metaverse. I was just reading the other day, it's on life support right now, right? Like it is a little bit more.
We didn't say it, you said.
I'm
telling you.
We didn't say it, you said. Okay?
AI will also be like that if it is taken the way it is being taken, metaverse. We also opened our 65th village in the metaverse, Havas, and we said, but it was something that was only possible to a particular extent. And similarly, I'm seeing the same rage going on Gen AI that has suddenly come in, where everybody is talking. I mean, we spent 20 minutes of the half an hour only on the first question, which is on AI. So that tells us that everybody wants to talk about it. But my point is, if we are not aligning it to the objectives at a larger level, then it will also become another
to the point that you were saying in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
To the point that you were saying in the beginning, that it has to align to what customers' priority is, right? Right. Ishan.
Ideally, how we are solving it for an agency is that we see on the creative side that there is a creative agency, there is a client, and there is, people who actually execute the campaigns, right? This whole loop works from a perspective that a creative agency work and build creatives, the client approves it, and then there is a team who runs campaigns and ads, and then again give a, testing back to the clients and the agency itself. So we're building some LLM models on pre-testing. We call it as pre-test LLM models, where basis of your last so much of history that you have, which is on Facebook, which is on Google, which is DV360, including us, you are able to predict that what will be the CTRs, what would be the approximate CPMs, what will be, the CPVs, if you want to run these campaigns. So let's say a creative agency gave 100 plus creatives, you have to pre-test and test 100 of these creatives to find out which are the 10 ones which are working fine. This is where we are building the LLM models, and as a tech company, we feel that we definitely want to work with agencies to solve large language problems, because that is what it is needed. AI is not going to take away anything. AI is not going to build on anything. It is, if you're going to build an infrastructure layer, a workbench, a workplace for people to build applications internally, you will be able to solve a very decent problem for customers. Because let's say we have run 1,000 plus campaigns, and now if the LLM can predict that, hey, using this kind of creative, you can have a better 5% extra or a 2% or a 1% better CTR. Maybe a human cannot do that, right? So that is what we've been building in Europe for some of our customers, and we would love to bring that in India. Typically, we see India is such a great market, and we always want to bring technology, what we are building, in the Western region, because the people are expensive there. So you have to build really strong technologies, and that's where the agencies are working, whether it is mid-scale, whether it is large scale, whether it is small agencies, they're working on, these kind of smaller problems to ensure they are working better, efficient in the coming years, ideally. So that's what we have been building. On the creative side, that's something that we are trying to build and, create.
So creative innovation that you're trying to get through large LLM models, which help in the execution of campaigns, etc. Right, Aditi?
So I think I see AI possibly helping in two areas. One is because of its ability to manage churn data faster, to be able to adapt and personalize. Because as all of us are becoming more busy, we have less time, we want any message to be specific to us. You want to try and manage everything so that I don't waste my time. And if that's the perspective, then I want all communication, especially advertising or brand communication, to be more pertinent. So we hope that AI with its data capabilities will help us do that. And I think that is a space that most agencies or tech companies are already working on. That how can we make it more personalized? How can I do personalization at scale? What are the different tools that we use? The other thing that I think now it should take a next step is that become better at more detailed personalization. So just saying Aditi is not enough. You must know a little bit more about me and also do it in my language. I think language is a big challenge, and it's interesting you're talking about it because I don't think even Google has really cracked it right. I mean, if anybody's using Google in different languages in India, you will know that it is not that exciting. You sometimes see an English translated into a Hindi or a Bangla or a Tamil, and it's not what you would say in English versus what you would say in a Bangla or a Tamil. So language for us is very critical. And as a large country, if AI can help us tap that a message that I'm thinking today in English can go to a person in Gujarati, in Malayalam, in exactly the same powerful way, I think that will be a big thing.
Certainly.
Not translated, but really converted into a local nuance. So that's possibly the next, because all advertising, any communication we do, at least 14 languages, 15 languages is the base. So that is the space that I think AI can, build for us.
Nikhil, so AI, of course, but just generally from an execution point of view, like how do you balance creative into execution? Like AI is, of course, there, but from technology point of view.
I think it's a fantastic question. And I think creative to execution, I think my answer is again, no, it's no shoes fit size fit all. Ishang talked about creative optimizations, striking the chord, better CTRs. I can assure you that creative shown to any brand manager working on the brand side, this guy will come back and say, who approved this? Or she will say, who approved this? Okay. It gets him the job done. It gets his performance marketing flowing. But a brand guy in his sane mind will never show it to his CMO because that's a career limiting move, right? We're in 2024. 2024, we are still shooting beautiful ads, 30 seconders, which are still horizontal and not vertical, right? With all the talk that we have about mobile penetration and mobile first customers and everything, right? So the point is, what do LLMs do? LLMs solve for the strategy that you want to get executed. So the creative is solving for the strategy on the execution already. It's not the other way around. Your question is, how is creativity solving for the execution? The execution parameters have been defined. Now the creative is being optimized for solving that execution parameter. It's not the execution which is finding the balance with the creative. Now what is happening is, as the system keeps learning, evolving, as algorithms keep striking and they're saying, okay, this is not working clearly. We need to have the most beautiful girl in the world selling poker or some betting game because it gets the clicks, right? Now, is it the best creative? Is it solving for the creative part of it? No, it's not. It's solving for the execution part of it. And then creative takes a backseat. And I think vice versa as well. Sometimes creatives takes the forefront, and I'm sure she will agree. And no matter how many sales guys will say, no, we don't agree. It is not calling out the price enough. But creative has to say, no, no, no. Brand stands first, right? So I think it's very interesting that we're living in the world today where post-COVID, we're faced with this whole ROAS challenge at every agency, and everybody is having more questions to ask. And there is quick commerce, and there is fast commerce, and everybody wants to solve for the last mile. And which is where I think most of these questions are becoming more pertinent, right? At a point of time, these lines were very separate. Creatives please don't tell us how to do our job, right? The most common answer you'll have, right? And the sales guys say, please don't tell us how to do our job, right? So I think trade marketing is running a separate show. The brand team is running a separate show. Performance marketing is running all together different show. But I think all of them are now coming together under an umbrella. And I think a lot of these problems are getting solved by AI and saying, let's have a neutral thought process and understand what is optimized for the best efficiency for spends on marketing overall. Not trade marketing, not performance marketing, not brand marketing. What is solving for a common goal? So I think it's a very interesting balance, which defines what is the client need, what's the end goal.
I just want to add to that, it's all about convergence as the thing states over here. Today, creativity and content, there is hardly a blur over there. So all media agencies, all three of us that are sitting over here, we have our own creative resources. We have our content resources. And in situations where the question was that the timings are less, it's always better to have or utilize your own resources. And the good thing is that even at the client end today, all the lead clients have a creative strategist at their end. Their creative strategist, your creative strategist, they work together, create an output, and we implement it. We are doing that on Swiggy. I'm sure you must have seen so many executions of Swiggy. One impactful execution of Swiggy happening every week, right? From that mango ad to they're happening practically every week. Why? Because there is a very strong creative culture at Swiggy. There's a very strong creative culture at Havas, and the two of them are talking to each other on an ongoing basis in alignment with the strategic objectives of Swiggy and creating it.
And solving for daily growth.
And solving for real solutions.
Daily, I think what he talked about is at large level, and we work with ours so closely that also we are solving for the daily needs because they want penetration, they want scale, they want reach. So those creative optimizations are also happening at a daily level, which are not probably even the creative. They've set guidelines. The strategies have been defined. Don't not cross this line. Don't do this. Don't put that betting girl on this creative, okay? This is what we stand for. This is what we do. And the algorithm learns. It's exciting where we are.
And creativity is not left to the creative agencies anymore. We are all creative over here. We have our creative teams. The clients are creative. They're all working. So there are no walls that are, they have to be climbed and aligned and all that. Things are happening faster because time is less. And I'm giving you a very specific example of Swiggy where we have done at least 10 initiatives in the last 3 months.
Wow. Shikhar, you had a point of view.
I do have a point of view on this one, but let me actually illustrate it by an example. Trying to solve for a strategic problem, creating a balance between media and creative, and at the same time maximizing the ROI. Cadbury Celebration, some work that we have done for them. It's a gifting brand on festive occasions. The strategic problem was, can we shift it to be a all year round brand or not? And the solution one of the problems, the way we went about it is that we chose birthday as an occasion, which is all year round. And point is that as a classic solution can be, I make a birthday creative, run it on reach and frequency all the year round, or we actually generate something which is so unique and so deeply entrenched with the product itself, where it became my birthday song as activation idea. It's a balance of creative and media. Today, I can tell you that even if we don't spend media monies, on an average, we get 7,000 to 8,000 birthday song customizations every month organically. That's the power of an idea. Creative and media all working together as much as maximized ROI. I can tell you also another fact that a business which was designed to get more than 80% of the business from festive occasions now gets means year-round contribution will be more than 40% now. So that's the kind of shift and transformation has got to the brand. So that's the power it can unlock if you actually apply yourself.
I've actually wished my friends from that Cadbury birthday creative, which happens. Yeah, that was a beautiful one.
Great. Mohit, you shared the Swiggy example, right? Do you have some more case studies or success stories where the team has pivoted and made a campaign like completely successful? Like, are there some more such
Many of them. See, Havas works on this philosophy of meaningfulness. So I'm sure you would have interacted with it. So many years back, we brought this whole concept of meaningful brands. And 15 years back, we realized that 80% of the brands could disappear and consumers would not care. And you had to be in that 20% of the brand. So we have been doing this study year on year for every market, and the numbers fluctuate. But even today in India, the last study, 70% of the brands could disappear and consumers would not care. And a Maggi is a brand which is in the balance, where it disappeared and it came back with a bang. So, can you tell me which is the most meaningful brand in India? Just out of your curiosity for yourself. Most meaningful brand for you, Google. Imagine if it disappears tomorrow. If you don't have a single Google app on your phone, I won't be able to operate. So that's the level of bonding that one needs to do. So we work with this as a philosophy and create a lot of meaningful initiatives for our client. For Hyundai, we've done a very big initiative called Samarth, where the brand is talking about making India more disabled friendly. Right. And it's a very, very high order, I would say, goal. It is nothing to do with the commerce immediately, but it has, because they are bringing cars which are disabled friendly as well into the market. But what we did, we created a whole, I would say, thought leadership and a think tank around it in the government, in the in every parts of the society, where people are talking about what they can do in their small, for example, a small thing, we don't have a ramp here. So if God forbid there is somebody who wants to come, and I was I was organizing Goa Fest last year, and the first thing that I did after that was, is there a ramp there? There was no ramp there. So that's the level of insensitivity that we have. And I'm not blaming anybody, but that's the reality. So Hyundai has taken this very, very high order task. And this is the first season that happened. The next season is going to be happening. And what is this? This is finally going to add to their commerce, because when they get in those cars which are disabled friendly, and if their competitors also get those cars, I'm sure consumers would go and buy their cars, because they feel that Hyundai believes in this more than anybody else, right? Yeah. So that's one specific example. I can give many others. For Swiggy, we are doing something very unique right now during the pujas. We've taken this whole mantle of Sundarbans. Sundarbans, many of the tiger widows, they have not been celebrating puja for a very long time, because they are supposed to be, outcast and all. This time, Swiggy took a boat, into the Sundarbans, and they actually made those tiger widows come and worship. And this is becoming a big thing for them. And, so this is again a meaningful initiative. Commerce, yes, there will be commerce attached to it. But we are not looking at the filter of commerce to start with. It has to be something that builds a much larger narrative in the country, and commerce happens. Because what we've understood out of meaningful brands is, if your brand is meaningful, your share of wallet will be 5 times the non-meaningful brand. Your share of market will be 3 times the brand non-meaningful brand. Those are proven points. So don't worry about that. Do something meaningful, and it'll automatically result in that.
Got it. Meaningful, getting larger impact to society, that gets you success, right?
Yeah.
Ishan.
I think for the large brand, it definitely plays that impact role. But for young challenger brands, we were interacting with a customer who wanted to bring in-store experience. So from media to in-store, a month down the line, they said, we want to bring them on the first party, which is WhatsApp. By the time we were executing the campaign, it went to quick commerce. So the thought process was that I would love to bring people to the in-store, but that will require them to, attribute and things like that. WhatsApp was something they were able to collect the first-party data from a media perspective to coming back to them. And quick commerce, they were able to, relate to that whether it is working or not as a channel, right? So then we divided it into that tier 1, wherever there is quick commerce implementation, whether it is Swiggy Instamart, whether it is Zepto, whether it is Blinkit, we were pushing on the quick commerce. In tier 2, we were pushing, the C tier to WhatsApp, and then they were, bringing it to the retail commerce ecosystem or directly to their website. So basically improving their dollar usage as much as possible, and stitched into a full customer journey that, a customer coming from tier 1 goes on this, a customer coming for tier 2 goes on the other ecosystem. So this is one of the things that we, did in recent past, but loved the Mandal idea of Swiggy, which, Swiggy is a common customer. So we keep seeing them. They do a lot of innovation at their end. On the performance side, we try to do as much as possible from our end. Yeah.
I think I'll do one last question. We are out of time, and I'll start with you.
Yeah, that's better.
Which is basically, we had so much of conversation around in the beginning on AI, right? Gen AI and, the usage of that in media as an industry. But, with data privacy concerns and like the government also getting, building more guidelines around those, evolving regulations that are coming in, how can media companies use AI and digital insights responsibly, right? That to ensure basically ethical practices happen. Like especially we hear about Gen AI and video morphing and like voice, copyrights, etc. Like so, how do you think that would evolve?
It's a very, very tricky space, to be fair, because I think it's purely comes from the space of empathy and intent. And there's no other place to come from, because if you want to break rules, you can break rules. But there are laws which are very stringent, and the way government of GOI, the draft they are working on, it's fairly, it's classic case that they are being the later one. They have learned from others, and it's fairly watertight. So this will put a lot of discipline. Having said so, from a marketer's point of view, AI, no AI is different. But point is that if you are dealing with consumer data, you have a certain amount of responsibility in your hand. And it's very important to define what is the value exchange that you're creating with the consumer. If they are giving you data, in return, what is the value you're providing it to them? If that is very well defined, often consumers are at peace. If they see they are getting the returns, whether it can be in terms of discounts, as basic as that, or it can be in form of entertainment or in terms of pure brand joy as such, they are much more open to not just share more, but also participate more. And that's where the comes in. And to solve that, I think it's not a media agency piece, it's an enterprise level discussion where from a value chain perspective, whether it is a sales org, a distribution org, or even how you opt our consumer base into co-creating a lot of things with us, that's all comes into play. How we tell our brand stories, everything comes into play. The example I gave about this song is a great example of value exchange that you create. People love to share then, and people also see it in the positive light. But it goes back to the same thing. Intent and empathy is where it starts from.
All right, Nikhil, quickly.
Sorry, I gave you the wrong question. Yes. Sorry, what are we? The example or the
the ethical?
Ethical. Okay, I think the time's up. So I think ethics and morality start at home. I think I'm a very firm believer of that. And I think you've got to understand that neutrality and privacy can exist only if it starts from the source. So if you are the execution agency and you are the platform to execute it, but what the client wants is ethical way of reaching that mother who has just given a baby so that that baby can wear a diaper. That's exactly the brief, right? So I think it's important that there is more education. I think while the media and the programmatic and the tech and art tech and martech are all discussing privacy laws, it's also important that it goes to the same dimension of neutrality. I think it's critical that while all kinds of data is available, for most of our art tech people, we can have all kinds of data that can be probably tracked. But what kind of data is ethical for you to use and for ethical for you to get your outcome? That's a call that starts at home.
Got it. Cool. We have wrapped up on time, but a minute, half a minute each. Aditi, if you have something.
Okay, so I think they both have touched on the ethics. Let me talk a bit more about the operationals of it, especially from, let's say, a media agency point of view. So I think, and what I'll share is what we are doing. I'm sure most of the agencies are doing that. There is high level of training on anybody who deals with data in terms of what data should you collect, for how long the data can be stored and where, and when should data be destroyed. If you want this data to be carried forward, is there an option of reaching out to the consumer once again to get that acceptance? So there is training on that. There is a fair amount of training on what we call spam testing. Suddenly there'll be some spam, you'll have to check and everything. And what we are finding is that these kind of things are making people more cognizant about the problems that can happen with data. And that hopefully is going to lead. So one is the mind and the ethics of it. The second is the execution, because you have great policies and India has great laws, but how are you executing to them is the challenge. And I think that's something we are working on.
Sure. So I think data privacy is very important typically. And one thing is very clear that without data, you cannot build meaningful AI or impactful AI or LLM models. So what we are seeing when we are talking to brands, and we do talk to like hundreds of them in India, they are building an aggregated layer which talks about that they will not share personal information, but the LLM models are being trained on the various transactions, or maybe what is the impact. So they are doing the aggregation of that data and then training the models. So this is what even the large brands, like I remember I was reading a study from Procter & Gamble that globally, they have been now ensuring their first party data is sitting with them. But the LLMs are being trained on the aggregated level, so that there is no sharing of data, with any of the partner, any of the agencies out there, because they sit with so much of data. But if the agencies are able to build an infrastructure layer, which most of the clients are having a pain today, that is a very large use case for an agency to build an infra to ensure that they are able to aggregate and then train the models on top of it.
We'll have
I'll
the last word from you.
just add to that. Infrastructure plus
Confidence.
I think confidence is what the clients don't have on their agencies today. They don't share all the data. I mean, in spite of the NOCs or in spite of the whatever we do, there are always questions, and which is why so much of in-housing of these kind of data analytics people is happening, which ideally should not have happened. Ideally, the agencies should be the ones who should be running all that. But somewhere there is a break of trust that for which we have to become more responsible, not just for AI, but for regular data. And I think that there is an education that is required for everybody, including the CXO levels. And we need to come across as very, very responsible when it comes to data.
Great. Thank you. It's been an amazing panel, and thank you. You had diverse aspects to it, but thank you for being here.
This was after the lunch, but I hope we have made you enjoy a bit. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And with that, if we may request our eminent panelists to please come together. First, of course, for the selfie, which our leader is taking on stage. And then, of course, we're going to be getting a group photograph together, wherein we'll request all of you to hashtag e4m Confluence as one word. As the panelists are on stage, let's encourage them with a bigger round of applause and thank them for all the knowledge they have provided on this platform. Also, if I may request Tasmay La Roy, the editor of e4m, Exchange for Media, to please join us once again. This time, Tasmay, if we can request you for the token of appreciation. Panelists, please do stay back. We'd request our panelists to please stay back. I know they're amidst their conversations. I don't know if they can hear me. All right, let the conversations continue. The panelists, can we request you to please stay back? We have a token of appreciation to give out to all of you. I know you were busy with the conversation, so let's bring all of them in one frame. Starting Tasmay, if you can give the token of appreciation to our panelists one by one. Why don't you go in the center right there? Thank you so much. You can start in any order. They all are jumbled already now. It's absolutely fine as long as they're happy and elated to get the token of appreciation from the team side. Of course, thank you, Aditi. Thank you for joining us. We, of course, are now going to be moving to Nikhil. Nikhil, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. Let's be much more kind with our applause. Of course, to our moderator, Akshay. Akshay, thank you so much. Thank you for joining in. What an excellent conversation on transforming strategy into impact in an unpredictable media landscape. We'd like to humbly thank Mohit, Ishank, Aditi, Nikhil, Akshay. Thank you all for joining in. I think once again, yes, thank you. Would you like in one frame? Together, okay. I think Tasmay, they're just requesting you to join us on the stage so we can have you in frame as well. Thank you so much to our panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, we have to quickly now move on to our next conversation. A lot is in store for you, but stay tuned as we have on the other side a great conversation coming in. Let's talk about cricket as entertainment, shaping global narratives through T20 leagues. Whilst as the stage is getting set, let me also remind our humble audience that if you'd like to up the fun quotient of this event, do remember to go towards the DP World ILT Season 3 Experience Zone by Z Entertainment, where you can get the flavor of live cricket. So if you still haven't got the opportunity to explore that bit, we urge you during the course of today to head towards that experience zone. Now, without further ado, as it's time for me to now call upon our eminent guests of honor, with a warm round of applause, first up, let's invite on stage Mr. Ashish Sehgal, Chief Growth Officer, Digital and Broadcast Revenue, Z Entertainment Enterprise Limited. Thank you so much, Mr. Sehgal, for joining in. And of course, if I could now request Mr. Vineet Karnik, Managing Director of Group M. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause for both our leaders for joining us. And to curate this conversation, let's call upon Aditi Gupta, Assistant Editor, Exchange for Media. Let's give an encouraging round of applause to our editor as well, who's joining in. Of course, a very warm welcome to Vineet and Ashish. May we request you all to please be seated and let the conversations brew. Aditi, over to you.
Is this working right now? Hi, everyone. Firstly, I'm truly excited to be here today and have a conversation with these two incredible leaders in the world of media and entertainment, Ashish and Vineet. I want to extend a warm welcome to both of you and taking out the time to join us today. We have about 20 minutes, or maybe 15 to 20 minutes we have, but I'm sure it's going to be a very engaging one. And the topic that we're going to talk about is how T20 leagues are reshaping the world of cricket. And these leagues aren't just about the sport itself anymore, but they are turning cricket into this global entertainment spectacle and shaping narratives and connecting cultures across the globe. Without wasting any further time, let's jump right into it. My first question is, so in recent years, we've seen like a significant surge in sports sponsorships across India. As per a Group M report, Vineet, the sports sponsorships have grown up by 24% from 2022 to 2023. And cricket particularly has seen a 13% growth during the same period. My first question is, what do you think is driving this growth? And what key challenges do you anticipate in your respective domains? I would like both of you to take that up.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Aditi. You've been very generous in welcoming us. Thank you very much. And okay, so to give you a quick heads up in terms of what's up with this league, I think the evolution of the game and the format is the secret sauce of where we are today. So if you look at it over the last maybe 2.5, 3 decades, the format itself has taken a huge change, right? I mean, from a 5-day test match, purest zone of cricket to maybe a ODI and now T20s, okay? And that format itself has been very exciting. More importantly, 18 years of IPL, if you see where IPL started in 2008 and where it is today, that itself has changed in terms of what innovations they have done to the whole format, to the whole game. Like in the last couple of years, the entire impact player has been a very, very favorite of the fans. More importantly, the entire broadcast and the streaming platforms have done an incredible job in pushing the boundaries in terms of taking it to more audiences, newer boundaries, newer geographies. The entire production has changed. So, I mean, what we were used to watching cricket as a sport in good old days where there was one size fits all, where the match used to come and we used to watch that match, that's no more true. I mean, we are looking at multiple different screens, television, streaming, mobile, and whatnot. So I mean, so the constant evolution of the game, constant challenging of the status in terms of how can we do things differently, how can we innovate the space, and push the boundaries is what actually has helped the sport where it is today.
Ashish, would you like to add to that?
Yeah. So, firstly, thank you very much for calling us here. It's a forum which I think first let me congratulate Exchange for Media to keep on doing such forums where we can come and discuss such ideas which helps the overall industry and also educate youngsters today the way things are. Now coming back to our topic today about T20 and how it is. So firstly, as you know, right now, Vineet said that it is how the cricket has evolved from 5-day test matches to today T20, and we are talking about T10s also. Today, the era and the youngsters are, more keen towards short formats. They love long formats, so hence this is the shorter format of the cricket, where you can innovate the sport in a manner that it becomes very fast-paced, and do a lot of innovations around it. And there is a huge amount of which nobody understands this, but maybe never talk about it. There is a huge amount of talent which comes in because shorter formats gives you opportunity to create more number of matches, hence more number of players, hence more talent coming into the play, basically, which means if there were 100 cricketers in a year, sometime 2 decades, 3 decades back, today at least 500 cricketers are playing first class cricket. I mean, it's just a number. These are not the exact numbers. What I'm saying is it's 5 times the opportunity you're getting from a talent point of view, which means employment has gone up. Obviously, it attracts a lot of investments around it. And these formats has helped us to, also build a lot of monetization opportunities. We keep on innovating. Today, multiple screens have helped to not only just showcase those 6-ball over, but what happens around it, what happens behind it. All that is today is keenly watched as much as the matches itself are watched. So I think that is developing the overall sporting content per se about these T20 leagues, etc. Now, why leagues and why not bilateral sports only? Leagues are also further developing the infrastructure. It is helping cut across boundaries today. IPL also has given opportunity for international players to come and play here. Similarly, other leagues are giving opportunities for the same international players to go around and play their different countries for different matches. So I think in overall, this overall league system will develop this sport much further.
I'll just add one point on content that Ashish just mentioned. See, if you look at the innovation, content itself has innovated itself, right? So I'm sure everybody in the room was following media last week to see who were the players retained by which teams and at what price. So retention itself is a moment that is created by IPL, and that is what is keeping the interest generated and high, right? I'm sure everybody will know that come 25th of November, auctions are happening in Jeddah. I mean that kind of auctions will happen over 2 days live on TV and streaming, right? I mean, these are some of the innovations which have really pushed it, and our country has never seen it before. So these are the things which a combination of great sporting action, great innovation in the world of sport, and great curation of content. I think culmination of all these things has created that interest, and therefore the leagues are growing. And look at the cricket playing nation. Look at South Africa. Look at the Caribbean. Look at US today, who has not been a cricket playing nation, but today has a T20 league, right? So all these things have inspired the world to follow. So I think that's a great starting point, isn't it?
Great.
And UAE.
And UAE, of course.
My next question would be, how has this rapid growth of T20 leagues affected the way broadcasters approach media rights and monetization? I would like to start with you, Ashish.
So I would say, see, media rights is the soul and nourishment for any league, I would say, because without that, there won't be any infrastructure. Without that, there won't be any, money to build the entire league around it. Talent acquisition, all these things will happen only when there is money behind any league. Media rights almost contributes to more than 55 to 60% of any league's revenues, right? So one has to obviously approach it very carefully, because at the same time, the broadcasters who build this content and popularize it has a lot at stake, because the entire monetization of it has to be profitable end of the day. So any empathy from league or franchisees or the boards which play these leagues has to be in the right manner towards building the overall league, not only for the purpose of their own sake, but for the entire ecosystem, which includes broadcasters as well. Well, you can always argue that, broadcasters are the one who come and bid any price to, win the game, because if it is going to be so popular. But I think the popularity of any game firstly depends upon the media owner itself. Even today, IPL has become so popular. I would give credit to Sony Entertainment there, which built over 10 years, this entire league to come to this level. So I think media owners or the broadcasters play a very, very important role. And it is also imperative to understand the innovations which are happening in the leagues or any cricketing tournaments or any sporting tournament, in fact, is first done by the broadcaster. And then it's followed on to the ground. Or even if you want something to be done on the ground, or through any franchises, etc., it has to be showcased on some screen. And then again, the broadcaster comes into play. So hence broadcasters play a very important role. And of course, monetization of it. Today, all the screens which are coming into play, whether it is TV, which is linear, whether it is digital OTT formats, or taking content across short formats, helps you to monetize and give brands a lot of other opportunities which an earlier world never had.
I think an interesting point on the broadcast ratio. So Ashish talked about average Indian broadcasting contributes about 55 to 60% of the league's revenue. The global average on this one is about 40 to 45. So we are still about 10 percentage points more than the global average, because we do not have very strong gate revenues. We do not have very strong merchandising revenues, which are contributing to that 10% that we have. But I think, to be fair, what we have done as a country is very, very different again. We have also taken the responsibility, from a broadcast perspective, to make those leagues flourish. So to give you an example, leave cricket aside. Okay, cricket obviously is the big boy in the room, and obviously will continue to have the growth that it. But look at football as a sport. Look at ISL as a league, where a broadcaster is a owner in the league itself. Actually helps monetize it from a multiple different lenses. Not only from a broadcast perspective, but the broadcaster owner in the league's profit. Okay, that helps. Even in kabaddi, again, broadcaster is a owner in the league. So these are some of the models which India have innovated and actually has worked wonders for us, and therefore we see more and more leagues. Almost 12 plus leagues today in India, pushing its boundaries, doing a great job year on year, and trying to create an ecosystem which was never there 20 years back.
Right. Vineet, I would like to ask you this thing, that with the growing popularity of the T20 format now, how are media agencies adapting its content strategy to maximize engagement and reach for both local and global audiences?
Right. So I'll go back to your previous question where it was from a broadcast perspective. I think broadcasters are really helping drive this narrative as well, because see what has happened. The entire digital ecosystem have pushed it, and we have got more language feeds. The regionalization in the sports broadcast, the commentaries in regional language. I think all these things have helped us reach out to more audiences, penetrate more geographies, and that's what eventually advertiser is looking at aggregating consumers, right? So that's something which again broadcasters have done a fantastic job in India to help us reach more, penetrate more, go deeper within the ecosystem. So what we started, if I remember, almost about 15 odd years back, IPL used to reach about 250, 300 million people, which has now gone up to almost 600 odd million. So that's absolutely a fabulous job done by our streaming platforms, OTTs, and broadcast networks, right?
Ashish, would you like to add?
Yeah, so, he rightly said that. And since we as a organization own ILT20 and we are doing many innovations to, help advertisers build their, brand campaigns with us. We are actually, since ILT20 is based out of UAE, and if you see today's world, experiential marketing is also taking shape in a big way. People wants to buy ticket and go and enjoy some shows on ground. We are building ILT20 as a destination sports. We say today, any which ways, January, if you see a lot of Asia diaspora, I mean, especially Indians, go and visit Dubai at that time, right? Even from Europe and other places, a lot of people come there and enjoy, that part of the world. So for them, there is another opportunity to enjoy a game which they normally love in their own countries and see the best of international talent playing same kind of cricket which is being played across the world. And that has helped us to actually attract advertiser, not only just talk about it on TV, but also build it on ground. There is a lot of activations which we are planning to do around the whole exercise. And it is also about the globe, also attracting the global advertiser who are today investing in India. Because you see, India has become a good, big investment hub today. So there are a lot of international brands which are coming to India. It gives them a very clear opportunity to, spread their message amongst the Indian audience, along with international audience, because we have our syndicated partners which are, broadcasting this globally. And since we are a true global league, because if not many people would know, ILT20 is the only league in the world which allows 9 international players and only 2 domestic players which are played in that league. So hence it's truly a global league. There is no one country which owns it. So it's ideally it's in a 3 years time, actually this is the 3rd year, 2 years time, it's become the second most watched league in the world after IPL. We crossed 220 million viewers in India and about 348 billion compared to what he just said 600 million from IPL. In 18 years, this is the 3rd year of the league. So hopefully these things, crossing boundaries through such leagues will help the consumer to view best of the sports. And secondly, obviously the, advertiser will get a lot of opportunity to, cross and meet such consumer across screens, across boundaries.
I have just been told that our time is up, but I'll just ask my last question. What do you think about the future of T20 cricket formats in the next 5-10 years, if I ask? Both of you can please take that up. Ashish.
My very strong view today, I just was mentioning before only, my strong view is that going forward, these leagues are going to play a lot of important role because next 5 years, like in the world of soccer, you see today there is leagues which are doing, across the country, whether it's UEFA, UAE, your La Liga and any such EPL, etc. They are more prominent and consumed by viewers across the world. Similarly, leagues, cricketing leagues, and which are crossing boundaries, it's already in Middle East. USA has already adopted a league, and the other cricketing playing nations are already playing. It is also helping building the associate, countries like Nepal, Oman, Namibia. These players are coming up. Even if the teams don't come up, their talented players can come and play in these leagues and earn big monies, and they become heroes. So what is happening in the league are building heroes. And once those heroes are built, it attracts consumer and fan following. So fandom is very important to build these leagues, I think.
So two things. One is there are almost about 5 nations who have their own Premier Leagues in cricket, T20. So that's great. We'll continue with that and maybe we'll add more to that list. More importantly, I think what I would like to see and what obviously ICC is striving hard to do it is possible to get T20 cricket in LA Olympics. And if that happens, that will be a great story for the T20 cricket, so to say, which actually originated from India, so to say. So I think these are the two things I would want to see as next pivot to the entire T20 league ecosystem.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of this incredibly engaging chat. We had a little time, but I think we could go on and on if we had more time.
Thanks, Aditi. You've been fabulous. Thank you very
so much.
Thank you, Aditi. Thank you very much.
Sharing your knowledge and experience with us. Thank
So, Aditi, just like T20 is a shorter format, even they had a shorter format of conversation, but it was an excellent one. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. What a fantastic discussion. And maybe urge the three of you to please step forward, allow us a moment to capture you three together in one frame. Hashtag E4m Confluence in one word. Ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere as coming up next is a great leader joining us on stage. And right now, if I could request, as our leaders are on stage, just allow me a moment if I could call upon Nikhil Kumar, Chief Growth Officer of Media Smart, to please join us and allow us a moment to give the token of appreciation to all our leaders. Let's bring the tokens of appreciation and, of course, starting with Ashish. Nikhil, if you could allow you a moment to take the token of appreciation and first present it to Mr. Ashish Sehgal. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, smiles are encouraged. And then we move on to, of course, Vineet. Thank you so much, Vineet, for joining us today and being a part of our conversation. And we'd also like to give a token of appreciation to our moderator. Aditi, if you can step forward as well. Allow us a moment to capture you with all that glory. Thank you so much. And we're just going to try and get the 4 of them in one frame. It's always great, the more the merrier. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us. Thank you. Thank you once again. So, well, a lot is in store for you right now. We're moving ahead to our great conversation. It's going to be a special address, rather, on how leaders can equip their teams with skills and tools needed to thrive in a digital-first world. But whilst as the stage is getting ready, allow me a moment to just ask the audience out here, just by show of hands, how many of you are on Instagram? I know many of us would be on LinkedIn, but how many of us are on Instagram? Can we have all of you to raise hands? So we're talking about around 85 to 90% being on Instagram. That's great. What we're doing is our social media team is going to be selecting a few posts. So if you post and tag Exchange for Media, invite them as a collaborator, right? So if you tag, it just says invite as a collaborator. The best posts are going to be featured on the Exchange for Media social platforms. So we'd urge all of you during the course of the event to do so. Now, without further ado, let's call upon the leader himself for his special address. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause as we call upon the Group CEO, Madison Media and OOH, Madison World, Mr. Vikram Sakhuja. Thank you so much, Mr. Sakhuja, for joining us today and giving us your valuable time. We look forward to this special address from you.
Thank you. I think I'll use a caller mic. Very good afternoon. Today is the day where E4M, we have the Confluence followed by the ACE Awards. So I think this is probably one of the days in E4M's very busy calendar where we can actually talk about agencies. So I think it's really agency day today. So I think it's a good time to really introspect. And, the topic I've been given is how leaders can equip their teams with the skills and tools needed to thrive in a digital-first world. And if you have to look at the sponsors and everything around here, it is indeed a digital-first world. So, at this point in time, I thought, let's think a little deep into this. But the reality is that we are at a crossroads. Agencies are at a crossroads. In the last 10 years, some big, huge behemoths have sort of those names, they don't exist anymore. At the same time, you've got a bunch of smaller agencies built on algorithms, data, and tech, which are actually doing pretty well. So in all of this, it actually becomes or it behoves a CEO to actually introspect, and whatever I've done, sort of thought about over the last maybe 3-4 days to put this thing together, I'm probably talking as much to myself as to all the other leaders in this room. So I'm going to start by actually seeing that what exactly has really changed in the lives of us agencies and the entire media world. And I'll just try to take the top 4 or 5 big themes that I've seen. We are advertising agencies, right? So what we used to do was advertising. We used to create advertising, and then media used to place it so that people get to see it. Now, of course, things have changed a whole lot more. In addition to advertising, you have the entire social media, the entire creator content marketing piece. You've got the performance marketing piece, and you've got the entire marketplace or e-commerce marketing that we have to do. So this sort of suggests that is the word advertising agency still, does it do the job? I think it's probably better to say branding and performance at this point in time, but let's let that be a placeholder. But the fact remains, things have changed, and the very, very nature of what we do has changed. The other is that, there was this entire time in consumer journey, of course, we all now know the IDA model is completely dead. There was a time when Google tried to come out with a customer decision journey, which I think was meant for autos, but they talked about a preliminary evaluation phase and then buying and then post-purchase. So there was one thing that didn't last too long. Now Google is calling something a messy middle, and they probably feel that there is so much data hanging around that people can take cognitive shortcuts and make purchase decisions. But whatever the point is, that for all of us in media agencies, whether it's the linear advertising, whether it's the entire piece, whether you have a Google kind of scenarios or the Meta kind of scenarios, or the Amazon and the marketplace kind of scenarios, you have to pretty much see where the consumer is going and be in a position to use each and every touch point to achieve a certain outcome. This has certain implications. Not the least, what we're finding is, and I think anybody in this world, in this room, who's actually talking with clients, advertisers are increasingly telling you that my marketing investments need to deliver results. There used to be the faith that people used to have in marketing for many, many years. So it would, yes, I have my faith, I'm doing it, and I don't know when it's going to happen, but somewhere my measures will go up, somewhere it's going to happen over time. They were more patient about it, and there was a faith. Now, I think with the advent of performance, triggered by that really, people can see outcomes, and therefore the pendulum is probably even moved a little bit more in that direction. For all of us in the room who feel building brands also is something a little bit more than performance in e-commerce marketing, I certainly do. We can't stay away from the fact that we do have to show, even in branding, how it's actually showing results on the consumer. So somewhere along the line, however, the fact is that there are people, the short-termism is not going to go away. And to that end, we'll have to see how to navigate. Fortunately, help is at hand. So in the past, when we used to look at market mix modeling, which is pretty much on the base of multivariate statistical techniques, which would get us the interplay between variables. Now we don't understand the interplay between the variables very much, but if you use Google's Meridian or Meta's Robin, you can actually do predictive real-time sort of modeling, which actually doesn't care so much as the interplay as much as what does it take to deliver the final outcome. So people are telling you that these things are available. And the last big trend that I'm seeing is that buying has changed fundamentally. Earlier, we used to talk about reserving price. Well, in digital also, you can reserve price. I think they call it programmatic guarantees. But at the same time, earlier you used to reserve space. So at any, you would go in and take a front page ad on Times of India or a slot on Anupama in Star Plus. But now the entire thing is happening in digital where you're ad serving it. And the entire process of implementation is not reservation, but programmatic. This has in fact changed the entire nature of being of buyers, and where scale and clout used to have a high amount of leverage, that is now coming under question. With this kind of a setup, these are the kind of skills that probably are required for when a leader looks back at his agency, for his agency to succeed in today's world. You've got to be adept at branding, performance, e-commerce, and as well as the entire social content piece. You've got to learn how to now plan and execute across video, text, sound, image, and experiential rather than TV, newspapers, radio. It's now become more the sound, the medium around which you have to plan. You have to set and achieve outcome KPIs, especially for branding, because now that's the only way people will put money behind it. Big tech is giving you some absolutely brilliant ways of actually reaching out to consumers and getting results. And you have the ability, and a lot of people who are sponsoring out here are building tech to work on big tech stack to actually get a better way of optimizing, allocating, and getting attribution from the inventory that we place. You also have the entire way of making use of real-time data, making it an integral part of planning. And now you've got to figure out how to make a media buyer. How does he come to the party in the digital environment? Now, this is the challenge. I'm going to, in the next, I have 12 minutes. So I am going to now go one by one and across 8 points and say, this is what I think that the CEO needs to do. The first one I think the CEO needs to understand is, what is the playing field? What should I be working on? I sense, according to me, there are 8 skills which are really required from everything that we've said. There's an entire comms planning, which is always there, but now it just will become a whole lot more integrated across online and offline. There's performance marketing and e-commerce marketing, which I'm right now treating in 2 distinct buckets because it requires slightly different skills. The entire social creator content piece is another bucket. Buying basically booking price, the way we used to, whether it's online, offline as one, and the entire RTB buying, which is the entire machine-led bidding-based buying. Those are 2 kind of things. And then you have the entire offline implementation. You've got the programmatic implementation, and then you've got the entire full funnel analytics. These arguably are 8 practices somebody has to probably do in an agency. There are some agencies who feel that I will be a specialist and I will only do 1, 2, or few of these, and some who believe there's going to be an integrated game. Both models exist. My bias is that in the long term, if you can crack the integrated one, you're going to succeed more. Clients do want one person who can do everything, but it's a tough ask to get all these kind of specialisms. It takes time to build them, and it's not an overnight job, and it requires huge amount of effort. But the ones who play this course and get it, there's a pot of gold at the end of them for them. Now, the second one, I'm saying that the CEO needs to know the language if they want to walk the talk. And this is coming into, actually, this is for people like me. Look, I am what? I'm not even a Gen X, I'm a baby boomer. I'm a baby boomer who has to work in agency, which is definitely is now tilting more towards Gen Z than millennials. Yes, so I think, yes, a center of gravity would be more around Gen Z. In this environment, can I afford to say that, something, I leave digital to other people? The reality is that the nuts and bolts and actual working of the tools, of course, you have to leave to the younger people. They're natives, they understand it. But if I don't know the language myself, then I'm going to actually not be a very effective leader. And this, again, is a contentious piece. There are models where CEOs come in with domain knowledge and CEOs who come in with very good management skills, but without domain knowledge. I'm actually of the point of view that not unlike lawyers, architects, financial analysts, the people, the client in our game is also looking at somebody who understands the entire media environment and who can actually help them decode and navigate the brand through this entire high flux, very, very volatile digital kind of environment that we are right now in. So I'm actually coming of the point of view that CEOs need to upskill to actually make the world meaningful for the rest of the team. The third point, I think, is in today's day and age, more than ever before, the talent pool has become heterogeneous. It is more heterogeneous today than ever before. And I think subcultures are to be cherished. But at the same time, then you need a certain way forward on how to start working. And I don't have a silver bullet on this one, but I have some common sense tips. I believe we should now, for all new talent, we should start young and start digital. In general, just in digital, I'm saying from the standpoint of today, everything is digital, whether it's creative, whether it is analytics, whether it is normal comms planning, whether it's buying. It's digital is now the way we work. It's part of our day-to-day life. So just make sure that the guys that you're getting are adept and really looking forward to doing that. So I think this becomes a prerequisite. The other, I believe, is that you've got to, it's pretty much a CEO's job and an ExCo's job. Too many agencies have left talent acquisition to maybe people who are 7, 8 years into the experience, but I think it needs to now push up. Because I've realized that people typically try to get more of the same. So if they are used to a certain kind of the comfort zone, if they are of a particular profile, they like to see more of themselves. I think at this point in time, some kind of change has to be brought in. And I think need senior people, the ExCo of an agency, to actually be involved in hiring. The other point on this one is, I've always believed, of course, after basic intellect and so on and so forth, hire for attitude and train for skill. If a person's attitude is not right, not much you can do. So that's where I think the training piece comes in. And on the training piece, you must have a very strong learning and development agenda to actually all the things that we were talking of earlier, those 7, 8 things that we were talking about. That should become actually the onus of the agency to say that I'm going to build this kind of skill in my person who's coming in. I'll be remiss if I don't talk about our existing talent. They probably are our most valuable valuable asset. They understand your agency, you've got loyalty from them, and they've actually served us very well all these years. I think it's incumbent on us as leaders to actually go and upskill the old talent, so to speak, who may not have been born in a digital game. And I think the very first thing that you have to do is, whether it's a planner or a buyer, just move them in a way where they can also start planning through the line, both online and offline. I've seen it work. I've seen when I was doing a global job in one of the markets, they took print planners and they taught them to actually taught them the basics of online buying. And they found that they could bring in so much more of their skills as a print planner when it came to buying with online publishers. That was still the reservation pricing or programmatic guarantee pricing time, that I'm talking 10, 11 years back. But the fact still remains that these people have got a lot of tricks up their sleeves. And if you skill them, you can actually be the better for it. Second is, the next one is, now this one, you say why we're putting the marketing principles piece up front. One of the things I've observed is that over the last, 25 years, I think the knowledge of marketing and building brands has come down. At least I joined this industry because I had a passion for brands. I wanted to build brands. So you got to understand what exactly does it take to build a proposition, a brand proposition that is relevant, distinctive, and has the ability to connect with the consumer. What does it take to build equity? What is the entire link about sales, along with all the way you build, get the awareness, distribution, how to build trial, how to build retention, how do you get the price to move up? There are certain principles that go behind all of these things. At least when I interview some of the younger kids today, or I even see in my own agency, I find that some of these fundamentals are not that strong. Even the media planning principles, I find people are right now not as strong. If I have to find out a simple thing, if I ask a average Joe between, frequency, average frequency, effective frequency, discrete frequency, they may not know. Now, to my mind, that is an absolute no-no. In my book, I get violent. I get violent if I find something as basic as this, people don't know. But the reality is, they don't. In an environment where algorithms and just models come in, you put in an input, get an output, and throughput you have absolutely no idea on, that is actually setting yourself up for mediocrity. You're suspending your intelligence to models. So I think focusing on principles becomes a very big job of building principles for a CEO. That said, while marketing principles might remain inviolate, methods are changing. I think a CEO must go and tell each and every person in his organization, question status quo. Just look at the way things have changed in our own lives in media. At one time, what? Media used to be what? Just a distribution pipe in which you place ads, right? So that people can see them. Now it's a retail point. Now it is, in fact, the entire message itself in a very profound sense. We talk in the Instagram language. Now, what is creative? What is media? It's all blurring. So if just like that, take another one. We used to talk about what? The target audience. You have a cohort or you have a TG or whatever else you might say. You target your message to them and try to elicit a response. Now you're reaching a stage where you're sending out a broad signal, just broad targeting. Send a message to everybody, read signals, and then feed it back to the AI engine and see what magic they can do. Fundamentally changes what the scope of segmentation and targeting is. Look at creative. Brand assets used to be one of the things that a brand manager would guard with his life. You can't change anything on this particular creative. You have to have these colors, this font size. This is what you can say about the brand. This is what you can't. It used to be so regimental. And now what? Brands are relinquishing control to creators. They are letting them say something about as precious about your brand. You're letting that control go. The apps, all the holy cows are right now actually changing and being broken. So this is something which a good CEO or a leader should actually encourage his people and say, listen, guys, the methods, there is madness, and now it's up to you to go into the methods, totally break it up, and come out with something new. Sorry. Yeah, I lost my signals here. As we talked about the entire, 8, 9 excellence, centers of excellence that we have, the irony of the matter is that in an environment where the consumer is totally connected, they very happily go from watching TV, reading a newspaper, to going online, consuming something there, and then shopping online, and whatever have you. The reality is that large number of agencies are still operating in silos when you have to actually deal with this journey. And this, I think, is pretty crazy. It's also one which is not that easy. Because if you have to sort of work, because bear in mind that the expertise areas are separate, the sub-tribes are different. Now, how do you get them together? In the old days, in a full service agency, as they used to call them, there used to be the account servicing guy who used to be the single point who used to bring all the aspects of the agency together. In our case also, it's also in media. It is pretty much a planning guy who's playing the servicing role. Now, I think we have to now build in systems where there's joint KPIs, the entire hybrid planners, incentivizing collaboration, and just persevering. The point out here is don't let go. This is the one, it's, we see it all the time. Don't you see it? Right now, the cricket team when they're on strong, everybody says it's a team game and they were just so too good. Now what happened? In the last one with New Zealand, we got a whitewashing 3-0. Bowlers came to the party, batsmen didn't. What happened? Somewhere along the line, the team didn't, and you could see it. You could see the entire team work was actually disintegrating. I love test matches more than maybe T20s, and I saw the disintegration of a team happening. The power of a team is immense, and if we don't get it, we've lost it. This is when the buyers, this is how buying has to come into the party. As a media buyer, right through, Ashish may not like it, but we used to believe that we used to at least come in and demand accountability, and it always used to be across the table, and we used to actually get accountability from a media owner, and it was a to and fro, it was a discussion. In today's day and age, big tech is pretty much driving all the agenda in media. You use their data to pay their bills, and even if you ask questions about was the viewership kosher, was it above or below the fold, was it for 1 second or 3 seconds or 10 seconds, all of those things are met with some degree of passive resistance. Now, the reason why agencies have been there is to bring objectivity and to bring accountability. Somewhere along the line, I think agencies have to lift up their lot and actually in a digital environment, get the same accountability from the digital sort of media as in the past. It's been done in a very proactive, in a very productive way with be it TV, be it print, be it radio, and all the others that have happened. So I think this is one area where we just have to work. And finally, to close, I think it's becoming, there are two ways in which an agency can run. Agency is a very chaotic place, right? There's one way is you come into a office every morning, start responding to client briefs or client challenges, and next thing you know is it's just a madhouse out there. You're just going one thing after the other, and there's never a dull moment, but there's total chaos, and it's very exhausting. I think the one thing, and there are very few people who have to do this, but the CEO or the leader is the guy who has to actually proactively see what exactly do I need to do to get some amount of sanity and fun into the entire organization. And I think it comes on the back of, I've taken a balanced scorecard approach. So there is going to be a financial goals. In financial goals, you've got to go as granular as possible. Everything that makes money, all those 8 practices, just make sure you're able to get, whether you're talking billing, whether you're talking revenues, whether you're talking profits, get to each one of them and get your goals out from there. I think on the client side, you've got to go more than just billing and revenues from clients. I think you've got to go much more into what is the problem that you're solving for the client. And if you can deliver the outcomes and if you can have a very clear idea of the value that you're being able to bring, you'll be actually able to derive that value. Otherwise, we'll be seen to be a sweatshop, just who are executing in terms of solving the problems. I think on the processes pieces, the goals in today's environment have to be use technology to make anything that is or can be automated, you must automate. Errors will go, time will come down, cost will come down. That you must do. Invest, also take the technology, use that to make sure that you're also able to move the product and the partnerships up to deliver better results. What that needs to be, the CEO needs to work with his A team and actually then develop that agenda. And finally, and not the least, from an organizational standpoint, look, finally, you've got to have an agency that's fun to work in, right? You don't want to be a sweatshop. You don't want to be a stress pressure cookers environment. And that will happen when all of these things are working in sync together. So somewhere, if you can create an organization that is nurturant, empower the people to do their own work, don't have rework, don't have places where there's also duplication of work, clear feedback mechanisms, good amount of training, and overall a fun. Take the stress out of the organization. If these some of things you can put down and actually put down as a business plan, I think you're there. So what does the leader do in this entire age of a digital world. Essentially, I started off, I don't think I can equip them too much with tools and skills. That's what the title said. It really requires some good commonsensical thinking. I think you need to contextualize marketing for them in today's age. And you've got to tell them the bigger cause of what the brand is all about. You've got to then actually try to make sure that you take the right strategic calls, whether it is specialist or integrated. What exactly is the area when you're walking the talk? What aspects of digital you really want to be going and not doing? Just make sure that the entire talent pool is completely sort of in sync with the outside environment. Reinforcing marketing principles, entire contextualizing piece. Question status quo. Ask them to change the methods. This is where all the changes are happening, innovation is happening. Encourage that. Break the silos, form teams. Buying. This is the part where your leadership metal is going to be counted, because you have to come out with something which demands accountability from some very, very powerful sort of media owners. And in the sense, you actually put together a game plan or goals for your organization, which actually creates a very nurturant and in general happy organization to work in. So that was my little bit. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Sakhuja. We just request you to please stay back on the stage, as we'd like to have an opportunity of calling upon Ishank Joshi, CEO of Mob Avenue, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation to our leader. What a masterclass on leadership that was. I think let's give Mr. Sakhuja a warmer round of applause on the same. And can we please bring the token of appreciation for our leadership present on stage? Thank you once again, and thank you for joining us. And for all the ones in the audience, let the claps continue as we have none other than Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, Group CEO, Madison Media and OH Madison World, who truly gave his anecdotes of wisdom on leadership and, of course, what a CEO needs to do. Thank you once again to the both of you for joining us. And let's now quickly head and segue into our next conversation. Trust me, you do not want to miss a bit of it. So we'd urge all of you to be seated. Let's get ready and set as we now move ahead towards a rather very engaging panel discussion coming up. Let's talk about keeping it real, how to cut through the digital hype and embrace genuine grit. A very intriguing conversation, I'm sure, as our leadership joining us, our great people from various organizations whose perspective definitely will allow you to come up to a consensus on this topic. Let's talk about exploring how media agencies and brands can maintain authenticity by balancing technology with genuine human connections. It's about building trust and creating long-term value in a competitive, fast-changing and information-overloaded environment. Meanwhile, as the stage is getting set, may we urge all the ones on Instagram to continue with the posting on Instagram. And remember, whilst as you post, remember to tag Exchange for Media, invite Exchange for Media as a collaborator. And for the best post today, our team is going to be featuring them on the wall. So your post is going to be a part of Exchange for Media's social media platform. So we'd urge all of you to get that going as well. So now, without further ado, allow me an opportunity to call upon our esteemed guests of honor, our panelists now on stage. First up, let's call upon Shraddha Agarwal, co-founder and global CEO, Grapes Worldwide. Shraddha, thank you so much. Let the applause continue, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Ms. Shraddha. Thank you for joining us today. We'd also like to have the opportunity of now calling upon Soumya Iyer, founder and CEO of Divyo Digital. Let's give our lady a warmer round of applause as we... Two women leaders already on stage. That's fantastic. Shraddha, can I allow me an opportunity to shift a little? Right there, as for the creative, if we can have the opportunity of having all of you. Now we move ahead to our next leader. Let's call upon Dhwani Shah, Head of Media of Shebang, to please now join us. Thank you so much, Dhwani, for giving us your valuable time and joining us today. Also, we'd now like to call upon Anisha Iyer, CEO of OMD India. Wow, 4 leaders, women leaders already being seated together. I think this is fantastic to see already. Now let's break the mix and bring in the men as well. Let's first off call upon Manas Gulati, CEO and co-founder, #e4m Worldwide. Thank you so much, Manas, for joining us. A lucky day when you have all the 4 women leaders clapping and asking you to join. All right. Also, we now request the company of Ashok Shinde, VP Media and Strategy, Pivot Roots. Thank you, Mr. Shinde, for your valuable time. And let's now call upon the session chair who's going to be curating this conversation, Ms. Neeta Nair, Editor, Impact. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, much more applause in the audience and welcome, Neeta. Neeta, of course, we've got some great leadership on stage and I'd like to leave it in your able hands to take it forward from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavna. So, while I was walking up to the stage, I realized how white sneakers have taken over our lives. If you want to party, white sneakers. If you want to go for a conference, white sneakers. If you want to hit the gym, white sneakers again. And no, Puma and Nike are not our sponsors. The reason why I'm obsessing about white sneakers today is because it reminds me of digital advertising and how brands are proudly wearing it, no matter what their age, their size, or the occasion. But is it easy today to have a smart digital marketing strategy? And how difficult is it really to cut through that digital hype? Well, to answer that question, we have some of the smartest digital minds from the industry today. So thank you, guys. Thank you for joining us. Let me start with something very interesting. We've really usually heard about what to do in digital marketing. What are the strategies that really work? I'd like to know from each one of you, what is it that you should not do in digital marketing? We talk about how it is for all seasons, but it's very different from mass media, right? So Shraddha, can we start with you?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for calling us here. Everybody's comfortable with English, Hindi, both? Yeah, okay, awesome. So Manas was giving me hints what to say. I think one thing that brands should definitely not do when it comes to giving us briefs by saying we need a social media service. I think they should tell us what's their brand and business problem and then leave it to us as experts to come back to them. Yeah. And as agencies, I think we should not go and say, bhai, hum sab kar denge tumhare, hum bit jayenge, hum late jayenge. Right? We should definitely not tell them that, boss, I can do social media for you. I can do media buying, tech, SEO. Aap bolo, sab de denge. I remember there was a client of Tequila who came to me and said, Shraddha, I'm looking for SEO. I'm looking for social media. I'm looking for a website and I'm looking for PR. And I said, wait, how many bottles do you want to sell? And he was like, 20,000 caskets. I said, I can sell that door to door. Why do you need to do 4 of them? Right? So I think the bigger problem in terms of understanding, not selling you guys, but I have a mix of good 45 to 47 services at my agency. But I don't think anybody needs all of that. Definitely not in the same year and the same time. So we should not do everything together. Less is more, go deeper, non-sexual, but that's what I meant.
Soumya, what would you say?
That was absolutely spot on, Shraddha. So I have 3 points to summarize on that. One, when we do plan for digital with clients, do not plan in silos. So ditch the silo, because any brand or any client usually would have an omni-channel strategy. And if there is an omni-channel, so you're doing a TV, you're doing an OOH, find ways to go deeper, create unique experiences across digital channels. So therefore, ditch silo planning. Second is stop being myopic in the way, don't be myopic in the way you plan your media, right? Which means that on the other hand, you map the consumer journey and then plan for marketing mapped with the consumer journey, which also allows us to then, let's say, understand how your client is going to discover you, How are you going to create immersion with your client? What kind of fandoms the client is a part of? What kind of music the client listens to or the customer listens to? Now, that sort of planning actually helps us diversify our media plans as well, right? Because in an increasingly, let us say, digital world, when customers are going on to digital channels aggressively, you've also got to be able to control costs to some extent, which means that the deeper you go with where your customers are, the sharper your media planning gets. And the last is media plan karke chhod mat do. Because ultimately every buck spent on the digital channels or the media plan, first party data is of primary importance. Again, going back to the point of how we're going to optimize client budgets, right? So plan for data strategy, plan for first party data so that the value of the campaign that we've done goes on for a long time to come. So that's the 3 points.
I'd
Thank
like
you.
to break that order a little. Ashok, would you mind speaking next? And you've been in the industry for about 20 years. What is that one digital trend that ideally should be shown the door, but continues to lurk around in the digital circuit?
So what I will think about it, if I look at, doing digital media for a lot of brands at an agency, we do see that, the creative that we make for the brand are usually not being really customized for digital medium or digital audiences in the space they are and how they like to engage. It's in an era where people can just scroll up and you are going to be disappeared from the screen. They're not really going to be waiting for the entire creative to be shown, like TV or radio could be where you might find difficulty in swiping it. So I think it's a time that maybe digital should start to actually stand up and say we need a creative that has to be reimagined for the format, which often has not been done for it. We probably take whatever the creative has been made and just probably usually end up applying and leveraging it in all our digital media plans. So it's time maybe we should stop doing that.
Ani, I know you told me not to add anything, but I want to add. I think digital should stand up and also ask for a raise as compared to the offline agencies.
Yeah, there are quite a few things we can keep adding to it. Totally agree.
Anisha, now you had a very large media agency. And I'm sure most of the clients, basically, they pass on the pressure of kind of keeping up with competition to media agencies. Has it ever happened, and in the process of they trying to keep up with the trend, that herd mentality coming up, have they asked you to follow a particular media trend that you instinctively knew is not going to work for them? Has it happened? Is there an example you'd like to share?
Yeah, the cost of not losing my job. Yes, multiple times. But I'll give you a story of where we won. I think that's a nicer one. So typically, whenever there's a change of guard at any organization, there is a tendency to bring in fresh thinking, regardless of whether the old thinking was right or wrong. Normally, I mean, that's generally how life goes. So there was a change of guard and somebody came in and said, I don't like broad-based approach on digital and I'd like to go narrow. And they were selling something worth 10 rupees in any case. So there was no point in going narrow. And therefore cohorts led to specific targeting and personalization of a product worth 10 rupees, which does not make sense. And therefore we said no. So it was not an easy conversation. It then went on to a test mode to say, okay, here's what we'll do. We laid a bet, friendly bet, and said we'll run 2 campaigns, one which will be broad-based, and we'll set up another one which is absolutely micro-targeted to all whatever definitions that you have of your consumer, and then we'll see what happens. So, I mean, of course, the latter cost went up 4x. No one cared whether the message was A or B. Number of products did not sell more than it was anyway supposed to. And then in the 4-week test, I think by week 2, they reversed the decision and said, okay, let's just go back to where we were. So I think one of the lessons I learned as part of that is it's okay to defend what you believe in, but more often than not, you may not be able to have the last win unless you're willing to go out there and test it out. So it's okay to stand up there and say, look, I don't believe in this, but I'll humor you. and we'll do this for a bit. I won't waste a lot of money doing it. But then let's see what comes out of it. And then later, if you do recognize that this is not working, then at least the next recommendation will be questioned less. So yes, that has.
And also that media agencies know it best.
True that. Touche.
Dhwani, now Shebang has a creative and media arm both. And I'm told, Tu Janta Nahi Mera Baap Kaun Hai is as commonly used in Delhi as clients coming up to agencies and asking them, mere campaign ko thoda viral bana do. Have you firstly got such a request? And secondly, do you really have a formula, set of do's and don'ts on how to make a campaign viral? And I'm asking you because Poonam Pandey case is still very fresh in our heads. That was created by Shebang.
Yeah. Thank you for inviting me. To answer your question, yes, we've got that kind of requests. Now, again, how do we navigate and how do we adhere to those requests is virality is there's no surefire guaranteed formula in taking things viral. Something is working today, it might not work tomorrow, it might again work another week. So as having said that, it is like let me put it in a way that it is a completely unpredictable, it is an inevitable thing to make some things viral. But we do have, like a lot of media agencies definitely do have a proven set of framework and the strategies that have helped them to take a content go viral. I'll give you a very classic example on a Cipla campaign that we had done, which was Inhalers Sahi Hai. That campaign resonated around it resonated around a girl who was who had an asthma and who was into dancing and who couldn't like put her best foot forward. So the kind of appeal that campaign had touched, so sort of an emotional appeal. So as I said, it became super viral in parents that, okay, take this inhaler, but you can put your best foot forward, right? So the crux of this is like touching an emotional appeal, touching a pop culture, the Gen Z culture that is going on. I think Spotify Rap has done a classic job over there. Then also with other strategies such as hyper-personalizations, the Cred Coin campaign, also hyper-personalization of, I'll quote an example of a boat campaign, like sharing the boat moment. I'm in my gym, I'm using my boat. I'm actually going to a party, I'm using my boat. So sort of a hyper-personalization approach which helps campaign goes viral. Sort of a humor appeal involving influencers, involving meme marketing, and all of those. So there are set of approaches, defined strategies and frameworks that can help a campaign go viral. But again, I think the first P of marketing, which is product, has to be the core in order for it to go viral. So yeah, I'll conclude.
Basically, to all the marketers out there, ouch, no formula.
Frameworks, no formula.
Now, Manas, let me come to you. Now, brands that advertise have always inspired more faith than those that don't. And fortunately or unfortunately, I think digital has a very low entry barrier when it comes to, advertising on digital with regard to the kind of spends you have to put in. Do you feel that often brands use that as a smoke screen to, kind of not come up with a great product and also have a poor customer service because, it's digital, you can make a sale. So
yeah, I'll try to answer it in two ways. First, आप कभी 1 crore खर्च करके brand track study नहीं करते हो. You don't need to do a brand track study if you've done a 1 crore spend, which is say a decent amount you spent on digital, like the way you do on TV. When you spend 20 crores, 30 crores, that's when you actually do a brand track study. But that's been actually abused a lot in the digital framework when people say कि ये test out कर लेते हैं and then see कि Google पे कितना search volume बढ़ा है. I think that's a fallacy. And, most of the marketers do not understand that. When you spend money on TV, you don't ask people ki post-click kya hua. Because just because digital is measurable, it is under slightly more scrutiny, which I think also works, in favor of digital because, people know that there is a definite result which will come out of it. And which is why I think digital has grown also as a medium. And, I'd agree because, many a times, if you look at the consumer journey of awareness, interest, desire, and action, there are multiple different narratives which go to each individual from there. And I think it needs to be measured in that way only, and one size fits all does not really work on digital. If there's somebody who's into the fold of a brand, the communication to them has to be different. It needs to be measured. Is that guy coming back to me or not? So on and so forth. And each of these things need to be measured through a specific narrative. And I think which is what works very well in digital. Yes, it makes you spend a little less. It makes you test waters a little less. But at the end of the day, it's right sort of marketing and works very well for everybody, be it startups, who are bootstrapped, who don't have money. They might want to, just maybe ride the consideration set of it and, ride on the wave of, otherwise. I'll also try to give you an example. We back in the day, not right now, like maybe 7-8 years back when we used to work with Samsung laptops, it wasn't an entity then. Maybe it's not right now also. But back in the day, Dell and HP used to spend a lot. And the marketing manager came to me and told me, ki, boss, mere paas na 20 lakh rupe hain mahine ke karne ke. So we told them ki itne jo search volumes hai, and you don't need to advertise yourselves, you don't have the money, please go out there and where customers are looking for you on search engine marketing, just put your money there and be there. Had he had like almost 2 crores, I would have told him, many other things also that you could do geo targeting on maybe, Nehru Place and the other places which are there, do a proper awareness campaign everywhere and then go about it. But because the money was only that much, my media plan and everything will change basis the appetite of the customer also. And the way they're growing, if it's a startup, they want conversions first and awareness later. If the consideration set allows you to get as much business through that money, I'll suggest you only that first. But if you have an appetite to spend more, I'll suggest you more, which probably is a better off spends than what you do on a television, because television would not even be measurable for you. So, that's my 2 cents on it.
Shraddha, I'll officially give you an opportunity to add to that. So, the reason I asked Manas that question is there are so many times that I've ordered stuff from Instagram because the product looked very pretty. And I've been massively disappointed because of the quality and, also because I was not able to return it because of the complex return policy. So now in this case, a great ad, of course, seen at the right time, right place, can fool me once, but I'm not going to go back and be fooled again and again. So what is that one advice that you give agencies, especially first-time advertisers? What are the other checks that need to be in place before you come on digital?
I think the first thing is get your product right, because a good product can take us places. Like women here can relate to me a lot more. How many of you have started buying a lot more from Instagram rather than going to H&M's and Zara's? Any hands? Like I have done that.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Like I don't remember the last time I went to Zara, except for basics. I have been shopping from Instagram, a lot of fashion stuff, right? If the product is correct, we are okay. You also shop from Zara and H&M. Okay. But so the idea is that if the product is correct, you'll be able to find good customers, and you should hop onto any platform to sell, whether it's a pop-up store at a mall or it is digital, right? But then as you move up the ladder, right, everybody needs to understand that your customer service needs to be great and your experience needs to be great. So if your overall buying journey is good and your experience of the product is great or your customer service is great, you'll be able to do a great job. So like Manas also said, fix your lower funnel first and then go to mid funnel, right? So I say if you have $100 now, सारे पैसे पहले lower funnel पे लगा दो. उसके बाद पैसे बचते हैं, let's go to mid funnel. Then go to upper funnel, and that's how your progress should be. I think Ghazal also mentioned this about Mamaearth, where she said that I only focused on driving sales first. Once I got enough and more money in the bank to experiment, I moved up the funnel. So I think those are key metrics that you should look into.
Also, I'd come to you next, Ashok, to elaborate on that. A lot of brands also jump into digital advertising, digital media, because of that hype around it. And also because it's the biggest medium for advertising and all of that. But do you feel that most brands jump into this in isolation without without having a compelling customer proposition or a focused digital strategy?
Sure. I think if I look at digital, the way it's growing is penetration. I think we probably are depending on the number that we choose to look at it, is between 50 to 70%, depending on different reports. So, and that's not factoring in, under 18, users whom most of the companies would not report. Yeah. So even if you look at most of the kids are using moms and dads' phones, so like it's penetrating deep into every household for that matter of fact. So if I were to think, if you are selling a product, you will have an audience to reach out to digitally. So that's established in many ways. Yeah. However, it makes a lot more sense for brand to do an introspection about who their key TG is. Let's say, for example, if brand caters to really, let's say, NCCS A audiences, the premium affluent audiences, perhaps there's no better channel for brand to invest on digital, within digital, maybe connected TV, because that's where maybe the affluent audiences are, and you will have least of the spillages here. But if you cater to really a wide spectrum audience, right, from someone who is NCCS A to B to C and to D also, and if you have maybe lesser money to deploy, you would want to probably, the objective is to create awareness, maybe and actually invest if the budget appetite allows, maybe TV, maybe print and so. As some of the panelists already said, if the focus is for them to drive sales, maybe digital again could come to really rescue for it. So I think a brand must definitely understand who their key TG is and where they are. What are the prominent channels where they will be most likely to be available at the least possible cost for it. Yeah? And that prioritization often will help them guide, where they should be looking to, whether they should really jump on digital bandwagon or not. But yeah, you got to need was the base foundation of you to be digitally available. You have to have a working website. You have to have fixed those, way the consumer can interact and buy from you. Don't really invest without actually having that the foundation right for you.
Isha, do you agree?
No, I'm finding this very fascinating because, and there might be a couple of opinions that I might have contrary to some of the people on the panel. And let me begin with where you left the previous question. So I'm completely on the other side. I would never begin with lower funnel.
Budgets bade aate hai na?
No, it's not that. Fundamentally, I think forget digital for a minute. And I think for somebody who's created a product, just in simple English, I mean, if marketing didn't exist and media didn't exist and funnel and whatever other these words didn't exist, it's very simple. I made a product. I need to get people aware of the product. Some people have to try the product. They will talk about it and I will sell more. Fundamentally, I have to make people aware of the product. So if I don't put anything in the funnel, nothing is going to come in the lower part of it in any case. So ever a trade-off to be made between an upper funnel and a lower funnel, I would trade off the lower, because to my mind, if your product is compelling and if the message is compelling and it's reached the right person, the right people would be interested and they would pick it up anyway. It might be more hardworking in the short term. The general instancy or the need of it being instant result might make it slightly more appealing. But I'm definitely a big believer of long-term brand building. It just, I mean, it stays with you forever versus, but of course, I mean, startups have investors have questions. There is a lot of that at play. I get it. But if you're asking me as an advertising purist, then no, I would reverse it.
Manas very nicely picked up that mic, so I'm
I
getting
thought I should add on to this.
I think I would actually like to add something to what Anisha said, very much in alignment with her, because we've clocked in sales for a lot of our brands with an awareness funnel. Now, we use platforms and platforms are algorithm driven.
usually the practice is to maybe run a awareness campaign on a top funnel, but why not run a sales campaign on a top funnel? Because the platforms will actually go and tap the transactional intent with driving awareness. So, and as she said correctly, that the product has to be right, and we need to open up our funnel for the correct set of audiences, which I feel that if we're directly tapping the bottom funnel, some other brand has opened up the funnel for, you don't know if the funnel is open for the correct set of audiences or not. So I think we need to open the doors to the right people. So I think gonna get long-term benefits.
Also, it depends upon the life cycle of the customer also, right? Life cycle of the brand, where they are they bootstrapped, or do they have loads and loads of money to spend out there, or are they an early entrant or a late survivor out there? So I would want to send as much awareness campaigns to the brands as possible. But भाई पैसा ही नहीं है अगर उनके पास तो क्या बोलोगे? पहले बेच, first start selling, then maybe get some funding somewhere, then spend some more money out of it. I think that's where the entire life cycle of the brand would also come into play. हम सब awareness ही बेचना चाहते हैं कि कोई उसको scrutinize नहीं करे, just video views चला दो, and then see what a brand tracks says in terms of the search volumes going up and the other things going up. But it also depends upon the brand's life cycle eventually.
I'll just add one perspective to this. I think in a fairly complex matrix of media channels that exist today, this whole, the line is blurring between upper funnel and lower funnel. Okay, so even when we speak about lower funnel, I think what's important is, do we know the brand well? Do we know the product well? And are we leaving enough brand cues and experiences even while we're choosing the lower funnel channels, right? And you spoke about a very interesting point where you said entry barrier to digital is low. And I think on the flip side, when you say entry barrier to digital is low, okay, client has an X budget and then he wants to enter the digital channels and figure out what needs to be done, right? On the flip side, yes. On the flip side, the entry barrier to even start a digital agency is very low. Okay. And because, many startups are trying to acquire customers quickly, they miss the education part, right? And they take up transactional campaigns, which is where I think the lower funnel fails in a big way. We need to have a consulting approach to any business. It's not upper funnel, it's not lower funnel. Like I said, I genuinely believe that the lines are blurring, but it's a consulting approach that we need to take to clients. And there has to be a certain level of marketing maturity when you advise clients on what channels to go on to. And I think to that point, one of us, I think, covered the point of mapping the journey, telling you what you actually need, right, to reach your objective. So yeah.
Defining a North Star metric.
Defining a North Star, and yeah, go for it.
मतलब अगर मुझे billing बढ़ानी है तो मैं बेचूंगा ना यार. Why wouldn't I sell things? But I would actually know what the customer problem is and tell them कि boss आपके पास इतना पैसा है तो आप इतना खर्चा करो, नहीं तो you move on to and doing some awareness campaigns and other.
So like I said, budget is the first question, right? So if the client has a budget, I am very happy. It takes less effort to run a upper funnel campaign than a lower funnel, at least in my agency. I'm sure other can differ. But let's understand this. आपको गाड़ी खरीदनी है, आप टॉमा से 3 ब्रांड्स के साथ शुरू करते हो, रिसर्च करते हो, आप एक ब्रांड डिलीट करते हो, 2 नए ब्रांड रिसर्च में ऐड कर देते हो, राइट? दैट्स हैपनिंग बिकॉज यू वर इन द मिड फनल. आप ब्लिंकिट पे जाते हो, आप देखते हो यार मुझे काली मिर्ची खरीदनी है, वहां पे कोई ब्रांड आता है, सही पैकेजिंग लग रही है, आज तक नाम नहीं सुना, आप खरीद लेते हो क्योंकि आपको उस वक्त सामान चाहिए. लेट्स बी ऑनेस्ट, अगर आप लोअर फनल में कोई सामान ढूंढ रहे हो, उस वक्त भी आपको एक नए ब्रांड की अवेयरनेस होती है, एंड डिपेंडिंग ऑन योर स्टेज एंड डिसीजन यू विल चूज टू बाय दैट ब्रांड. अब मेरे पास जो क्लाइंट आता है उसके पास 50 करोड़ का बजट नहीं होता है, ठीक है, लेट्स बी ऑनेस्ट अबाउट इट. अब वो आ रहा है एक बजट के साथ और वो कह रहा है कि श्रद्धा, आई एम गोइंग टू इवैल्यूएट यू ऑन दिस एंटायर कैंपेन, राइट? I want to understand what can I drive. And let's be very honest, every MD, CMO sitting in the meeting wants sales at the end of the day, right? उसको अगर मैं जाके बोलूंगी कि आपका मीडिया व्यूज इतना आया है, तो क्लाइंट कभी खुश नहीं होगा, क्योंकि मैंने जितने व्यूज प्लान में प्रॉमिस किए उतनी तो औकात है डिलीवर करने की, उसमें कभी कोई टेंशन नहीं है, राइट? सो एट द एंड ऑफ द डे, इफ वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट की बॉस, आई कैन, इफ यू आर 100 रुपीज बजट, Let's genuinely look at what can I drive in sales for you. 100 का 100 रुपया नहीं खर्च होगा उसमें unless the budget is really small. उसके बाद budget बचता है, let's look at mid funnel, which is where the consumer is looking for, let's say अगर वो food brand है तो recipes ढूंढ रहा है. लेकिन अगर आप कह रहे हो कि सिर्फ हमें upper funnel में उसको target करना है so that after 3 years or after 3 months he can convert, I don't think the kind of client conversations I have, they will be very happy with that kind of an approach, and that's where I come from.
Immediate results is what they see. So while this was a very interesting turn for the conversation.
Everyone is speaking.
Okay, another part of digital marketing, a very big part is, I think, social media. We spoke about Instagram, and I think for many, many years, I think Facebook has been getting a bulk of spends. Unlike US, we have 3 or 4 big platforms here, 2, 3 actually. Are you seeing spends moving to other new India-based social networks, or any other platform which are like just coming into the market besides Facebook? Is that trend upcoming and getting enforced? Okay, who would like to answer? Manas, go for it.
We haven't been doing much on the smaller platforms because because of the type of clientele we have, we don't have to target slightly rural markets. But I can tell you that like in a couple of financial players whom we worked with, where they were going into the newer markets, we did use Moj and a couple of other social media platforms, and it worked decently. It didn't give us any tangible results, and somehow Instagram and Facebook, still remain to be, a constant, because, what they'd done very early on, was that they managed the data game very well. So a lot of those players who wanted to, foray into the newer areas also, these people have Instagram and Facebook in smaller towns also. So we can very much target through them, get concrete results, have good security, in terms of data as well. So we still are on the on Instagram, Facebook, and other platforms, but the smaller platforms not so much. I would say that it's also the type of brand you are servicing. If you are doing a Rajnigandha ad, probably, in smaller markets in UP tier 2, tier 3 markets, you would still want to venture into that. But otherwise, I didn't see any much of usage there. It's good for interactivity, good for engagement. But largely, if I look at the conversion campaigns and reach campaigns there, it doesn't really work for me.
But neither to that, while, you made a comparison with the US, and of course there are, more platforms which are active in the US, 70% aaj bhi Facebook hai US mein. Okay, and then YouTube is at about 60-odd%. And the point is, I mean, it would have been great. I mean, I think we had Chingari, Moj, ShareChat. I think all of them made a great attempt to, create that niche. But what I do feel for India, what we need is we need a platform with global appeal. It's not India serving India, but India serving a global audience. And I think that will bring in the aspiration quotient for it to really take off. But otherwise, we are still playing with the same set of channels that are available to us right now.
I really feel that rather than building a frequency in one single platform, lots of brands are going in a cross touch point thing. So, capturing not just Meta and Instagram, but also parallelly being like launched on a various other platforms where that audience is present. So I think it has to be an audience first approach, not a platform first approach.
And another thing is, with this increasing activity on digital, has the cost of customer acquisition also gone up considerably on this platform? And to what extent does personalization really help? Anisha, would you like to take that?
Okay, so I might have a slightly left of center belief on this one, but I don't think cost of customer acquisition belongs to one media in any case. I think there's an interdependency of one media over the other. So looking at last click and looking at CAC like that, I don't think, first of all, is wise. Over a period of time, cost of advertising has gone up. Attention of consumers has come down, and therefore cost of acquisition naturally will go up. That's just economics. It has nothing to do with digital or television or out of home or any of that. with respect to personalize, I mean, that's one part of your question. With respect to personalization, and I'll go back to the earlier example I quoted, I think the obsession of understanding consumers and creating cohorts is extremely high with marketers today. The problem, however, is the specificity of communication hasn't caught up to the obsession of audiences, and I wish it did. My sense is that it's the same person you're talking to, whether he's seeing the ad on a television or a movie screen or a newspaper or a phone or a laptop. The difference is that when you're on his phone or his laptop, you're slightly more intrusive as compared to the other media in that sense. And therefore, the level of respect that you need to show with respect to communication should naturally be higher. And therefore, if it allows for personalization, then it allows for slightly more respectful conversation, which most advertisers don't do. So the ask, while the ask from the media agencies, I think, is very tight with respect to personalization, but personalization means nothing if your message is the same. And by changing colors, that doesn't mean you're personalizing anything. So that's where I am.
I'll just add to a point that Anisha made. So I think I completely agree on the point that actually the customer acquisition is eventually maybe an interplay between a lot of mediums. There's not actually one channel that really can solely drive. But if there are ways in which we are able to measure audiences and its effectiveness, I think personalization is given in digital world. You would want to do it. But what we probably would want to add to it, it's also the incremental or the propensity of purchase that it can deliver to be able to offset the CPM premium that you'll be paying. So let's say if you're going to target an audience, if you're going to pay 50% higher CPM, but if it can deliver, let's say 150% higher conversion rate, it just makes sense for you to do that. You don't want to probably go over doing personalization for maybe thousands of cohorts, but maybe you want to look at doing personalization for maybe 10 that really makes sense for the brand to be able to create that delta in the overall business mix that you would want to go for.
Another aspect, I think, is that, while technology can really enhance human interactions and AI has come into the process, apparently making things simpler for media agencies and digital agencies, are we at the risk of losing that human touch anytime soon? Is that at play here?
Can I take that? Okay. So we've been working with AI for the last 9 years now, okay, well before generative AI. And I have always held that AI basically takes care of redundancy and automation. In fact, with the application of AI, we are able to create deeper and more meaningful connections with our customers. Okay, so I'll give you a case in point in terms of how we deploy AI. When we speak about data and personalization, right? For one of our clients, we use 162 cohorts of different customers and personalize the message or the video or the content to them for 162 cohorts, taking our engagement and immersion up by almost 25%. Okay, so obviously the client finds it customer finds it much more meaningful to interact with us, right? So what's happening here? It's not reducing the human touch, but the client feels, hey, you guys know us, you know me, you know my needs. In another use case, for example, when we speak about insights that you can drive from data, I mean, big data has been a thing for a very long time to come, right? But, for a very long time, but we've never really used data in the smartest ways possible. So when you're able to churn insights from it, another use case is we took some clinical data and used AI to draw broad trends and did micro market creative campaigns, depending on what was happening to people, like could be sleep, stress, whatever, right? For far more effective in terms of just going a spray and pray method, right? When we speak about consumer journeys, how do you use AI in consumer journeys, right? So when you actually map consumer journey, you're also able to define at what point in the consumer interaction do you want to create human intervention, right? For this feedback loops, right? We are able to analyze data from customers, feedback from customers so much better now, and then actually complete that loop because we understand customer problems more deeply. Now, I think the point that I would want to call out over here is that it's important to declare, be transparent about the fact that if you are engaging, let's say in the era of agentization, as we call it, right? Let your customer know you're talking to AI. right? That I think is critical because that will create delight. When you know that you're talking. And a lot of automation actually is helpful, right? Now, for example, if I want to know if my reservation is done, for a lot of transactional stuff, I don't want to wait and sit and talk to a customer service. So all of this, I think, adds up to the equity that the brand creates, right? Now, I think the only last point that I want to make with respect to how we should be engaging with AI as we move forward to create brand experiences is that going back to the trend of agentization that we will see in the coming year now, let AI be the agent behind the real person, okay, and not front. Like if you're a salesperson, the sales AI should be behind the real salesperson. The salesperson should be enabled by the content or the intelligence the AI is providing, right? But that itself can sort of bring in efficiency by 70-80%, which is sort of how we've got to look at AI.
Dhwani, would you like?
I think I'll add some things to it. While AI can be a very good tool for a scale, so AI can just do the job. Humans can fix the job. AI cannot fix the job because of the lack of emotional intelligence that it has. And eventually humans have designed AI, so it's not the other way. So there's a difference between doing the job and fixing the job, right? So AI can definitely get a mass scale. I think the hybrid model of AI can be used wherein few brands can employ, like say, for example, in 1, 2, 3, 4 stage, AI will adhere to the inquiries, and after the 4th stage, a human will come and intervene. A hybrid model, a little bit of a touch of so humanized form of AI, like how Ask Kea, it's a fabulous version of AI. The real person, the photo of the real person when in a chatbot. I think Kotak 811 has done a spectacular job in deploying their AI tool, where a person will not feel that they are in a cold environment. It's not a cold environment for them. Somebody is still listening to them. It is going to mimic. So, AI, if they are able to mimic the emotional intelligence, then I think the job is done.
Shraddha, any counter views?
You're now labeling me in the counters department. Okay, but I think I very well agree with her. I think what we are mistaking with AI is it's not supposed to replace human only in front-end jobs, right? So let's say an example. Any back-end job, AI is great. It's helping us. It's only when you're talking to our AI bot, you feel like, oh, are we losing our human touch? Or let's say if you're shooting and somebody loses a job, then you start questioning, are we losing our human touch, right? But let's understand the fact that if at 12 in the midnight, I'm facing issues with my microwave and I need just a simple answer, which is in their FAQ and I'm not able to find it, it's great to have an AI bot, right? But if you're able to give me a choice that, sir, these questions are automated, like she said, let's be transparent, right? If these questions are automated and will be responded, but in case you want to speak to a person, here's the number dabaiye, right? So this is something that we should definitely look at. And I think we'll be able to use this to our team. Like, look at how designers have been able to do it. I think I remember एक image Shutterstock से ढूंढने में 3 घंटे लग जाते थे क्योंकि कॉपीराइटर ने लिखा है ऐसी इमेज आनी चाहिए उसने तो गूगल से इमेज रेफरेंस डाल दी थी या पिंटरेस्ट से but designer could not find a relevant image, right? But AI was able to help them just create that image in 5 minutes rather than trying to find that in 50 minutes. So I think it's a boon to us. We just need to think of the right usage.
It also helps us because, all of you send very low-res pictures to us and we have to use AI to improve the quality. So note that point too. Okay, and just this one last question. Now, digital, of course, is known as a media for short-term gains. It's an argument that's often used against it. And yet it has grown to be the largest advertising medium today. So, while we had that upper funnel, bottom funnel discussion, I want to just quickly come to each one of you and ask you, does it hold true today? And to what extent is digital or can digital be used for brand building as a whole?
I don't think it is done for short-term gains only. It depends on the objective of the client then and there. Like, for example, Man-First Condoms, right? I love that client because 9 years into that client. Now, a simple thing, they wanted to improve the imagery in tier 2, tier 3 city. It took us 3 years to actually have 52% of Durex consumers finding Man-First more premium, right? And we had Nielsen studies, which started 3 years back, and then we actually continuously did some programs to find what happened every year. So it does make a difference in long term as well. But if you have a quick short-term agenda, it can create a mix for you to drive that. So that's how you should look at it.
We'll just, that's right. I'll just maybe add, recently we did a campaign for one of the health brand, and it was on on World Heart Day, and it took in a very different view about how people in India typically look at heart diseases, and often a lot of communication that you'll see will only talk about maybe men in general, yeah, and actually women who probably have different symptoms, that different know-hows that they need to understand if they are also at a risk of heart disease. And often those are things not spoken about. What we did, we created a 2-minute video. And if I had to think about it, if that's the content and you would want it to be shown in entirety, you might not be able to find many avenues to do so. And kind of resonance that the audiences had after looking at that creative was massive. The brand got a lot of love on social. They got a lot of share. And it's a beauty that you could do digitally. You could really create a long form content, let it be there, and it will probably serve to the most relevant audience. And they probably will become the brand ambassador. And it really can drive action and awareness and the love for the brand that they are seeking from the consumers that whom they really think of highly or to go after for it.
So I think the lens through which we need to look at digital now has to change, right? Because what would you call OTT, right? Digital or mainline? What would you call OH digital? Digital or mainline, right? So I think the more important thing is where is your customer spending time as from a media perspective. That might change from city to city, country to country, region to region, rural versus let's say metros, etc. But I would assume now that a very large part of the channels that the customer is engaging in are powered by digital in some way or the other. So the question of whether digital can build brand or not, the short answer is yes. What do you define as a digital channel, right? Now, when you look at digital purely from the lens of performance, marketing, lower funnel growth, yeah, I mean, that's got serious limitations in terms of how you build a brand, right? But I think we should now, we should move into an era or a stage where it's digital or mainline is not the question anymore. It is an integrated approach that we need to assume. We have to map the consumer journey and create interventions with media as in where the customer is. So
I think this question would have been very relevant, pre-Geo came into the picture, on which, we used to spend a lot on TV and otherwise in terms of reach also. Now everybody has a phone with a connection and everything. So if you're wanting to talk about reach, yes, there is reach to only do digital and not, nothing else. But if you talk about the experience, there's still houses with Tata Sky and others, with deep penetration, which you would want to reach out to for at least a more brand space in your head and not a small screen there. And I think you need to decide what customer do you want to reach. Do you want to reach a family or a youngster who's probably on Moj or ShareChat or something else? I think that's where the perspective should be, that we need to rationalize what the consumer is actually consuming. And is he engaging also or not? While we don't really question TV when we advertise there, but अभी digital पे खर्चा करके you would ask कि post click क्या आया, इसने क्या खरीदा, क्या नहीं खरीदा. I think from that standpoint it needs to rationalize. But from a standpoint कि सिर्फ digital कर सकते हैं, हाँ कर सकते हैं. But brand का experience थोड़ा अलग होगा अगर आप TV नहीं करोगे. You need a big screen also at times to do things.
Anisha? I'm having so much fun today. Before I answer that, I think one of the questions I want to ask advertisers is, please build brands. I think Vikram's not here, but that's what he said a few minutes ago, and that's true. I think the general art of building a brand has been not forgotten, but kind of deprioritized in the recent past. I think first, be consistent with messaging, be consistent with advertising, care about what you're putting out there, be slightly more, I mean, have that much more ownership, being on the brand side. First have the intent to build a brand, then ask the question on whether TV will build it or I don't know, retail outlets will build it for you, or word of mouth will build it for you, or digital will build it. Somebody will build, no problem. But first you have an intent to build a brand. I think I work with Apple, and one of the things that I know about Apple is there is immense pride in the manner in which they deliver consistent brand building in the world. No one does it better than them. And the only reason for that is because they don't overcomplicate things. It's one thing, it's simple, it's out there, and it's consistent. So yeah, I would change your question to say, first build a brand. And then when you do have the pure intent to do that, then some media will deliver it for you, including digital. It won't matter.
I think I'll add a little bit on that. Planning on digital, offline, print, radio, I think it's still very tactical. What is the core of the brand? Are all the campaigns, whether it a BAU or a big burst or a brand campaign, are they in line or in alignment with the brand's core? I still remember Ariel's Share the Load campaign. It broke all the stereotypes. I mean, I think it went viral 3 times. Yeah, last year also it went viral, wherein the men's had started sharing that campaign. It was nothing to do with digital, by the way. So, I mean, it did, of course, eventually. But another question to your think is, like, say, for example, any given app claiming that they have a they have a total audience of 400 million. Now, I always question, what is the active users? How many people are actually gonna see that thing? So, it's about the right time, the right people, and the right thing that has been shown to them that's gonna make a brand.
So I think we come to a close, and I think we've nearly managed to put together a marketing handbook, especially on what not to do in digital marketing. And I'm slightly going to use some of this material in our cover story that's going to come out next week. So please watch out for that. And thank you so much for that absolutely fascinating chat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, if I could have the opportunity, of course, of inviting all of you together to join us for a group photograph, our entire panel. But if I could have the opportunity of calling upon the Chief Revenue Officer of Tyro, if we could have Mr. Akshay Mathur to please now join us and help us with a token of appreciation. Let's give our leader a big, big round of applause as we welcome him on the stage. Akshay, thank you so much. And of course, we'd like you, Akshay, to give the token of appreciation, starting with, since you're on the extreme left, start with Neeta. If you could give the token of appreciation to Neeta, and then, of course, we can get all of them in one frame. Neeta, can you please step forward? Thank you so much. Let's now head towards Ashok. Ashok, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your valuable time and expertise. Thank you, Manas. Thank you for joining us and giving us your bit to the event today. Thank you so much. We'd also like to humbly thank all our leaders who are present. We've got, yes, right there in the center, if we could have our leader, Anisha. Anisha, thank you so much. Then, of course, we have Dhwani. Dhwani, thank you for joining us today. Thank you so much, Soumya, as well. Thank you for joining us. I think rather than doing like this, we could just bring it from here. It's fine. The step count is growing. All right. Thank you so much. And thank you, Shraddha. Thank you for joining us today. Now, since we've had all of you together smile a lot, let's just get all of you in one frame at the center, please. So if you can just stay tuned, be on stage, and let's get them all in frame. Ladies and gentlemen, let's encourage a bigger round of applause for the entire panel for contributing at #E4M Confluence right here in the 3rd edition of E4M Confluence, the Media Investment Summit 2024. Thank you once again for each and everyone for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere as we've got the finale right here. Thank you once again to all our panelists. It is now time for a fireside chat on navigating disruption and innovation in media. Well, we've truly saved the best for the last. Maybe urge all of you to now be seated as we have a leader who's going to be joining us. And trust me, you do not want to miss it. Just allow us a couple of minutes to get the stage set as we would want everyone to be now tuned in. Maybe urge all of you at the back as well to stay tuned. For all the ones in the room, if you've learned something so far, remember to continue with the hashtag E4m Confluence is one word. All of you, we'd request you now to be kindly seated. Allow me an opportunity to introduce our speaker. Well, he's somebody who's responsible for driving operational excellence while leading teams to drive client delight, fortifying partnerships. He's somebody who oversaw Mindshare's rapid expansion in the market as its CEO, bringing it to a market-leading position and winning numerous global awards. Under his leadership, Mindshare India developed a record for the most number of new business wins by a single market and created a tradition of external accolades. With a warmer round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and this has to be roaring, let's call upon the Chief Executive Officer of Group M South Asia, Mr. Prasant Kumar. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. And of course, this conversation cannot be completed by none other than the co-founder of Exchange for Media, Mr. Naval Ahuja. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us today, and we look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, PK. This is a fitting end to the day-long conference. We've heard from so many agency leaders about, how the future of this whole ecosystem is looking like. Sam started his talk in the morning about how, whether clients are under-investing in branding. Vikram spoke about, what are the lessons for a new age media services company CEO, and in between we had a lot of discussions about, what's going on. PK, thank you for joining this talk. Prashant Kumar, as you know, has been the CEO of Group M South Asia for the last few years, and arguably Group M has a very large share of the entire media market, depending upon whom you talk to, perhaps ranging between 40 to 60%. So PK, what we'll do, I thought, is we'll kind of divide this talk in 3-4 buckets. One is about, what's happening with the agency ecosystem per se in this fast changing world. What is the relationship or how the relationship between the agencies and clients is kind of morphing given the fast advent of digital technology intervention, AI, and also now for the last few quarters, a relative slowdown in the Indian economy. Look at, what that does to your relationships with your media partners across the board. And then perhaps half a bigger bucket about, your role in the industry bodies, especially AAASFI and some of the others in terms of what's happening. So I'll start with, something that Sam spoke about in the morning, and that kind of hits really at the heart of what's happening. If you were to define 3 challenges that media agencies are facing today, what would those be?
Okay, hello everyone. No, it's a very interesting phase right now. I'll just give a context before I get into this, because I think it's important to recognize a very interesting phase that this industry is facing. And let me put it that with a context. I think about 4 years back, we had the pandemic, right? And after that, I will divide that into 2 years, right? I think we had a very good 21, 22 as an industry. And I think 23 and this year has been a very interesting year for the industry across every part of the ecosystem, right? And that's only because I think we are all trying to find a growth over a growth that really fueled and accelerated in the first 2 years post-pandemic, right? Of course, it is progressive, and there's nothing wrong about it. But I think the shape of the growth and how we are really planning that has a lot of attention and focus that every part of the ecosystem needs to look at, right? And there, I'll try to answer your question on the challenges that we probably the agency ecosystem are really looking at. I think a lot of you know everybody said it's a new normal. It almost looks like it's never normal, right? A lot of rhapsody of uncertain events and managing expectation, leading to some good new waves and excitement, as well as leading to disappointment is something which we all are leading to. And there the question is, the vulnerability versus resilience on managing the situation is what everybody has to go through. And when I look at that, I think vulnerability comes in every aspect of expectation, right? So when you look at the fluctuations and variations of expectation of advertising expenditure in the market, right? That brings in a lot of uncertainty aspect. I think the ability to get fantastic talent and continue to develop it as well as strengthen it, in every single year and take it forward becomes an interesting challenge for every organization. I think a lot of it also to do with many of the newer waves which the industry is seeing, right? So these are three things which I will put it. And in each of these three, I think the play is quite different, right? I think when uncertainty expectation management becomes difficult when uncertainty hits. I think a lot of it has to be more strategic and not just think for today, but have a span of thinking into multiple years. It could be 3 years, 5 years, whatever you look at, and being ready for the new waves is what what is important for every organization to focus on. We're dealing with all of this. It's not just us. I think our ecosystem, by and large, publishers, media owners, including all of our clients, and you look at it from legacy brands, new age brands, and you look at both the extremes and how they are forming this entire, whether we debate on branding versus performance, or we debate with quarter growth with annual growth. Any way you want to debate traditional versus digital, I think all of it has got its own evolution, and all the three aspects comes into that. So it's an interesting phase. I don't think we are unique in a space like this. So that's the other interesting part. I don't think advertising industry is uniquely placed with all these challenges. Every industry is going through the same similar aspect. I think digital transformation is happening across every single industry. Consumer habits changes, consumer behavioral changes, consumption patterns, the newer consumption patterns, etc., is happening across every single category. So these plays are not only with this market, but there are lots of global economic, challenges which are coming in, and we can take a lot of learning from that. So it's an interesting phase. I think a lot of it will play a good contribution to how we come out of this with a lot of resilience and how we all collectively play this together.
Yeah, it's a globally integrated economy. 2 decades back, this term called VUCA was coined, right? Which spoke about, the cyclical nature of businesses across sectors. But I think it has now come to the fact that we are living in a permanent VUCA world, and that, cycles have become shortened. Every 3 to 6 months, there is a new disruption. I'll pick up on some of your points a little later. Let me come to a few specifics from the recent past. You look at the what's happening in the Indian economy in the last 2 quarters. Sector after sector has reported some kind of slowdown, as if the entire disruption in the startup space was not enough, which happened a couple of years back. Global money supply dwindling post the war between Ukraine and Russia. Last 2 quarters have been very muted. How bad is it when you sit inside a large agency and look at it from there, from your vantage point? How bad is this slowdown?
Yeah, I think it's not just last 2 quarters. You know, if you look at a span from 21, last 6 quarters have been a bit of a changing quarters. And when you look at volume across categories, we look at volume, value, price, all these three have made significant patterns in which these 6 quarters have looked differently. Of course, last 2 quarters we have seen how relatively they have been quite challenged if you compare to the previous 2 quarters or even the previous two, right? I think one interesting aspect is, especially last 2 quarters, when it's been quite challenging, while there were relatively lower growth, when you look at from a volume perspective and then leading into the value perspective. I think the fueling of the growth has been quite relatively better in the rural side, right, with comparison to the urban side. And when you look at that, obviously in such challenging state of affairs, I think people get more cautious on how they look at their plans and how they look at spending. In addition to that, I think fighting the wallet share has been the biggest challenge for every single media, right? Of course, it is true that there are some interesting learning from each media and formats. For example, if you look at the organized sector versus the long tail or the medium and small companies and the market lying there, I think there are some relatively, advantages with some of the media where others are still working on it, right? So that brings in a bit of a challenge plus an opportunity. And I hope that some of the media are able to appreciate that and work on it and come with solutions on that. But all of it lies back to what amount of solves and intelligent solves which can bring in progress to every category, because anybody, you look at a household, when there is a challenge on, the progress, I think they'll be cautious on spending, right? Today only I met somebody, who's from the ecosystem, and the person was telling me the same thing, right? So, and in this, where does the progress come? I think it has got a base, because we have also seen how every 12 months in this last 2 years have been different to the next 12 months, right? With the kind of events that is happening, with the kind of changes in the festivities, and it's not the same. So you look at the consumption pattern differently, and different quarters playing it differently. So all of this leads to the challenge. And yes, it's been tough for uh, a lot of the players in the ecosystem. I think we take the responsibility to work, collectively with them to find the best solve, so that the progress is made in different forms, right? It's not enough if you look at only from the depth of the solve. I think a radical width of and diversification is important to focus on. And that's where I think you will expand the progress and the growth when it comes to business in any manner.
Business after business obviously is, facing challenges in terms of, top line growth, bottom line growth. There's a story I read today about, 1,500 listed companies on the stock market who reported record low, profits in this recently finished second quarter of the year. While we were chatting outside, Vikram mentioned a very apt point, which is that the purpose of marketing is to beat slowdown, right? And as media agencies, which are the custodians for investing money on behalf of the client, have we somewhere failed in convincing the client to kind of invest more while there is a slowdown? Some sectors did it, mind you. If you look at some of the patterns in the FMCG space last year, many companies tried to invest more to kind of get their volume and value growth up. But that's not happened across sectors. So is there a narrative that we've not created, which the clients have kind of not bought into fully?
I think this goes hand in hand with, it's not just the agency's perspective to look at, I think our responsibility to bring in, that potential different types of solutions to clients. I think we play that differently. I don't agree that there is not enough convincing because there's an expectation of the fact that advertising, spending more should give that growth. I think there is obviously, more advertising you look at and doing it in a relevant manner. I think it can show progress. But today you have, the results, coming in quite quickly. And that puts a little bit of challenge for everybody to look at whether option A works or formula A works or option 2 works. And I think that's where we have to collectively be with the client. And it's not just putting a narrative. I think about learning, even if you fail, learning from failures, learning into new experimentation comes hand in hand on this. It's not an easy thing to say, right? Because as you see, if you look at 5 years back or 7 years back, as short as that, the solutions are only doubled. For an advertiser, it's not anymore looking at, 4 or 5 medias and advertise on that. But the nuances in each of the solves have only got expanded. I mean, we never had an influencer marketing. We never had a connected TV. We never had commerce playing in this form. We never had a quick commerce aspect on this form. Learning in data, using data, understanding insights, consumer consumption pattern, likes, dislikes, then personalizing it and deploying it. All this have expanded very interestingly, right? And I think that gives an opportunity for us to put that accountability on finding what formulas are really picking up or what are the learnings on it and getting that comprehensive narration for each brand, each category, and so on. I also feel that these days, because of the a lot more changes happening in the in the geopolitical, in the multi-global markets, in the seasonality, it's not enough that you find an annual formula, right? I think it has, I don't know whether to call it monthly or quarterly, but it has got certain seasonality to it, and take the learnings and ability to forecast that using some intelligent solves and also having some exciting experiments which can probably give better results for each of the categories, something which if you can come together and put the solution, I think clients will get more and more.
Do you think agencies are capable of doing that? I wanted to sort of bring up another point. You talk about so much gets spoken about performance marketing. Philip Kotler famously coined the 4 Ps many, many years back. He's 93, by the way. He wrote his latest book this year called Transformative Marketing. And those 4 Ps have morphed now into, 8, 10 Ps and what have you. One of them is, of course, performance. And there is such a huge debate these days about performance, branding, whether there's been over-indexing on, performance at the expense of building a brand. And of course, there are arguments for and against both. In the morning while Sam was presenting, he put up a slide about all of these startup D2C brands which have vanished from the business ecosystem, primarily because they over-indexed on performance and that's all they did. No brand was created. And there are also examples of many legacy brands who in the past few years have again over-indexed on performance at the expense of continuing to build brands. So if you look at media investment agencies, how do you look at this conundrum and what is the advice to the client? Because performance might certainly deliver short-term results, and that's what many clients are looking for today.
The answer is in the question itself. I don't think only one can help the other. I mean, one can help the other, but I don't think without focusing on branding and getting the brand power more and more strengthened, even performance can have a larger impact for the results. I think we have been discussing this topic for the last at least 2 to 3 years now. And everybody has come, whether it's a client or whether it is an expert or advertising agency expert or from a publisher side. People have all agreed to the fact that it has to play, together, right? But at the same time, the power of a brand, an ability to pull a consumer, an ability to get the consumption more or consumer journey or built onto that is a very important factor. I don't think we can discount it at all. I think the enhancement of performance has actually happened when more and more digital first, brands came in, more and more expectation happened and how it played because we had avenues playing on that. So while it has its own significance and getting results in a much shorter form, I don't think we can discount the branding aspect at all. In fact, in tough times, branding works even better, right? That doesn't mean you have to discount the performance aspect. I think there is a role of performance even in a branding aspect. And therefore, what metrics work for which brand, what attributes can be looked at from each of that. I think we got to measure it, we have to understand that and play with it together.
Do you think clients are fully convinced about that argument? I ask this because, as you've seen, advertising spends or on TV are, largely flat in the last few years, if not, lower. And TV, as we all know, largely works, to help brand building. So are clients convinced about this argument? And if they're not, then what is the way to convince them?
I feel that this plays to different categories in different forms, right? There are categories that continue to spend on TV even now, and they have grown their spends on TV. I think whenever brands get launched, it's not that they are discounting their ability to, work on the branding aspect of this. I think we have to be more responsible in showing that solve in a certain form, right? And I sense that more and more because our ability to co-create that solve is where the magic completely lies. Clients are able to understand this. I think I told you that the last 6 quarters have been more challenging, and therefore some tactics may come into play, right, in terms of goals and achievements of results. But I don't agree that clients do not value branding because it's again many top categories do play value to that and they're working on it. Yes, the debate can it be more? But that again is left on to the business questions and how the business ratios are. Can we do more? Definitely we can do. And I think that is again from each media, each solution, how we can put it, right? I don't think the approach should be that, no, we should only focus performance. I think it's a composite aspect to which timing, which season, at which phase of the brand needs to come in. And continuous branding work will only enhance the power of the brand.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of marketers believe that, money spent on brand building is also performance money, or it should be. It should deliver, measurable results in the form of, acquiring new customers or, sort of getting the existing ones to buy more. Let me come to, another very hotly discussed topic in our business, which is, one of the pain points, which is measurement. And it has been for the last many years. And now that, ad spends on digital have really ballooned to the extent they have. Last week, both Meta and Google announced their FY24 annual results. For those of you who did not get a chance to look at them, I think their combined top line is around 63,000 crores, right? Which is obviously more than 50% of the entire ad spend in the industry, almost more than two times of the spends on digital, almost equal or more than the next 8-10 players. I mean, they are really not the 800-pound gorilla, but perhaps the 8,000-pound gorillas. And all of this is happening without any sort of third-party measurement. Now, with sort of the economy slowing down, more and more spends coming under the sort of, lens. How do you see this whole measurement journey panning out? Of course, it's unlikely there'll be third-party measurement for, these digital platforms. But what kind of metrics do you see evolving as we move forward and clients look at, spends more closely, especially on digital?
Yeah, this is a subject which again has been discussed to depth and width in many ways. I think evolved clients and evolved processes has helped clients to look at their own data, right, which we call it first party data from that context, and their own aspects of each campaign and measuring them and taking the learning from that. That's what most of the clients are doing. And therefore, that's a journey which is happening. When it comes to third-party aspect, as you said, it's got its own challenges. At the same time, I think as an industry, there is even today there are being efforts being put on to see how it can be, brought to life and been made use for many of the clients. Well, there is more action required there, and any more relevant actions only will help the ecosystem to grow in a progressive manner on that. Discussing on the digital, skew or spends on the overall addicts, I think we should also understand that the ability to micro target has been a great advantage for digital, right? And of course, it's there for print also. In fact, for print, it has helped the recovery shape of growth post pandemic in a big form from the retail and the long tail growth. I think it's important to look at these learning and see how a technology enhancement can be done to, most of the media. And that can really help to get more progress in some of the other media. So measurement, yes, while there is first party data and clients, its own way of looking at and getting the insights and doing that. I think more and more clients will start doing that in the absence of a third party thing. But there is more action required on that. I think the industry is coming together to work on that. I'm sure in the next coming months, we'll have more and more news on this, right?
One of the other things that, rise of technology, digital has done is that it has changed the entire media buying investment ecosystem. Gone are the days when media planners sat down and did plans, did data runs on softwares. Now, majority of the ad buying happens through programmatic, and that's obviously also had a very big impact on the kind of talent you're hiring, what is the kind of knowledge you need to have, and so on and so forth. So I'll ask you two questions. One is, of course, if you look at the entire legacy media ecosystem, do you foresee media pricing coming under pressure as you move forward, especially as you said, last 6 quarters having been sort of slow, while there is consolidation happening at the larger company level, but at the same time there's a lot of inventory in the market because of the slowdown. So you see media pricing coming under pressure as we move forward?
Uh, it's a very interesting question. I think this is a easy question, but it can't be said with a yes or no, and I'll explain that. See, let's take 4 large media that we have. We have digital, we have print, we have TV, we have, let's say, radio or out of home. All of them, and TV is a finite media. You can't have a 25th hour in a day. And therefore, there are regulations, there is a policy, there are ways in which advertising space can be done on that. Now, the business model is built on basis of that. When you look at digital, it is not necessarily a finite media. Now, the business model will be built on that. Same goes for other 2 media also. Now, when you're fighting a share of wallet, and we're looking at, as you rightly mentioned, last 2 quarters have been difficult, and you're estimating how the next 2 quarters has been. I think strategies will have a mix of both tactical and how the merit of holding on to large properties, etc., versus regular meat, which gets bought and sold. It's a mix of the strategy. I think the play of finite, non-finite, as well as the play of these properties, content specifically, has a role on how the pricing will get. Right? Obviously, I can say it from the demand supply perspective. Ultimately, I think this is a time where ultimately, if brands business do not progress, I think it's a big challenge for everybody in the industry. The source of business is coming from how each business holds on to their business and how they progress. Anyone or collectively trying to help that will only help to get more of that resources come into the ecosystem. Only then you can do a wallet share fight, or then you can look at a higher demand and therefore look at how yields can go up and stuff like that. Now, there is therefore the value which needs to be brought in, right? If everybody starts focusing on that value, I think progress can come, right? Outcomes can be better. And price is a derivative from that context. Now, if you want to really say there are only, one front page and back page, only two inventories, and the supply is limited, and if demand is high, obviously price will go. But that's not the case with every aspect, because today the solutions are umpteen, and it is only increasing, right? And the same in digital, there is a fight between performance money versus commerce money versus quick commerce money. So when those solutions are coming in, I think absolutely the focus should be on how can we add more value to the growth of brands, and therefore, helping the ecosystem for a steady growth.
Absolutely. Slowdown is the best time actually for innovative solutions to come up. Let me ask you, Prashant, you run a very large company. We've had so many startup digital companies that have come up in the last, decade or so, who are more nimble-footed, who turn around ideas at a faster pace, uh, who are more invested in content, creativity, and so on and so forth. How does a large company compete with these upstarts? And today you also see many clients gravitating towards experimenting more and more with smaller companies. So what do you do? You defined the challenges at the start. If I were to ask you the three things now that you need to do, especially to sort of stay ahead of the curve, of course, continue to be a solution provider to the client, but also deal with an ecosystem where you have a mushrooming of so many startup agencies.
I think first point is be objective, and be objective to your source of growth story, right? And which means that you're completely focusing on what is the strategy you have put on, and how are you really looking at growing that, irrespective of whichever industry, from that context. I think the second point is that obviously there are great opportunities coming in. It doesn't matter small or big. I think trends will start giving the signal of how those opportunities can give enhanced growth, either in a wider form or a deeper form, right? And the third one is absolutely, which is the most important, is focus on your customer. I think customer and customer success and ability to give the stories, or ability to get that executed in the best form, taking learning from success as well as failures, helps you to have this journey in a very black and white and not get distracted to any aspect. Everything else is an avenue to fit into that journey. So these are three things which I feel, not only in a challenging time, but even in a buoyant industry, it will help to get the journey more and more progressive.
Last question. I see the timer is up. You also don the hat of being the AAA's FI president, and you brought in some initiatives in the last couple of years. There are a lot of this year has been full of pitches. One of the things I noticed, I was talking uh, with a few friends, is that a lot of pitches happen and the process gets very prolonged. Running into sometimes 6 months, sometimes even more. And I remember Tasmai, our editor, is sitting somewhere in the audience. She did a story 3 weeks back, Tasmai. There are 6 or 7 large accounts on pitch and 3 more, already there. So you can say 10 accounts. Does AAAFI have a role in this, to kind of streamline the timeline? I recall this small incident. An agency CEO was supposed to be here at our IDMA Awards in June, and he called last minute saying a client is insisting that I come Monday morning and present our case. This is Friday night. This is June. We are sitting in November, and the result of the pitch is not out yet, right? So, is there something AAAFI can do?
You see, I think AAAFI is a collection of agency organizations, and obviously they have a part to shape the industry practices. So, answer is yes, we have a role to play in this. I think we have been fortunate that all the members have been discussing it together and trying to help the ecosystem to shape it in the right form. I think it's also true that the pitching process has become slightly more complex, and rightly, because many more parameters have got added to the entire evolution of the industry. But definitely we should understand one thing, that all the components of the ecosystem is actually trying to help each other and improve the process for each other. So how it gets played now, whether it is a consultant in a pitch, whether it is, educating about few, let me tell you, the regulations and the clauses are all very evolved. If you look at 5 years back, they got evolved now for everyone, right? The taxation policies have got evolved. Now it's equally important to have those conversations, discuss that, which is what we are doing. And I must tell you that we are seeing progress in these conversations. It's not that we have a blind or a silent client ecosystem there, or a silent publisher ecosystem there. But it may get a little bit more time or to get more conclusive direction. But I think discussions are on, few steps have got progressed, few steps of the work is on, few direction changes are being looked at. And this thing will happen because there is an abundance of options and changes which is happening. As I said, it is never normal state. And we are committed to this journey, right? And I think it's progress for everybody. And 3 years of I stands for that. We have been on it. We have seen some progress. We have seen some challenges. For example, as you talked about the measurement, we want to this year focus more on that and try and see how we can get that started not just started, but get it practice in a better practice for everybody in the ecosystem. So there are choices of couple of 2 or 3 themes which we focus on each year. And in that, all the 3 or all the 4 or how many ever components of ecosystem, they all collectively should play in it. And 3 years away committed to get the right practice into the market.
Last year, SFI also took the initiative of instituting a mechanism to ensure that agency remuneration was standardized. There was no sort of discouragement of undercutting. So how is that initiative going?
See, we started that journey, and we started the journey obviously discussing with each other. We also had discussions with the partners across the ecosystem, including clients, publishers, etc. and all. We have seen a very good progress on that. But nothing is perfect in many of these journeys. And that's also because every time you feel you've done something progress, there is a new element or a new
It's a dynamic environment.
Yeah.
Like I said, VUCA world.
Yes. So we are getting a lot more learning. We are observing them. We are collectively discussing that. And we're trying to strengthen the journey, and which is happening also. So good initiative. Obviously, all of us are encouraged with this. A lot of it is also, we see it as a baton pass to the next generation, when the industry will get even more stronger. So that much more responsibility for the people today working on that. We see that actually getting rallied by all the ecosystem components also. And we have all the gratitude towards all the people in that ecosystem across, right? And I'm sure this will only get more and more strong.
Fantastic. You must give it to Prashant Kumar. Despite donning the hat of India's largest media services business, also being involved in all of these industry initiatives and giving honest, significant time to these initiatives is really doing yeoman service. Thank you, Prashant, for this candid and insightful discussion. Thank you all for spending your day with us. I hope you're going back with more learnings like I am from the time we started the day. Thank you, and back to you, Bhavna.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big, big round of applause for Prashant Kumar and Naval Ahuja, and maybe urge the both of you to please step forward. Of course, we'd like a token of appreciation first to be handed to Mr. Kumar. Thank you so much for joining us. A very endearing and a rather very engaging discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue as we thank and express our gratitude to our leader. Thank you once again, and thank you to all of you for staying back and being a part of the 3rd edition. But we'd also now request you to step out and